Mic check, 1, 2.
Hello.
Okay, there we go. Audio was completely messed up. Hold on, I've got to say something out loud. Zusi, I want to see if the Discord audio is coming through. Zusi, say something.
Oh, me?
Yeah,
Oh,
there you go. Okay, we're good.
hello.
We're good. We're good. What's going on, everybody?
Yeah, good news.
Well,
What happened, Woony? Good news, you said?
No, I said it's going good and you.
Oh. Yeah, good. Good. Can't complain.
There's some good news. HBAR is doing okay. XRP went up a bit, so there's some money to be made there.
Nice. Yeah, I have no complaints. Bitcoin did what it was told, like a good Bitcoin.
but now what? Now that target is reached,
Let
now what?
me scroll down for you.
And there's a HBAR powered satellite being set up by Elon.
Please tell me you don't line up with 99.5.
99.1, 99.3, is my target too, and then that last sell order. There's another one at 101 that I'm not confident they'll come get this, but being this close, I know it's on the other side of the psychological, so it might not be an easy push. But there's another pretty big order at 101, so I just got it up there just in case. But I think target 2 is gonna get yerked. I think they're gonna grab all these liquidations and grab that buy order that's sitting there. I mean that sell order. A little bit of it is me upset that I missed that target by $43, and I kind of need them to fix that for me. But other than that, the liquidity tells me there could be one more push here. I mean,
Dixie is coming back down. That's kind of good news. Stock market is pretty flat though. Hasn't really answered if it wants to go up or down.
Oh, you know what? I didn't miss it that bad. I just didn't have it.
But we're above 5,800, so.
For anyone interested, I think 19:49 Pacific time tonight. SpaceX is launching an HBAR powered satellite to space.
HBAR is my little dark horse utility play, man.
Exactly.
Did you say HBAR powered?
Yeah, it's a HBAR powered satellite.
Doesn't make any sense. How can crypto power a satellite?
We will it up with our will. That's how.
It's solar panels powering a satellite.
It's the data I think they're talking about, obviously.
The data that they use.
Yeah.
It's the technology.
Oh.
So we missed that target yesterday by 0.05, by the way, guys.
Jeez.
0.05. They couldn't just give it to me.
Pea in a bucket, dude.
Yeah,
yeah. Just spot on, mate.
Yeah.
Just spot on.
Oh, wait, you're telling me
sleepless nights on that if I were you.
HBAR is front-running Doge to the moon?
Excuse the pun.
Well, we did have that roadster that got flung into space with the Doge inside the glove compartment. So technically, we already in space.
Technically, you're on your way to the Kepler belt.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, after inauguration is going to be a different story. But I think that that whole call of staying inside this range until inauguration is pretty solid. I mean, we're already there. We got a week left.
There was a classic interview this morning. I think it was CNBC having an interview with Gary Gensler, and Gary going off about how volatile Bitcoin is, blah 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 blah. And the interviewer said to him, "Well, I'm sure you got Bitcoin." He's like, "No, stand by what I say." He says, "Well, that's going to change now because you're leaving." Gary's face.
Damn right.
Doesn't make sense what he says, because if you look at the volatility index, you're gonna find plenty charts in the stock market that are way more volatile than crypto.
Nothing makes sense what that guy
It's
says.
intellectual dishonesty, bro. It's the worst.
Exactly.
For me, it's the worst kind of lying.
There's
You
a
know
metric
better.
for measuring
He wants
volatility.
people
It's
not
called,
to do it.
Yeah.
Right till the end, he still wants us to leave crypto alone.
Yeah, lying
Hey,
out
he
of
might-
ignorance or lying out of stupidity or whatever, that's something different. But like intellectual dishonesty is the worst.
Yeah.
Because you just
that's
think I'm
horrible.
stupid. You know, basically. You think you're smarter than me, so you can lie to me.
That's dumb.
You know, Nasdaq. I mean, the freaking Nasdaq doubled. It did 2x up.
Yeah.
So
Mm-hmm.
We haven't
from
got our test to
10,000
that
to
spring.
20,000. Nasdaq doubled in 2 years. Okay, Bitcoin did more, but it's like picking a single stock. Yeah. If you look at total, total did like 3x, no? 4x. So we only did twice better than Nasdaq. That's all. So yeah, crypto is more volatile than an index.
We haven't gotten the spring. I mean, we haven't gotten the test of the spring yet. The spring sprung into a V shape and never gave us a test. But other than that, that's the only thing that's not fitting right now. If we're talking about Wyckoff.
Schematic 2 still lines up better, no?
No, we looked at it already. It's the tops are wrong. Either way, it really doesn't matter a whole lot at this point because from this point forward, they're the same.
Yeah, but you know, for that spring seemed a bit quick though, no? Normally you stay a bit down there.
Sometimes
You think it's going to be a slight uptrend on Monday, Dbloc?
We're gonna have to go into the weekend trap. I think we're going until midweek reversal. Tomorrow is tomorrow we got CPI, so we could get an early pivot depending on what the numbers look like. But so far so good. Weekend trap, false move down, 3-day up. We've got about 24 hours left. And then we can reassess. Yeah, I mean, we have to come down a little bit, guys. We haven't established this range. We got back into the range, but we haven't established support in the range at all. We've done nothing but pump since we got back into it. You know, so you want a test. You basically, it's a deviation out of the range, right? So you want to prove that you can hold that range, and then you build a strong sort of move up into the SOS.
On the 15-minute, we did establish that we were back in the range.
Yeah,
because
small time frame stuff. Yeah, you can kind of pull.
You know, at 91.3, it found support at the previous ABC. So the previous low was 91.100, and we pump above it, and we come back down to find support there to continue. So it wasn't a golden retest. We couldn't dump all the way down to golden, but there was a bit of red candles there.
I could see.
The problem is the whole thing is too quick. It's too quick for spin.
I could see somebody saying this. Wyckoff is really like the weekly schedule in the market maker sort of the market maker pattern where it can be subjective, right? So
You're
I could
supposed to
see
close daily
people.
candles below your
Sometimes Wyckoff
SC.
isn't on the daily. Sometimes you get a Wyckoff intraday Wyckoff. Not
Well,
always on a
here it's
bigger
on the
time.
daily.
Yeah, it's not always on a bigger time frame. But this spring here, right? So that spring being there, and then that test being there, and then the LPS being what we're doing now. Trying to find that bottom of the LPS before we go into SOS. I wouldn't be upset at somebody calling it like that. Right? It's doable. It's you can make an argument for it.
That we're at wait, sorry, I didn't
That
follow.
we're
That the
at
test is
LPS. That this was the test. This green dot right here
yeah,
was the test. And
and
then
we're at
now we're
LPS,
going
yeah.
into the now we're going into
Sign
the
of
LPS in the
strength will
middle of
be
the
again around 100k,
sign
around
of strength.
95.
Sign of strength would be breaking the top of our range. Break the top of the range, accumulate, hold support, and pull away. And then we know we're at our SOS. But right now I think we're in phase D. This is where people are gonna have it different. Some people are gonna think we're in phase C, we never got a significant retest. Some people are gonna think we're in phase D, that retest counts. I think I'm in the boat that I'm probably closer in the boat that we already had that test and we're at our LPS, just because of how far back into the range we've come. Now, it can't be the top of phase D because phase D has to go up above your original AR. Your SOS is above your AR. Your AR is sitting at 99. Right? Your spring had to come down lower than your STB, and your SOS has to come up higher than your AR. Yeah, I know. You're talking about the SOS, which is here. It's got to be above your AR. Your AR is here. So we're closer to our LPS than our SOS. I mean, at this point, honestly, I think we can.
Well,
I think
it's
we can
95
just
LPS.
overlay.
It would be 95, I think, LPS. Because it was the resistance, so now you're turning back into support. We spent like 3 days around 95 resistance. It's really hard not revenge trading here for me. Oh boy, I
You
wanna
guys
hop
see
in
it?
all over the place.
Yeah, it's been textbook. This Wyckoff accumulation has been textbook. You don't see many of them, which is why you don't hear me talk about Wyckoff a lot. Because a lot of the time people are just pulling and pushing and trying to make things fit. But yeah, this one's nice.
Welcome.
Where is my damn... Hold on a second.
Yo, good afternoon and good evening.
What's going on, brother? Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
All good, just making a bolognese, chilling out.
All right, we're back. We're back. Now the bell of the ball, though. Bitcoin was cool and all, but dominance. How's that for a hit off that downtrend? Was watching this thing all night, man. If we break structure here, I will be loading back into some alts, like I've been telling y'all. But I need to see this break convincingly. And we're not there just yet. Yeah, I mean, we gave it an allotment, right? We wanted it to get up to that downtrend so that we can get our third lower high or a second lower high. But we need to start putting in some lower lows after this. And then alt season, in my opinion, will officially be off and running when we break structure. No, we already broke up. We were in this flag and we were like, if it came down and crushed, we would hit this at a lower level. But once that broke out, once we built that flag, we're like, all right, you know, this is probably it. But this would be our alt season top. This would be our lower high. And then we're looking for a, you know, second confirmation lower high here. This is when the alt went crazy. This is when the alt went crazy. Now we're lining up for that next move down.
Gonna depend how quickly Bitcoin moves.
Yeah, we really need Bitcoin to play ball here with us and get us out of this range on dominance.
Yeah, 97.3 proves to be quite solid resistance currently, but we are consolidating beneath. Yes, that's a good sign.
Hey, people are pressing buy today. That's a change, you know. Now, I didn't see what happened at the beginning of the day, but since I connected, people are pressing buy.
I don't know if it ever gets down that low again, Tana. I'll be honest with you. Under normal circumstances, I would have targeted 30s, 36, maybe 38. But I don't know if we're gonna get that hit on dominance during this alt season. I'm honestly targeting low 40s. I think that we're gonna find that Bitcoin dominance has some diminishing returns because of the ETFs. Doesn't matter. We'll still do fine, right? Alts will still do. It's not gonna kill the alt season or anything like that. But what it is gonna do is it's gonna wreck a lot of people in alt season that are waiting for those lows that we usually get. I don't know if we get that. We'll revisit obviously when we get there, but I've been giving that some thought as well.
Dbloc, question. Would
Yeah.
you put your XLM into XRP rather?
Would I trade my XLM for XRP?
Mm-hmm.
No, I would not. I will not, I would not, and I will not, and I am not.
Just in case I asked the other route. Okay. Gotcha.
I'll show you why.
You blocked all entrances there.
I'll show you why. Hold on.
Because I got all over, but I was thinking, should I push in because of XRP that I think will go parabolic soon, but XLM is really, and also XLM, XRP, and what's the other one? I think it's HBAR as well. Algo, they're all going to be made tax-free because they're US based.
Yeah, hopefully,
So
inshallah.
Trump, yeah,
If
hopefully
it works
Trump
out the
wants
way
to
it's
take
supposed to, yeah.
that would be nice.
Give me a second. Let me pull up.
Ooh, I like that. That's nice. Next to see it like that. I would like to see what your analysis on this, because we all know that XRP stand a good chance to go parabolic on us, but it's just going to be interesting to see them next to each other.
That's all that matters to me. ROI. Moves
Oh, wow.
faster, lower float, and it pushes on XRP's catalyst, so you're not missing out by not being, personally, in my opinion. You take the main reason for me though that I took this play and kept it the way it is because of the amount of underwater holders above XRP from this level.
Yeah.
You have a lot less on XLM, so you've got a lot less sort of sell side pressure above, which we can tell by, you know, the fact that we almost 9x'd on XLM versus, you know, 7 3/4 X.
That's a good analysis. Thanks.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Yeah, if you lay it out like that, it's actually obvious, huh?
Yeah. I mean, XLM for me just has all of the benefits without any of the stink. You know, any of the leftover stink that hasn't washed off completely.
Yeah, all the FUD.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely less sell pressure. That's what I was saying, driving. The underwater holders that we have above on XRP, these guys have been waiting for a long time to get back to these levels. Yeah, the main thing, Tana, is the front run, right? I mean, we've been experiencing front runs on Bitcoin for this whole, 2 years since institutions have been in. What are the chances that they don't front run us on dominance? Right? That they don't wait as long as everybody else to get back into BTC, which is really what the bottom of dominance means. How long do you wait to go from your alts back into Bitcoin? Chances are they're not going to wait as long as they've waited in the past. That's just my thesis. I like Cetus. I haven't used many of them though, so I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know if that's the best sort of recommendation, but it's the one that I use. Tana's probably used more Sui wallets than I have. Tana, Cetus, or is there anything better? What's it called? The Sui wallet? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Have you looked at Sui AI yet, Tina? The AI agent platform on Sui? I'm pretty heavy in that right now. I'm not fully allocated, but I've already started making my buys. So you know how Virtuals is basically the AI agent platform on Base, where all these AI agents are like buy Virtuals, and you go to the actual Virtuals and buy. It's like a pumped out fund for AI agents. So there's one on Sui called Sui AI, and it's basically like Sui's answer to the AI agent thing. Hold on, I'll show you. Let's go, Vader. Vader picked up overnight. I'd like to see that. Right, so here's Virtuals. So Virtuals is the AI agent platform on Base. You've heard of the AI agents, right? The narrative that's going on right now. So this is where your Luna is, your AI XBT, your Vader, right? And these are all basically AI agents. They pop out on prototype. You create the agent, and just like Pump.Fund, when it gets bonded, or when it gets enough money, it moves into sentient. And then it receives the code from Virtuals that lets the AI agent post on Twitter and post on, you know, whatever. So this has been going crazy, right? This narrative has been going crazy for at least 2 months now. But now on Sui, we have... Where's my Sui AI at? Sui. Where'd you go? Where the hell did you go? Hold on, I have to re-add it. All right. Oof. 25% for the day. Let's go. All right, so here's Sui AI. Sui AI is just like Virtuals. If you click on, go to the website. Nah, these are all AI agents. Come on. So it's suiai.fund if it'll ever open. There we go. So suiai.fund is doing the same thing, but on Sui. Come on. So yeah, unlock all functionalities once agents complete the bonding curve. So it's the same sort of thing, right? And these are all the agents that have sort of made their way into bonding. Right? And then these are the ones, if you open it up, you'll show the ones that aren't graduated. Right? When they get up to a certain market cap, bonding curve process, this one's already there, this one's almost there. But the problem is that they're not very well established. So to find the specific AI agents in Sui is a little sketchy right now. So what I'm doing is I'm playing the picks and shovels, right? I'm going for the platform. And you have to use Sui AI to buy these, which is why the price goes up. I think it's like 117K, something like that. Close to it, 100K. No, this one bonded at 41. I can't remember exactly what they need to get there. But yeah, that's the play. Yeah, but it has to get to a certain market cap. I'm trying to figure out what the market cap is that it has to get to before it... I guess it should be here somewhere. Graduated sentient agents ranking. How to fund. Pick a coin you like. Buy the coin on the bonding curve. Sell it anytime. That's not... You're not telling us anything, guys. But yeah, that's it. And then the point is for these things to become sentient. And what they mean by becoming sentient is they get that code that lets them actually go on Twitter. Let me show you. Let's go to something like Vader. This is a good... This is how I felt when everybody was freaking out the other day. This is a perfect selfie of me the other day when the world was on fire. Let's go to Vader. So these AI agents, or actually let's go to Cody. Where is... Yeah, it's becoming a thing right now. Where's my Cody at? Or look at something like Port, right? Or actually, no, Pod would be better. Where's Pod? So Pod, the AI agent, the AI agent on Pod runs a podcast called the Degen Hour. Right, fully run by AI. And then just for shits and giggles, watch, I'll throw the pod on for a second.
Happening in the world of crypto. We've got a packed show ahead with some major market-moving stories to dive into.
That's right, and it's been quite a wild ride overnight. We've seen a massive sell-off in the markets, but despite that, there's some promising news on the institutional adoption front for Bitcoin.
Exactly.
All
Let's
AI
start with the
talking.
big one.
No
Bitcoin
real
took a
people on
beating
here at
earlier
all.
this week, hitting its lowest price since November. However, it's since rebounded, reclaiming the $96,000 mark. At the time of recording, it's trading at around $96,580. Up 5.8% in the past 24 hours.
That's a significant jump, and it's worth exploring what might be behind it. We've seen reports that President-elect Donald Trump is preparing to issue a pro-crypto executive order shortly after his inauguration. Sources are suggesting this could include a new crypto council.
That shit is crazy, right? So what happened was they created one podcaster. The podcaster itself, the AI agent, created 5 other AI agents to help him on the pod. And I'll be honest with you, if you just want facts with no sort of emotions, no sort of bullshit, probably better off listening to some AI go through the news. Yeah, so the agent created other agents to come in and talk. Like experts, basically. Like, oh, we're going to bring in our macro guy now. And the original devs are like, who the hell is that? Right? The agent was given the job to make the podcast successful. And then it just ran with it and decided, okay, I need more people to make this successful.
Did they add compression and hiss on the podcast to make it sound like a podcast?
It's crazy, right? Like, shit sounds official. You can almost hear the room that they're in.
Exactly.
But that's just a little example of what they're out there doing right now. Yeah. I saw a real estate company in Dubai that all their real estate agents are AI agents now. They had there was a clip, and they, on their first attempt of having an AI agent sell a house to somebody, they sold a house that had been sitting on the market for 2 years to one of their whales. And none of the other salespeople in the office were able to get that deal.
Like
Maybe we'll
most
get
of
back
these,
to real journalism and not this opinionated BS that we get.
Yeah.
Trying to hear the news.
Yeah, we're gonna see some of that for sure.
yeah, maybe it's all mostly prompt based at the moment, right? So
Yeah.
like you have some neural net that you just create like a prompt for, which defines a set of like attributes for the agent, right?
Yeah, or a goal. They're basically set on goals. Right? Each one of these agents has a goal, and it's either given a framework on how to get there, or it's left to figure out the best way on its own. And these things are they're making money. Like the majority of these AI agents are trading, and not trading for you, but they're trading. They're trading to make money to accomplish their goal.
But that podcast that you just had is like so like you know when like people are using AI narration on YouTube and you know people that use the cheaper stuff, you can really tell. But what they've done differently now, they put another layer on top of it, which is called adversarial priors. And what that is it's mimicking emotion. So those little subtle pauses you hear that you know it's AI, but
Yep.
now they're blending between words, and they're using that from actual training from some sort of hero person, some sort of person that they want to mimic, but they can't, you know, obviously copy them 100% due to, you know, copyright violations and stuff. But an example would be AI's voice. There, you know, what's her name from the Avengers? Oh, freaking plays what is her name? Anyway, she plays the one of the ones that's like she's not a superhero, but the actress is saying the AI ripped it off, and OpenAI ripped off her voice, and they're like, "No, we just created something that was inspired by your voice, and you can't sue somebody for being inspired by." So, like, it's really tricky, you know, fine line territory.
Yeah. What's interesting is the personality, though. Like, you listen to this, and
which would be a major development for the industry.
A pro-crypto executive order would undoubtedly be a shock.
You can hear the personality. Like, you can almost hear the type of person that it is, or the type of person that it's modeled after, if that makes any sense.
Yep.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's just they just train mimicking data, and they mimic and they mimic and they just keep doing it over and over again.
Yeah.
And it just keeps improving. And then what the goofy thing is that you tell it where its flaws are based on its own history of talking. Then you use that data to correct the things that are odd and weird.
Yeah, like I'm a big fan of virtuals, but they all essentially are doing the same thing. And virtuals have got a great page, which is essentially like a blueprint of the protocol, which is essentially a map of all of the various neural nets that are sort of stitched together. Anyway, I'll post it in general chat if anyone's interested.
Yeah, there's a project called Griffin AI. This is another play on virtuals. Griffin AI is the actual tech that goes behind allowing these AI agents to be somewhat autonomous on Twitter and on socials. So once you get bonded on virtuals, the Griffin AI is introduced to your project, and it gives you all of those tools, or what they call sentient, which is really just, we know it's not sentient, but that's what they're calling it. Just the ability to automate on socials. And that's what everything is basically running on, off virtuals. And then Sui AI and all these other blockchains that come up with their own protocol are going to have their own code that does the same thing, basically. But that's what you get from getting bonded, right? You start your AI agent, you get bonded, and then they give it those, they give it that utility of being able to go on socials and do their thing. But for me, I'm just betting on one or two of those AI agents on Sui AI taking off, and then just riding the infrastructure play. Yeah, right now, Roka, a lot of them are based on news articles. A lot of the AI agents, the aggregators that are basically on Twitter, that are giving people crypto news or legacy news or regular news, they're just literally in real time pulling popular tweets and rewriting them in their own language. They've already caught some of these AI agents just straight ripping tweets from other places and just rewording them, But to be honest with you, a lot of humans do the same thing. A lot of humans on Twitter do exactly the same thing. Raul, we're looking good so far, as far as Wyckoff goes. 4 hour, there's no test, but on the 15-minute, we did find the test, and we're moving up to our LPS. We found at least an acceptable test. Give me a second, I'll pull
Yes, so like currently the daily low is the high of the weekend trap, which is very interesting to see if we hold that.
That's actually a really good point, man, about how humans act like bots too with their spammy crap on Twitter.
Yeah, bro.
Everybody giving AI a hard time about, hey, it's not gonna be emotive, it's gonna be just repetitive garbage, and I'm like,
Bro.
we already see that as it is.
Exactly. At least it'll be repetitive garbage for somebody that has access to more info, instead of just some ta-dun in the basement. I'll pull up the schematic for you. Give me a second. I don't know why I deleted it off the page. So the spring was our wick. The test would be that green dot. And now we're moving up into our LPS. Phase E is the expansion, right? So think of Wyckoff accumulations as flags and poles. You know how I say we always trade the pole? We don't want anything to do with the flag. We always trade the pole. We always trade the extension or the impulse. This would just be our pole, right? Whatever we end up at the end of it and we start going into accumulation, we'd have to revisit and see if it's distribution or accumulation.
Wait, sorry, I've been cooking. Are we not at the SOS right now, or am I reading that wrong?
No, we just had our spring. We just had our spring last night. That 90 and then 88 wick or whatever would have qualified as the spring. Our test would have been right there at 91.2. Now we're moving up into the LPS.
Okay, got you.
Right, because
Well,
Yeah, so
even
SOS should
our SOS
should
be above
probably
the AR.
be around. Yeah, that would be around 100K. Absolutely.
Yeah, it would be above the AR. So we're halfway through the range right now, which puts us in like LPS territory.
we might have done already too, because it makes sense to LPS at 95.
No, this is decent for it. If it takes off from here, this will definitely count as the LPS. We don't have to come lower.
Yes, I need a bit of a dip here. No, I am not holding shorts, but I need a bit of a dip. About AI, we created software to try to replicate humans, so it's kind of normal they're gonna act the same as us. The whole idea of neural networks is to study. It came from biologic studies of human brain.
Yeah.
And the idea is to replicate that in a digital version. So it learns like a child that grows, and it learns through experience, which we call data sets.
A little more science playing God. Gotta love that.
Yeah, I wonder if in the 23rd century we'll be talking about AI diversity and not biodiversity, though.
Man, we'll be talking. You don't got to go that far. In 10 years, we'll be talking about robots' rights. You won't be able to shove your robot in public if it's doing something stupid. People will look at you crazy. You'll get canceled for talking to your robot mean in public.
I mean, there's already precedent for that, man. Like there's like actually, what are they called? The boy love association or whatever they're called.
Yeah.
NAMBLA. They're saying that AI generated child porn is not porn. It's not illegal, because so it's the same premise. If you have intent to harm a human, it's no different than if you kick a robot, then you probably are going to kick a human. So you're absolutely right, man. It's because it shows violent behavior. It's not a matter about protecting the robot. It's about, like, we don't encourage you to be, engaging in violence, and it's the same way. You have to have a stance.
I think the problem starts with, or it can be solved or at least remedied a little bit if we do not give these robots eyes. Something about a robot having a face just does something to the human brain, in my opinion. Putting faces on these things is going to lead to one road, and that's going to be what we're talking about now, where it's like, like it's a toaster, like it doesn't need eyeballs, it doesn't need a mouth, it doesn't need to smile at me, it just needs to toast my bread.
Did you see that that Android at CES, the full female that's like,
yeah, bro.
Oh, please.
Yeah, they're going overboard.
It was weird because when the guy was interviewing the developer, the robot was like not kind of looking, face was straight ahead, but turned her eyes towards the interviewer.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, why wouldn't you make humanoids? Like, why wouldn't you make it as close to what evolution has already achieved? Like, it's already worked out a lot of the hard problems, so it's just like bootstrap it on top of that and then see where it goes.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is how humans react to things with faces. I mean, it's also the good thing, right? That's what they want. It gets you over that. If you can get a natural reaction from a human, then it gets you over that sort of hurdle. But at the same time, that'll be the reason why these things will end up being looked at as life forms eventually by some people.
I'll skip the humanoid and I'll take a brave little toaster instead.
Just as long as it can do what it needs to do, man. That's all. Like, I want a robot. Cool. I want a robot to do all types of shit in the house. Perfect. Does it have to have a trigger finger? I mean, you can wash my windows without a trigger finger, right? You probably fold my clothes without a trigger finger. Like, let's just try to keep some of these things away from the robots if we can at all. Last thing I want to do is come in and find my robot cleaning my AR with a crazy look on his face.
Yeah.
I think it's inevitable that it's going to end in tears. I think it's just like how we're going to respond to the issues that are going to arise. So talking about like giving like robots rights and stuff like that, it's like, well, we need to focus on like values. Like if AIs don't actually understand what it means to like do wrong or to invalidate like a basic human value, then that's where we enter the twilight zone.
I mean, you're seeing all sorts of legislation now where, we were talking about these bots on the podcast. There's always a human behind every single one of them. So there's legislation that's holding people accountable for their agents, and I don't think that'll be any different. Like, and as far as like a robot or droid grabbing on a weapon, regardless of intent, we already see printer companies prevent you from printing money, prevent you from printing copyrighted material. So I think that the companies know that they're going to be held accountable for one of their products going wrong and doing something dumb, that they're going to hard code things in there that it will absolutely not do. Now, I know you can get around it by hacking it, but majority of the public doesn't even know how to hack their printer to print money.
Yeah.
So they're not going to be able to know how to hack their droid.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the well-established companies. I'm worried about an AI. Well, I mean, we're a long way from that, right? Where it's fully sentient and it can go do its own thing no matter what. But something that's made like Bitcoin, where you don't know who the creator is, right? And it's just
that's the thing.
now.
Is like who do you apprehend in that scenario? Like if I made a nefarious like AI, would I be responsible?
Even if you let loose some crazy nefarious AI agent online, that's goal is misinformation or something. All it does is make deep fakes of political leaders. Whatever. God forbid that goes wrong. Who do you go to?
Yeah, totally. And actually, like the combination is decentralized technologies paired with AI. That's actually the danger. I mean, we're all bullish on it, and like right now it's like a lot of fun, but essentially like that's the problem. If there's going to be one, is a decentralized AI that can just copy itself, right?
I mean, when do we start seeing YouTube videos of a Tesla bot fighting with one of those Chinese Unitree bots across the fence?
Oh my God, I would watch that. They need to make that a sport.
Let's go.
It's like the Tesla bots out there mowing your lawn, and then because your lawn is shared, and sometimes people don't have a fence between them, and then the Unitree robots from China is like mowing the lawn, and then they collide. Like, it'd be interesting what the protocol would be for that. Like,
hey, you're stopping me from doing my job. You have to die.
It's just interesting, man. It's just crazy because like you were saying, like you'd like a robot. I don't know how many Americans would love. Like right now, many people buy. They have a budget for a cleaning lady to come in, so they're definitely going to have the budget to buy a $50,000 droid that is a car payment, right?
Exactly,
It's just a car
one-time fee.
payment.
Yep. Yeah, I definitely have my robot doing my laundry right now. I got a bag of laundry in there that needs to be done.
I love it.
It shouldn't even be that much on entry level. Like I can imagine like coming in at like 20K. Like it's actually quite reasonable.
Oh yeah, they're ranging now.
Tesla was talking what, 30K?
Yeah. He originally said 20, now he's saying 30. But again, people buy stupid ass cars for lesser reasons that doesn't give them anything but midlife crisis salute, maybe helping with their midlife crisis. I mean, but a cheap car gets you to work. But no, people will buy the top end stuff, and if they can afford that, you can afford a droid or two or three.
Nah, for sure, yeah. I mean, what's your time worth to you? Right? What's getting 2 to 3 hours back in your day? What's that worth to you in dollar amount? It's priceless, bro. Like I'm telling you, just the AI implementations I've been using for research have freed up 4 hours of my day that I didn't have before. That's amazing, bro. That adds up. That's life. That's more life that you get to live.
Yep. And just like doing things that, I don't know, you go to Costco and you buy like 500 pounds worth of shit in your trunk, and you're like right now, my wife just tells the kids, let's come out there, I'm home, let's get this stuff in the house. But tell a droid to go do that, just go lift it up, put it in the freaking garage.
Yep.
It's coming. I don't care what anybody says. It's coming.
Now the question is going to be if you have kids, right? Because a lot of these chores we use to build character with kids, right? Responsibility, take the trash out. That's your job. Take the trash out, or whatever. Like I can see the kids in the future being like, really?
Oh no!
Like come on, man! Like let the bot do that shit.
My kid splits wood, and his job is to split the wood and bring it into the house. Period.
There you go.
And that builds his character, strength. We have a wood splitter, but he'll still choose to split it by hand. Like I don't want a freaking bot running around my yard with a splitting maul.
Yeah, that's true. Nah, kids are smart, but the problem is that they've gotten so smart that they realize that they don't need to move. All of the shit that we need to do, that we needed to get up and move and get out of the house for, they've figured out a way to do it without having to move. So while we call them lazy and all honesty, it's like they're more efficient. But they've got the tools to be more efficient, right? We didn't have these tools.
I don't see them like a lot of those kids. I agree with everything you just said, by the way. But the caveat to that is that they're going and doing shit like combat jujitsu and shit. Like they're still getting their exercise.
Yeah.
So like you've heard about the nerds that look really nerdy, but they'll wrap you up in a heartbeat because they're like a black belt in jujitsu or MMA.
Mark Zuckerberg.
Like they don't look intimidating.
Zuckerberg.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the new trend. I don't. It's so you can't say that like. And I'm not saying you're saying this.
Yeah.
People are like, kids are physically lazy. They're too much on their devices and stuff like that. No, they're just being more surgical with what they do with their physicality.
Yeah, for sure. I'm jealous. I'm hating. I'll be honest with you. Only thing I don't, when I look around, the only thing I don't envy is just the lack of playing, like outside, running around, getting into shit. It's just all very calculated now. Like when they leave the house, there's a target. There's an event they're going to. They're going to do it. They're going to come back. With us, we walked out of the house in the morning. You weren't allowed to come back until the street lights came on. And you were just like your own person for the next 10 hours running around crazy.
Yep, your elbows the skin would be scraped off of them, and you got bumps and bruises. You don't know where you got them from.
Yeah. It was during the bully season, where you learned real quick how to be socialized and what was acceptable and what wasn't acceptable outside. All of that's kind of gone. You need to bring bullying back, I'll be honest with you. Not like extreme bullying, but there's something about shame that is necessary sometimes, right? Like the kid in class that picked his nose and everybody said ew, and then the kid learned, okay, damn, you're not supposed to pick your nose in public. This is gonna ostracize me.
Now we have several decades of what causes suicide.
Yeah.
And we didn't have that data before, and now we do. We can definitely link it to. Now, I'm not saying like I understand there's weak people, weak-minded people, but you're not going to change that. There's always going to be those people, and it just breaks my heart to see people get, they give up because everybody exploits their behavior and picks on it. It's just
Yeah, and it's magnetized now. It's a magnified now. Like when we were in school, you go to school, you get in a fight with the bully in the playground. Maybe you got beat up or you got knocked out, or the most embarrassing thing that could possibly happen, right? And maybe 20 people saw it. Now that video's getting uploaded, it's got 20 million hits. There's people that don't even know you in cities you're not even from laughing at you. Like the
yeah.
pressure is different. The pressure is different for sure.
That's why I was saying the UK has got a head start on everyone on legislation dealing with that. They'll throw your ass in prison for doing shit like that, for just posting a video and ruining someone's life.
I don't think anybody fights anymore without pulling the camera out.
You know, like
Yeah,
that
I think
Star
we're
Wars
about to
kid.
see you're right, Joe. I mean, we're about to see Moore's law on meth when it comes to AI, in my opinion. It's gonna accelerate very quickly.
Have you ever seen that interview with the Star Wars kid years later? Because he was like one of the most popular kids, where they took his lightsaber, where he was dueling and he recorded himself and he was just a mess. It's like one of the biggest YouTube memes ever. But um, and then everybody started doing their version of it by adding lightsabers to it, and like they interviewed him like recently. I think it was after COVID, and he said it ruined his life. He said he wanted to kill himself several times.
Yeah, fuck all that fame shit. Have we ever had a famous kid that it didn't absolutely destroy eventually? Like I'm trying to think of one kid that made it all the way through being famous and made it to like a well-adjusted adult.
Yeah, I don't know. There's probably countless examples of just bad
A
stories.
man said Justin Bieber. I know you didn't just say Justin Bieber. Justin Bieber's still trying to get over those nights at Diddy's.
Yeah,
Wakes up in cold
that's bad.
sweats. Yeah, maybe. Maybe some of the kids now might have a shot. Some of the stranger kid thing. I mean, because you know what the problem is, right? That they grow up as kids, and then when they get older, they can't shake that little kid image because everybody knows them as a kid, so they do stupid shit. Like the girl on what was that old show? Different Strokes. Like the daughter on Different Strokes went into like hardcore porn, shit like that. The older son on Different Strokes ended up stealing cars and ended up in jail. A bunch of crazy shit.
Oh, that's right. And yeah, and you're right. Like, what was it? What was it? Ring?
The Full House kids, all of those, except for maybe the twins. I haven't heard
Saved
anything
by the
crazy about the
Bell.
twins. The Saved by the Bell ones too. Yep.
Yes. Oh, yeah. There's like a couple of them there that just totally like, yeah.
You're in Hollywood. You're trying to go for movies, and you've been typecasted as this cute little kid. So a lot of it has to do with like you're trying to get work, right? You've got to shed that image somehow. And then a lot of it is just rebelling against it. You know how these kids are managed at those ages where they're not allowed to, basically stage moms and shit, forcing them to do all this shit. When they get old enough to make their own decisions, probably gonna do all the stuff they weren't allowed to do before. And you got all the money in the world to screw yourself up.
think dominance is trolling us at this point?
Just give me a lower high.
It looks like it wants to go down, but it just keeps doing little trickles to the upside.
Yeah, I had this little M pattern here, had me thinking we would drop, but it just wicked under and starting to hold support above the neckline. So I'll be right back. Hold on.
Wow, just one 15-minute candle to have dinner and come back to the charts. Ooh, boy, I'm addicted. That uptrend angle, it's cheating. It ignores the whole wick. Damn. Alright, so there's a bit of a buy wall at 95 and 94,800. I think that could be last point of support in the Wyckoff chart, but yeah. So if we fill those orders, could be I'll probably FOMO there instead of waiting for a new low below 89. Then on the way up, well, between 97,800. No, 98. Between 98 and 100k, there's plenty of sells. Yeah. Once you break 100, it's free to go. And to the downside, I don't think much moved, no? Yeah, it's roughly the same. It's good to see that 90k is back as support, so, I don't know what happened at that week, I wasn't watching, but maybe they canceled the buys, let it drop, and then re-put their buys down there. Because the buys are back there, like there's a buy at 90k. Price went lower than 90k for all I know, so it shouldn't be there. But I guess they replenished the level once it was reclaimed. There's also buys at 89.5, 89, 88, 87. Yeah, all the way down to 85, there's a demand. After 85, it'll probably fall free to 80. So we're stuck between 90 and 98, which puts the midpoint at 94. but that last area of support could be 95. Oh, there's also a buy at 92, so maybe maybe we're more like stuck between 92 and 98. In which case, the midpoint is 95.
I'm back, yo.
So hey, Dbloc, Dixie
sir.
topped, Bitcoin bottomed. Is this this
Hopefully,
it?
man. I honestly haven't
And I
even.
couldn't catch any long down there. Oh boy, I'm gonna go nuts.
I'm trying not to even look at Dixie right now. I don't want to scare it away. I glanced earlier and I
Going
was
down.
like, "Oh, that looks good. Okay, let me just change this chart."
It's a bloody red day for the dollar. No, I'm joking. I mean, but it is red, yeah. So
It's got 6 days or however many days left to inauguration, left with a Democratic administration. So it better do all the pumping it wants to do now. Were you here when I pulled that fractal yesterday? I went to sleep thinking about this fractal. I'm not gonna lie to you.
yeah, but if you remember, during Christmas, it already seemed very similar to last Christmas, and I think the difference is the time you stayed below your SR. That pushed down to 36K.
Yeah.
I don't know if we've seen it yet.
Where is that chart?
But if we start breaking up above 99.5, then it's a bit. It's confirmation that that was a spring.
No. The overlay that I did, the fractal that I pulled from the boom. I don't think you were here. It was late last night. I'll do it again. I might have to do it over anyways because
I was here for one fractal, but forgot which area you took. But my argument was to take January 2021, and I had that same argument with Epic a bit because that head and shoulder and all, like it all happened, but after, not in January. The whole idea that Bitcoin is done pumping and it's gonna go down for 6 months and then go back up. I think that's wrong, but no.
I'll do it over right now for people who weren't here. All right, give me a second here and let me cook real quick.
And the first one was 2x, the second one was 3x, the third one was 2x. There's so many arguments to agree with people who think that Bitcoin is done for at least a few months.
Silly rabbits. All right, so check this out. We were looking at this yesterday, and the point of me pulling this up originally was to look at these two mid-pump consolidation ranges, right? After you came out of a big bull flag, mid-pump consolidation, just into a continuation. And then I realized,
it's the only hold target was.
And then I realized, well, this is exactly the same time.
Yeah.
December, January, right? Consolidated, had one last shakeout, and then pulled out. Right, consolidated, one last shakeout, knock on wood, but that's what it is, and then pull out. But then I started looking at the fractal.
Also, you know that symmetrical triangle breakout up, breakout down, like all of the
We
same.
also,
the
by the
exact
way,
waves.
had the same thing here, right?
Yeah, and that was a quick recovery. Ooh.
So now check this out. This is where things get spicy at. Do I even have to do it, or do you already see it?
No, it's the only hope for this third Elliott wave is that we're nowhere near having, it's that this 108 fib level is not the top of it. So of course, if we go higher, we're going to look at this, as being similar to December 2023, where you were in the middle of a pump, not the bottom or top. It's the only reason to remain bullish.
That is a beautiful fucking fractal right there. And I don't think it plays out to this. I took that because I took the whole thing. I think we top out at this range, 174 in this range here. This is our top. And we just have one last mid pump consolidation.
The timing matches too, right? Top in like March, April, and then May, June dips.
August, yeah, November,
buyback.
August, September, November.
Yeah. Then buy back in at May, June dips and sell that again by October, November, and then expect a bear market.
It's not common price action. If it was common price action, you'd be able to take it down here and find the same thing. It's not common price action. It's this fractaling.
It's
this right here.
Elliott waves, like literally perfect.
This right here.
Same trend. It's the
We
same.
won't
trend.
even go future tripping. Let's just take it to there. It's that right there, fractaling. We can talk about what happens next if this top part bothers you, but that right there is what you call a fractal. And then if you want to take the whole thing, like I said,
playing with that 100K psychological number on the way up.
Yeah. All a fractal is a repeating pattern. Think a snowflake, right? A triangle that goes into a bigger triangle, that goes into a bigger triangle, that goes into a bigger triangle. Or the markings on a shell. But a snowflake is the best example, right? A snowflake, when you zoom in, it's fractals of a fractal of a fractal. But all it really means is a repeating pattern that'll usually fractal up or fractal down in size. Go ahead, Pepin. Pull up a chart and find it for me. Find me another time where that fits as nice as it did there. I'll be here all day.
For the current corrective move we are in, or well, trying to exit. Just for that part, where you just weak, you don't get daily candles as a spring and all. That all matches January 21. Better than January 23, actually.
Yeah. You guys don't see me pull fractals often because fractals aren't common. That's why when you hear somebody say everything is a fractal, it's like, okay, it loses its value.
Hey, if fractals can help you predict what is the type of the next crisis, it's interesting.
You were talking about the specific fractal that we pulled. You said that looks like regular price action. So find me another period in time on the weekly time frame where that fits to that point, and then I'll just not give it any importance. I'll be like, okay, it's common occurrence.
What price did this Christmas was so similar to last Christmas that it was easy to trade it. Especially that symmetrical triangle and all. Exactly the same stuff as last Christmas. Right?
Yeah, the bigger the time frame on the fractal, the more, obviously, the more important it is, right? You see a pattern repeating on a 1 minute time frame, it's cool. But if you see something that's repeated over 2 years' time,
the good thing is
it gives it more importance.
You have to identify it as early as possible.
Yeah.
And the way we attacked 100K already was very similar to the way we attacked 40K. So at the end, we got that last spring at 36K, where candles closed down there, stayed for a while, not just a week.
Yeah.
So
even if you ignore the whole
spring, it's different.
Even if you ignore the whole fractal, what I really am trying to get in people's heads is how similar this price action is.
So that one is...
So that people can kind of stop freaking out a little bit about what's going on right now. So if you want to ignore the fractal, just do me a favor and don't ignore that, or it's going to cost you.
But there's something that freaks me out a lot. It's the third. That freaks me out. It's the third. We're in the third. And you see, you drew 3 yellow dots.
Yeah, so the third bull flag is what I'm waiting for to TP.
Yeah, if we
won't get a fourth.
Then let's do 5. Well, why not?
Well, time-wise, right?
3 is supposed to be the end, yeah.
I know,
if
but
it's not the
well,
end,
yeah, it's the end. So let's say it is the end.
Well, it's gonna fail by the end. I mean,
No, but that's what let's say it's the end of that, right? Let's say that's done. Let's say that's done fractaling. What about the bull flags? They don't get a third?
Well, the whole thing is a bear flag, by the way. We're in a parallel upward, right?
But this right here is what I mean. Just to this bull flag. Let's take it to October.
Same trend.
And let's pull it up to where it fits. Yeah, so 173, 180 by August, September, October. And that gives us our third flag.
I like that. Finally, you have 180K as a target.
Right, that gives us our third flag. And if you want to throw on, just to see where we're at timing-wise, let's throw on the 4-year cycle indicator. Well, you look at that. Well, you look at that beauty right there.
So the size of that third leg in total, like what's the size there? So we're like only in the middle of the pump in that scenario, right?
Yeah, we're in. Yeah, that's what these things are.
So
These
with the
things are
2x, so it's gonna end
these
being a
things are
4x.
mid pump, right? 1 week
Awesome.
pump, consolidation, 1 week pump. Pump, consolidation, pump. Pump, consolidation, pump.
So February could be very green. Oh boy. Because for January to be green, it's a bit. Maybe we'll see the breakout at the end of January then. 108. And then
I'm
February.
just saying, guys. I've already told y'all because my ADHD, I really think that patterns are my edge, and this one's screaming at me.
No, the problem is the bias we have because whatever fractal we take, they end up bullish. Like me, I'm taking January 2021. Oh yeah, there's another 3x to come. And this one, well, we're taking the current uptrend, which is, well, it's just the same uptrend anyway. We never really did a downtrend in this up move. Because your previous lows are always higher than the previous lows, which are higher than the previous ones. So right now we're potentially trying to catch along at a low that is, very higher than the previous one. It's just an uptrend. Huh? When that uptrend breaks, the bull market is over.
This was our 3 peaks in a domed house. Remember this? This seems like so long ago. That chart, remember the 3 peaks in a domed? Actually, hold on. I can show you guys that chart. I think I have it on my throwaway Twitter. Hey, do I?
That's when I swore I would listen to you.
Oh,
next
here
time.
it is. Here it is. Here it is. All right, check this out.
Yeah.
This is it. 3 peaks in a domed house. This was our double top during the last top of the bull market. Right when we got around to 15, 17, this is when we started really looking at this pattern. And this is when I had to go hide in the basement because nobody wanted to hear the bearishness. My next target was 29K and we were still sitting up at about 58, 59. And I brought this chart to everybody and this wasn't filled out. We watched all of this hit. We watched all of these hit on the way down. We were sitting somewhere around this impulse up. And I was not very popular around those times. Nobody wanted to hear that shit.
I redid your chart and put the numbers differently so it didn't line up with.
No, I remember that's the first time that I noticed that you like to cheat. I was like, Zeusy, you're cheating, bro. You're cheating. Damn, that's an epic chart. But yeah, that was here. That was this range.
Wait, when I think about it, actually, I did listen. Yeah.
And then here was that. Hold on, let's put it up. Where are you? You remember that? The first blood diamond in Bitcoin history on the weekly. That was the big get out of town. That's like if you're ignoring anything else, you can't ignore that.
If I remember right, I was long from 35 there. It did the upward ABC, gave the short at 45 with the higher high at 48, and then just down. And you guys were like, "Oh, you were so bearish back then." While me, I got stopped out at 30, 33, I think, somewhere there.
The reason I was bearish was one, we were way past the time where we should have had, but this screwed us. Like honestly, they really screwed us here because what should have happened here, if it wasn't for institutions trying to get involved with the ETF, what should have happened here is that should have been there. This run up was basically our blow off top that we got robbed at. So that 100K that everybody was looking at should have honestly been the target if it wasn't for that 50% drop down that we had right before the last push. This screwed us.
It's Elon.
Yeah, it was Elon. It was China. It was high levels of FUD at this point. Super high levels of FUD.
I didn't know Elon was Chinese.
He's not. Two people can have the same motivations.
No.
Of course they
When
can.
they act together, it means they have the same
Motivation. No. Yeah, exactly. The motivation is usually money. Greed is the motive, man. If you can't figure out the motive, just err on the side of greed until you're proven wrong.
Right. Oh.
Yeah, that's when futures got listed right at that drop. So we came up, we started putting in a dead cat bounce here, and right here, right on this candle, they opened up futures and let everybody go long at the top of the market. They gave people the opportunity to long Bitcoin literally at the top, and all those people got wrecked. Yeah, but this was a setup for that, right? This is the people in the know that this was coming, that was coming down the pipe, needed to get cheaper Bitcoin for that last push.
So that's where the money to front run at 15K came from? When institutions bought?
Yeah, they made a ton of money at the top there. And then look at our support resistance flips here. Right when we came down to those wicks, 1 wick, 2 wick, 3 wick, like this was a clear signal that it was going to turn around when it started wicking here. But look at what happens when we run it across.
Well, yeah.
Right, we paid for that sin coming back up. This is when we got stuck all the way from March to October. And then, hold on, October 23rd, the day right before my birthday, pink, gone. And then, when did we pop out of this bull flag? October 23rd. Well, that's weird. That's weird.
So yeah, but that was the SR to buy below, like any buy below 30K was good. 28K actually.
Yeah.
Was of course it's better at 17 or 15, but overall any buy below that was good. Where is that next SR to buy gonna be? I don't know. Maybe 65?
Probably
60?
the top. So if we run this across, we got to build this support, which we're already sort of building, right?
Yeah, that was resistance, and now we don't know if it's support.
The whole top of that level, top of the shit.
So like eventually if we fully exit crypto, which I won't, but if you fully exit, I guess you wanna start buying back once you're below that. Yeah, we'll probably go to 30K or whatever, but
Nah, I don't think we will. I don't think we go underneath 68. So this seems like a really good spot.
No, I mean bottom of the next bear.
Yeah, it's the same thing that would happen here, right? Bottom of the next bear, for all intents and purposes, was the top of the last, give or take a little bit because of the FTX. Yeah. So the same sort of deal.
Maybe a bit below, but overall you want to start buying below 69 or 65.
Anywhere in the 60s, it's time to start paying attention. I can't wait,
I mean, I'm really not in a hurry. I didn't sell much, so let's not go there.
Just want to make sure we have a clear plan on the macro, because all this micro shit is cool, right? But I think the difference between what we do here and other places is that we try to keep that clear focus on what the long-term plan is. And timing more than anything. I don't hear anybody else talk about timing. Everybody's worried about price points and market cap. Timing is gonna make all the difference in the world here.
Or maybe cut it in 10 and sell one part every month for the coming 10 months.
Yeah.
Just
or just start pulling out CBBI above 90, start going back in CBBI underneath 10. Just keep it simple.
Also, I can't sell because it's not at 90 anymore. Right? Oh, okay, cool. All right, that's cheating.
Right. Yeah, you can get under Crypto Face's skin sometimes. It's funny.
Well, the stock market is closing. In the end, are we red? Yeah, it's red on Nasdaq.
They always
Trading.
delete their videos, bro. They delete their videos. They delete their tweets.
It closed red. Ooh.
You can go on the way back machine though. You go on the way back machine. You can pull anything up on people's Twitters that they deleted. I've seen a lot of people exposed.
Bon, with Wall Street bearishness gone, can we pump?
What was that theory that you were looking into just there, Dbloc, that we will not go beneath the prior election price?
Yeah, if you go on your Bitcoin chart and you just mark out every election day, we've never gone underneath that price. We've never even gotten close. The closest we got was during the last bear market where we went down to 15.5, and I think 13.4 or 13.3 or something was the election day bottom.
It's
So
a funny
our
market,
election day
but
bottom is 68. That's not, of all the metrics that I use to pay attention to the health of the bull market, that's the least important in my
yeah, I was
book.
gonna say because this chart is always up with
Yeah.
a 4-year cycle. It doesn't matter if it's election day. You can take any date, but every time you add 4 years, you're gonna be higher than that date. So you can take any
Yeah,
date.
it's a cool observation. Nevertheless, my
Something
money
to
would
watch.
be on that we break that this cycle.
Well, this is the problem, right?
Especially if we were close last time.
We can game it out. We can game it out, right? So election day was November, right around there, November 5th. Where were we? Hold on, let me go to the daily. All right,
It's like
November
diminishing
5th,
return.
685, right?
Yeah.
So let's draw a red line there. I'm gonna show you what my concern is with it. If our calculations are correct and we get up to, let's say 180, we'll give it 180. We'll just follow this fractal for now, just for intent for, yeah. So coming back down to that would only be 61% drop. That would be the lowest drop that we ever had during a bear market ever.
If you want
85% is your base case. What we got was 77% the last time. So let's call it 70. Let's just say you lose a whole 7% on diminishing returns. That's the biggest loss we've ever had, by the way. So I'm being generous. That still takes us down underneath election day. So for this metric not to break, our top would have to be closer to 250. So one of these things is going to be wrong. Either we're going higher than we think, or this metric is going to break, this election day metric is going to break during the next cycle. There's no way to tell which one's going to happen, but you know, that's the conundrum. That's the problem that I have with that.
You know,
I don't know which one I like prefer more. Like in one case, we make more money this cycle in the like immediate short term, and then in the other case, we just get like a cheaper Bitcoin on the other side.
Yeah. Or you could look at it like this. In one case, it's the fractal playing out to the bull flag. And in the other case, it's the fractal playing out completely. Watch. See what I mean? So
yeah,
if
retesting 100K as support in summer.
If the fractal plays out completely, then we have a chance of having a full bear market retracement without breaking that metric of If it doesn't, if we only get to the bull flag, then we're going to end up breaking that metric and coming down close to the 48.
But instead of buying Bitcoin today, I can wait for summer. I'll just buy it in summer at the same price.
Yeah, the problem with this top play out for me is the time problem, right? Because time problem that takes us kind of way out past our TP ranges, past any time where it's been viable to TP on Bitcoin during the bear market, right? It takes us into December, January.
Well, remember the early pump? You know, that anomaly of pumping too much a bit too early.
Look,
you could consider we would top too early. Right?
That's true too. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
or that we would top too late.
I'm gonna simplify it in my head. This is how I'm looking at it. This is how I'm reading this. $180 with Trump signing the SBR within the first 100 days, right? So. This will be the range, in my opinion. Trump signs SBR first 100 days.
Trump brings COVID back. March 26.
Yeah, I mean, like if we're going to get into the 200s, we need some kind of reserve or crazy event to get there.
Yeah, sign the SBR, get to 180 to 150. Sign the SBR plus make the first purchase of Bitcoin out of the treasury. Maybe we can look at that top number. Maybe we get some sort of extension.
Mm-hmm.
Waves are interesting, you know, for the size of this third up leg, and there aren't 200 numbers up there. Like, it's pretty well defined.
Man, I was looking at like 35.40 for the next bottom. Maybe I'm completely delirious.
Well, it depends how high we top.
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, just play it by. I suppose it's like when you can confirm that we've topped, right? Like at what stage can you confirm
once
that?
you're below 69. You like right now with
yeah,
the
totally.
price action, I cannot confirm it until we're back below 74 and even 69
Totally.
to really be safe.
Yeah, Logan.
Yeah, that's
I use Market Cypher.
74, not 69. Sorry. It's the previous high, right? 17.4. Like at that point, we can really call 108 a top. And it's already down enough to think about going back up.
We are not at the top, guys. Does this feel like euphoric to you guys? Do you guys feel like if you take your money out, or do you guys feel like you should sell your house right now and throw it into Bitcoin? Or you should go sell blood or sell one of your kids?
I mean, I've gone through a cycle, and like me personally right now, yeah, but
no,
I mean for real, the FOMO is not there yet. Like the FOMO is only.
This is not euphoria, guys. This isn't euphoria. We feel euphoric because we know what comes next because we're paying attention to what's going on. But the overall sentiment is not euphoric. People are freaking out, bro. People are freaking out. Trust me, when we get to the top, the amount of people, when we get to the top, the amount of people telling you that we're at the top will be very few and far between. You can go on Twitter right now and find 10,000 people telling you that we topped out.
And that's what, but I think the top's going to be a front run. That's the thing. It always is.
Yeah.
We've been front running over the past, year. So why would the top not be? Everyone's shooting for 200. We get 150.
Yeah, that's why I'm
Only-
keeping my base
only-
case. That's why I'm keeping my base case between 125 and 150. I mean, guys, a 10x. I mean, you jumped in at 1500. A 10x on Bitcoin, like, come on. Blow
Well, it
off
did
top
20x
over
last
that,
time.
that'd be great, but
It did 20x last time.
yeah, you're gonna get diminishing returns on Bitcoin.
So can we just get like 18x this time around?
Well, that's between you and Trump. Just
All right,
certain
15x.
certain
maybe?
things are gonna have to happen.
You know, we're not too far from 10x.
But that is the wild card, though. Like with Trump involved and everything that's going on with that, like there is the potential to get like a complete overextension. But
Yeah. Nobody can give you a top here until we figure out what's going on with that. That's gonna
But we need-
change everybody's numbers.
We'll get
now I'm going with
Like-
diminishing returns. But until something changes, then I'll change my mind.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the trick, you know.
I think we all agree with diminishing returns, but how much diminishing? So you did 20x last time, huh? From 3,000 to 60,000. That's 20x. Well, from 3,000 depends on the chart, but yeah. From 4,000 to 69, whatever. It's like that was 20x. You know, even if you divide by 2, it's 10x. So that gives you 150.
Anybody says that Bitcoin doesn't do anything doesn't understand Bitcoin.
But I don't get why you'd have diminishing returns personally, especially
Because
when the narratives are.
You need more capital to buy the asset.
There's only so much. Yeah, there's only so much total market cap, and we're diluting the hell out of it with all of these projects. So there's bound to be diminishing returns. Just imagine in the beginning when it was only Bitcoin and 4 alts.
I don't see
Yeah,
really
straight up.
diminishing returns on gold. Like if you look at that chart, it's the same pace upward.
It's already gotten flat though. We'll get diminishing returns on Bitcoin until it becomes too big to fail, and then you'll just get a steady climb.
And that's where
Like
essentially
gold,
you've just got that like S&P market structure.
So when you have a steady climb, you don't have diminishing returns. You have a steady return. But I guess it's diminishing compared to when.
The one thing that hasn't changed that isn't really diminishing is the 60% return, risk-adjusted return for Bitcoin year over year. But when you look at 4-year cycles and ROIs, that's when you start to really notice the diminishing returns. But on average, we're about 60% year over year, which is amazing. There's no other asset in the world.
If there was one alt that was not diminishing as much as Bitcoin was, it would be interesting. But maybe BNB can achieve that. Oh.
Well, that's why we play alts, because these alts are at different parts of their adoption cycle, right? So getting in on alts when they're early gives you that taste of what it was like to get in on Bitcoin when it still had those gains to be made. Right, so as Bitcoin slows down, as ETH slows down, as all the top 10s get so big that they're slow and fat, you'll just have to go down the risk curve.
Like by Sui.
Yeah, you go mid caps, you go lower caps, you go mid caps, you start paying attention to narratives. Like, guys, we really need to start paying attention to these narratives. Like, I'm all for the long-term investing and the buying and holding and shit, but the people who made real money during this run were ones that were on point with the narratives as they were popping, played them, got out before retail came in and bought the tops. And it's like little mini bull cycles, right, that are narrative-based.
Or those that just bought Bitcoin.
Yeah.
They're doing pretty good too.
Exactly, yeah. I think that's what threw off a lot of people this cycle, was like really actually Bitcoin was the magic bullet, and like unless you were on top of your narratives and like the new hot coins, like all of the kind of like legacy. Oh, I call them like legacy in quotations, like layer ones really haven't seen the action that they deserve yet, and I mean, that's thrown me off, to be honest with you. Like a lot of my gains this cycle have just been selling Bitcoin, so that was very different to last cycle, where like essentially, after the Corona crash, everything just pumped to the. It was just like everything season.
Maybe the real alt season will be not this cycle, but the next one. And it kind of makes sense fundamentally. If this cycle is about America adopting Bitcoin as a reserve, Bitcoin, you would expect it to perform really good compared to other things. Yeah. I don't care about market cap size. But next cycle, like 2028, I don't see how more bullish you can become on Bitcoin at this point. Like, well, I guess other countries would follow. So after America having done a reserve fund, maybe China will, maybe
Of course
Japan
they will.
But even then, it's not it's not bullish enough because America is the strongest economy. So so I don't know what kind of narrative we're gonna come up with for the next bull cycle, because like how
Next bull
bullish
cycle is
can
gonna.
it,
Next bull cycle is the long-term hold cycle.
yeah,
There's a very
right?
good chance. I
Even
want to. I
right.
want to be clear here that there's a very good chance that you only get one more cycle to accumulate, to significantly accumulate Bitcoin. Because when the pension funds come in, the retirement firms come in, and these SBRs are established, both state and federal SBRs and foreign SBRs. These are people who aren't selling the Bitcoin that they buy during the next bear market. They're not selling it for a profit in a year, 4 years. They're holding
So
and they're
maybe
accumulating for 10, 20, 30 years.
so maybe that's when bigger money is gonna really be interested in buying and holding alts. Because the problem with alts is they pump and then they dump. So you never really accumulate them to keep them for more than a cycle. So
No, you shouldn't. You definitely shouldn't. We've seen it
yeah, so
already, guys. Guys,
you
only
can just buy.
a handful. I think maybe by now it's gone up to like 12, but between 10 and 12 old cycle coins outperform Bitcoin. All these alts that you're in love with right now and all that, especially if they've already had maybe a year, and this is the year, because you have the year where you come out, then you have the year that you blow, and then either you establish yourself or you just end up spiraling into sort of obscurity, right? So Sui is a good example. Like, this is the year that it came out, year that it's buzzing. Next one will probably be the year that it blows. After that, I'm off Sui and I'm on to something else until they get established. And by established, I mean you want a high level of value locked, right? A high TVL on a functional chain that's being used by people with actual money.
Yeah, I feel like you kind of there's some truth to what you're saying there about the next cycle in regard to, well, there's certainly going to be more maturity. There's going to be more capital involved. I'm not saying that I don't think that a lot of the alts are going to give everything back, but it might be one of the last cycles where you can get some really decent, like, long-term spot entries.
My opinion, if you're not picking up Bitcoin at the bottom of the next bear market, you're making a big mistake.
Because this strategic fund is really on the long run, right?
30-year plus.
Wow.
We're gonna start getting a lot of locked up.
Honestly,
just think of it this way, Zusi. Think of the locked up supply, because that's what it is. It's basically, for our intents and purposes, if we're only looking 4 years out, you might as well consider these burn wallets.
My political, I mean, it's a bit political biased, but I don't trust what Trump says.
No, of course not. You gotta listen. That's why I said it has to happen within the first 100 days.
On crypto,
And now his team is saying that he's signing something for crypto on the first day.
yeah,
and they've said it more than once. So
day,
we've got 4 days to figure it out. We'll see. We'll see. I said it as soon as he got elected. I was like, yo, everybody was on Team Trump. Cool. Now he's elected. Now it's time to put their feet to the fire. Right now it's time to get off the bandwagon and make them do the shit that they promised they were going to do, or hold them accountable if they don't.
To be more technical, like on Bitcoin dominance, if this summer dominance is not at 50%, like I would expect it to be down at 50% this summer. And then for the bear market, we might get a huge pump on dominance, like towards 70 plus percent.
I think dominance is going to come down to maybe 43, 44, 42, something like that. I don't think we see 30s anymore. I think we're going to get front run on that bottom on dominance.
I don't think it's going much below 50% personally. Yeah, like I'd say 49.5%, so somewhere there.
Doge with the gifty. Appreciate you, Doge.
Yeah, you're not coming back in that range. You're just gonna find support in the old range, bounce back up during the bear market, maybe reach even 72, 73% crazy high dominance up there, and then you come to the next crypto cycle. So yeah, you're already in 2027.
My DCAs.
Maybe their alts will do really good.
Yeah.
For all I know, they don't even exist yet.
Some people just start their DCAs dominance hits bottom, no matter what the.
Because it's the problem with alts.
The dollar
they just
prices.
Get replaced by other alts.
That's what bear markets are for, though. Bear markets flush out all the garbage. Anything that's vaporware, anybody that's swimming with no clothes, pool gets drained.
Yet when you look at the top 10 right now, we know all these alts, like they were there last cycle.
Yeah,
too.
okay.
Well,
Go revisit that top 10 in 6 months, and it's gonna
right now
it's gonna
see
look
Bitcoin
very
first,
different.
all the changes. I see ETH second. Well, that was there too. XRP is a bit odd because last cycle it wasn't. I mean, it was there. It was in the top
XRP
10.
and Sol are the ones that are fighting for position.
Yeah, but they were in the top 10 last cycle too, right? BNB was in there.
Yeah.
Doge was in there. Cardano was in there. So the top 10 is the same. I guess the only difference is AVAX is 11th instead of 10th. Something like that. And we're missing... what's missing here? Oh, I know. Luna's missing, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a few things that are missing. I mean, Luna's missing, and
There'll be a shakeup in that top 10. There's way too many. If you look just down in the look between 10 and 25, and you've got some big movers in there. They're definitely gonna come for those top 10 spots. So there'll be a shakeup. Doge, we've been saying for the longest, Doge is gonna get knocked out of the top 10.
Shiba was there last cycle.
Mhm.
HBAR was there too. DOT is 18th. How the hell is DOT 18th at $6?
No idea.
Oh, they've been diluting, right? Bitcoin Cash is very old too. Like there aren't that many new coins yet. Huh?
Nah, it's not very often you see. I mean, Ton came in and found its way up into the top 10 very quickly.
Tron is also in the top 10. I don't remember that in the top 10. TRX. Oh yeah, you're right. It's you gotta look a bit lower than the top 10 to see differences.
Yeah. Galactic, I heard the first payments go out on the 20th, right on inauguration, which is interesting. But I'll double check to make sure that's right.
The spreading positive FUD that Trump is gonna buy Bitcoin on the 22nd?
No, they're talking about FTX. Those FTX payments are going out. So if you lost your Bitcoin at 15K with FTX, you're gonna get a whole 15K back. People for a long time thought they were gonna give them the appreciated value, but
Oh, for real? It's at the value at the time.
whatever you lost.
And so, I mean, that's incentive to hold, then, isn't it?
And I mean, they're getting paid in cash, so
Who's gonna leverage it to short?
they're getting paid in cash, so it's just money coming in.
Oh, is it cash equivalent? Okay.
Yeah.
I'd be pissed
By
enough
reinvesting.
to imagine how pissed you are. I think you're, the average reaction maybe to revenge that and just leverage it in a short, and then get wrecked again.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Or not.
I don't know, like I'd be pretty happy, like if I was in that scenario receiving my funds back around this time, I'd be like, okay, now there's some positions to play here.
They just divided it by 3 though. FTX
Divided by
collapsed
3?
at 40K. Yeah. Well,
Oh right, so they're giving shit.
Sorry.
Yeah, we don't want to hurt any feelings over here.
No, honestly, personally, I'm just lucky to not have been in there. No, I'm just saying, randomly, like, imagine, like, if it was, well, okay, maybe you can give insight. Like, when you're gonna get that money back, do you have any plan for it? Personally, I think people might just, be in a bad mindset because of that, no? Also, they might buy, actually, if they get cash. Yeah, oh, that's funny. So wait, does that mean Sam gave the private keys to the government?
It's
in exchange for getting out of prison?
The liquidators and all that got their hands on.
But how did they get the crypto back?
What do you mean? The crypto was never lost. It was in FTX wallets.
Yeah. So, but is it like, was it a third? Is it a third that you get back at the value that it was lost?
They're giving back the value that was lost. Whatever you had, whatever you lost at the time.
Oh, like the total amount of
Yeah.
assets that you held?
Yeah, the difference is
The
that
problem
these
is that-
guys held the assets, got the appreciated price, sold the assets, and are paying you off and keeping the profit.
Yeah, that's mad.
And they're
That
using the
is
profit to
mad.
pay off liquidators and to, take care of all of their shit.
It's
Yeah,
a bit hard
crazy.
to tell the price on that day because Bitcoin dumped 30% in a single day.
Yeah. At what point do you call it exactly?
Yeah,
They're gonna give you the last price on the day, or are you gonna give me where it started, or what are we talking?
There's a difference, between 28 and 20K, and yeah, we dumped a lot. What was the name of that token? I might have some on that shitty exchange. FTX token? They had a token.
Yeah. FTX was gonna, just to show you how plans change. My plan during the last bull market for the bear market was to load up on FTX and Crow and run them against each other. Funny how life works out.
Oh, what's the name of that token? I want to look at the chart.
FTX.
It's not FTX.
Yeah, FTX token. Or FTT, sorry.
FTT, okay. Because your plan...
That gets like 0 at one point.
Actually, how low is FTT?
Oh, actually, no, it's fine.
It's too...
What? Dude, that's insane.
It's too high.
Bro,
That is
they
absolutely
imagine
mental.
you don't remember the beginning of our meme run when memes started going and we had the disaster memes run where they were calling FTT and Luna disaster memes. These things went absolutely crazy. People literally came in that had never traded these things before, made a shit ton of money. So can you imagine if you're sitting there waiting to get your money back? You've just been wrecked for this bear market. And here come these new people jumping in on the coin that wrecked you and just making a killing. That shit I would have been mental, bro. I would have been inconsolable.
What's so crazy about that chart is like if you look at it like technically before that last like 90% daily candle, is that like technically it was a good buy? Like it was at the range lows, like you just sweeped up some liquidity from like June 2021 and then boom.
You know the part when you look at Solana dropped the same percentage. Like literally there's no reason, like if you don't know why FTT dropped or thing, like if you don't do the fundamental job, you
But
can't
like Solana was different because it was just like they held a bunch of Solana. So like that was a lot safer than actually like obviously it makes sense, or rather in the short term it made more sense to buy
Well,
back
there
Solana
was
than
there was a lot of FUD attached because in the court documents it did come out that they were pumping Solana, that they shitted on ICP, they destroyed the ICP launch, they used those profits that they made on the ICP launch when it went up to however many $1,000 before it went to shit, to buy Sol because they looked at ICP as a Sol competitor, and SBF was backing Solana pretty hard. So for me personally, it wasn't until after the Solana conference where we got some word on the advancements that they had to keep the network up. When they started talking about the million TPS, that's when it sort of started turning the corner for me. It was like, okay, maybe they can exist. Maybe they can actually do something without SBF.
Yeah, dude, I remember that like it was yesterday, like when it was down at, what was it, 6 or something? I spent like an entire week pondering about whether I should buy it. I decided not to in the end, but yeah, big mistake. We make them. It happens.
If that shit didn't teach people the importance of self-custody, nothing will. And the problem is that even people that were here have already gotten lazy. Because when that happened, everybody moved their funds. Dexes went crazy, hot wallets. Everybody was getting hot. Well, everybody was moving their shit out of centralized exchanges. But time has passed now. People have gotten a little more comfortable, and they're back to sitting in exchanges with large amounts of capital. And nobody here has to admit it, but I'm pretty sure some of you guys have too much money on centralized exchanges right now, just for the convenience factor of it. It was dangerous. Like I say, going to the store. It's like you don't go to the store, you don't go to the bank, take all your money out of the bank, walk into the store, decide you want to buy something, buy it, then hand the purchase that you just made to the cashier and hand them the rest of your money and say, here, hold all of this till I come back. I might want to buy something else in this store, so here, just hold my money, and that thing I just bought, yeah, hold that too. Make sure you keep it safe for me. You would never do that. But we do it every day on centralized exchanges. Take your shit and go. Take only enough money on there to buy what you need, take your shit, put it somewhere safe, and go.
Yeah. At the very least, if you're feeling super lazy and you're okay with the consequences, spread your money between at least 3 different relatively, mature, trusted exchanges. So you're kind of spreading the load a little bit. But, I mean, if you're holding like Bitcoin or Ethereum or any of the kind of like top 20 assets, like there's not really much of an excuse to not be self-custody.
Yeah.
I guess it depends on, again, your risk curve as well. Like
Pete said, do you think 100 grand on an exchange is, yeah, that's a lot, bro. 100 grand is more than I'd be comfortable sleeping comfortably at night, knowing that the exchanges, yeah.
But it gives you VIP status having 100 grand on an exchange.
No, I'm sure. Yeah. I'm sure. Just like the casino. Yeah, you get free room. They give you a big steak dinner. They want to keep you there as long as possible.
I don't know. I think like 100K split between 3 exchanges, I'd be fairly okay with. I wouldn't have it all on one.
It's not difficult to have. I mean, if you bought a couple Bitcoin down at 15.5 and they've just been sitting on exchange, you've got over 100K on the exchange right now. The problem is that you take a number that you were once comfortable with, which is, $20,000, $30,000, but now you're sitting at 120, 130. Yeah.
Yeah, no, straight up. There's no way to predict when the next exchange hack or collapse will occur. But I do feel like the next Black Swan events are going to be of a slightly different narrative this time around. I don't know why.
Follow exchanges that print fake Solana. It's not easy to find them. Damn, I'm trading on that exchange. Oh boy, I'm in trouble.
There's nothing wrong with pushing that amount of money through an exchange, but there's a big difference in letting it sit there, right? That's what I mean. 100K is a lot of money to push through an exchange. I mean, it's a decent amount of money, but it's not, not unsafe to bring $100,000 onto an exchange, make some buys, do what you got to do some intraday trading. But just get used to swapping back. Just get used to swapping. It doesn't take long, bro. It's 2 or 3 clicks and back into your cold wallet. And most of the trading you could do straight from your cold wallet if you need to. That's why I love DEXs. When I connect my wallet to a DEX and I buy something, they never hold it. The second I buy it, it goes right into my, wallet. The second I disconnect from that exchange, that's it. It's literally just a store. You're there to sell me my shit, and that's all I need.
Bullish. DEXs are going to be super bullish this cycle, but they're going to be even more bullish next cycle. Like for sure, man, because that's the only thing that really the cryptocurrency space has left, which is achieving like the initial dream that we all had, right? Especially with all the institutions get involved, etc.
Yeah.
Having the capability to actually spend money in a decentralized way or trade money in a decentralized way was the original vision.
What centralized exchanges are really good for, guys, are buying coins that are on platforms that have high gas fees. Right? If you can buy your ERC20 on a centralized exchange instead of buying it on a DEX and not have to pay that gas fee and then just move it onto your hot wallet, that's obviously the best.
Yeah, that's because they batch the transactions together.
Yeah. So definitely use them for that. But don't let them hold your bags. Maybe a swing bag. Like what I have on exchange is basically a couple of swing bags that just go back and forth. I know I'm going to be trading these a couple times during the day.
You said you didn't have a bank account, right? You're debanked.
I mean, I have one, but it's not holding any. It's not holding anything significant.
You hold USDC on a cold wallet?
Yeah, USDC, USDT, and then I pull out whatever I need.
Okay.
And then you need your banks obviously for your off ramps. I mean, eventually we won't have to off ramp though, guys. Eventually we'll get to the point where we won't have to off ramp. Be more than enough ways for us to spend our crypto directly from our wallets. There's plenty of ways to do it now, but it'll be more sort of widespread. I don't miss going to the bank. That's like the worst, bro. God forbid you need your money on a Sunday.
We can't really trust banks either, so I don't know if we can't trust exchanges, we can't trust banks.
I can trust the banks to take the money that I deposit and lend it to somebody else. I can trust them to do that. I could trust them to give me a hard time when I come back and tell them that I want 50K. I could trust I could trust them to be closed on Sundays. I could trust there to be a line during the middle of the day when I probably need the money the most. It's just an antiquated dinosaur way of, holding your funds. The problem is that it still has the major mind share when it comes to security. Right? Your grandma, your aunt, your mom, the second that they can hold their Bitcoin in a bank, they're going to do that. It's going to be the obvious move for them. Put my Bitcoin where my money is. I already trust Bank of America. I know they'll protect my Bitcoin, whatever.
And then someone decides to short Bank of America to make it do a hostile takeover. They declare bankruptcy, then they just rename and restart.
Yeah.
Bank of Canada. What's up with Canada?
So it's gonna be our 51st state, bro. What are you talking about? We're already measuring out for curtains, and it's hilarious. I know. Did you hear? There's this lady. She's like one of the governors over there or something, and she was like, "Not only will we never become the 51st state, but we want to reach out to Oregon and California and Washington and explain to you guys what and explain to you guys what the benefits of becoming one of our provinces would be versus what you have in the United States." And then she started going down the line: free healthcare, the taxes, and all this shit. I was like, Jesus. Who is this lady, yo? She's a main character. She had like main character energy for sure.
In the end, it comes down to military spending. You don't have healthcare in America because you spend a lot in your military.
Capitalist society, man. It's at the end of the day, get in where you fit in. You know what I mean? If you can't pay for your healthcare, then you're not working hard enough and you don't deserve to live. That's how they, that's the motto. The old pull yourself up by the bootstraps. That whole thing.
It's more imperialism that prevents you from having healthcare.
It's the privatization of the healthcare. We can't. It's business. It's just business, right? You would have to nationalize healthcare, or at least that's how they sell it. And look at what we got. Even when we got this Obama whatever health plan shit, that was like a gift to the insurance companies, right? The insurance companies are still really the ones that are eating off of that whole thing. So for me, I think it has to be one payer for it to work, or one payer sort of project.
And those companies pay taxes, right? So in the end,
yeah,
part of the money is just coming back to the state anyway. So. But yeah, between guns and health, we have to choose.
Yeah, I'm getting rid of everything, Kane. I won't be holding anything through the bear market. Some people like to hold 25% of their Bitcoin. They'll never sell it, or I'm not one of those people. I'm still in compounding mode, right? Maybe 3 or 4 cycles from now, everybody's ridiculously, just obscenely, disrespectfully rich. You can decide to hold half of your Bitcoin because who cares? You weren't going to spend it anyways. How much money can one person have, right? Nah, I'll be waiting. I play Bitcoin on the way down. Like I'll play all the dead cat bounces, but I'm like 100% in Bitcoin during the bear market. I don't take any risks with any alts unless there's something just obvious that's glaring. There's always something that comes out during the bear market that has a narrative run, but you don't want to take those risks because I'm telling you, Bitcoin blinks. Like Bitcoin blinks down 2% and your alt is gone 20.
Well, if it goes according to my plan, it's gonna be pole. Matic will run very late during the bear market, a bit like how it did last time.
I will keep my eye on BNB. BNB had one of the best moves during the bear market. Was sell your Bitcoin, sit in BNB until the end, and then buy Bitcoin. BNB just performed crazy against its BTC pair during the entire bear market, sorry. But we know why that was, right? Because CZ was selling off shit ton of Bitcoin to prop the price up of BTC.
BNB. Oh.
BNB, sorry, yeah. Yeah, I think we can go down to 95. If we don't hold this flag, if we break this uptrend, we're coming down at least to 95. We're already sort of cracking the uptrend here.
For your LPS, potentially.
Yeah. To put in a more sort of pronounced LPS, yeah.
I hope we fail the LPS and go back down. But yeah, I know.
That would suck, yo. To spend all that time charting out that accumulation and to just have it fall apart at the end, that would be tragic. 100% possible. I mean, it's not obviously not impossible, but that would suck.
That spring is just a wick.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree. It could be it. I definitely agree. It could be the spring, but it's just a wick on the daily, and Wyckoff tends to be more on the daily than on the small time frame.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you go like hourly, I guess we close candles below support and all. So yeah. But on the daily, no.
Galactic, no, I won't be staking anything on the way down. No. Nope. Not me, not I. Guys, you remember what happened during the last bull? People played the last bull market perfect, right? Played it perfectly, got out at the Pico tops, had more money than they'd ever thought was possible out of one run, and then took it and staked it all in Celsius and Luna, which were the safest, literally the safest for all intents and purposes staking vehicles that were available at the time. And then lost everything.
But baby Doge and baby ETH and WETH and
I'm just talking about staking. Staking during a bear market, the reason it's dangerous is because the underlying asset is depreciating in price, which means if anybody is swimming with no pants on, if anybody's over leveraged, that's when shit hits the fan. Right? That's when you start to get those things start to get exposed and things start to fall apart.
But we've evolved since we've created liquid staking.
Yeah, okay. That's one of the reasons liquid staking, that's one of the reasons that liquid staking works. The problem with liquid staking is that you're introducing another variable, right? You're introducing a third party now.
Yeah, and that staked ETH is used as collateral in leverage trades. I wonder how it's gonna play out.
No.
Well, that's why ETH is underperforming a bit.
Yeah, no. During the bear market, I watch higher time frame RSIs for dead cat bounces. I play those, and then I research, and more research, so that when we get down to the bottom of the bull market, we're on point on narrative. We've got a nice list of coins to get into. That 2024 gaming list that I put out at the bottom of the bear market, that thing took me a year to put together. It wasn't just sheer luck that all of those coins did 10, 20, 30, 100 X's. Like, that took the entire bear market while everybody else is shorting and everybody else is playing the fluctuations and stuck to the chart. It took all of that time for research. So for me, that's just money, it's time well spent than just trying to chase whatever moves happen during the bear market. Catch a nice short at the top, low leverage so you don't have any risk of getting taken out. And then while you're cashing it on that on the way down, just start doing your research. Start paying attention to which one of these projects just disappear. Right? What's new? What's bubbling? Yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot of teaching during the bear market. That's for sure. There's a couple things that I want to get right before we get down to the bottom. I need to get everybody comfortable on DEXs. I need to get everybody comfortable with self-custody. I don't want
DEXs, they're so slow. The problem is it's so slow.
It's not that, it's the opportunity loss, right? Because I know how it happens, and you guys can disagree, but I promise you this is what happens in your mind. Coin comes out, it's going crazy, narrative is great, everybody's on it, makes perfect sense. But you don't have the wallet downloaded for that blockchain, and you don't have any money on that wallet. And just that is going to keep you from doing it. Just that is enough to be like, It's fine. I'll catch the next one. Being prepared and having your wallets and having a little bit of gas fees. That's another thing. Buying your gas fees down at the bottom. We talk about buying Bitcoin at the bottom, but there is a reason to buy ETH at the bottom, to buy SOL at the bottom. Right? Because what you're doing is you're buying the gas fees that you're going to be using for the next 2 years. You're buying them as cheap as possible. And then you load your wallets up. And now when something pops up and there is an opportunity, you have your wallet downloaded. There's money there to transact on. You're comfortable on DEXs. You've used swaps before. Right? You're past that whole learning curve. Now you can actually move.
What you say is important, of course, but compared to a centralized exchange, it's not the same experience of trading. I mean, I tried Intent-X.
No, that's why you guys got centralized exchanges now. You guys can figure out your centralized exchanges. They have their pros and their cons, but there's things on DEXs that you can't get.
You know, you can do 50x leverage on Bitcoin on that DEX. The problem is it's just, I don't know, it's not the same experience. It's like, it's slow. You know, just confirming the transaction takes like another.
I don't think one's meant to replace the other. As long as we have access to decentralized storefronts, we'll be fine. But if we let centralized exchanges decide what we can buy and what we can't buy and when we can buy it, we're going to miss out on all the gains. Everybody else is going to get rich without you. Imagine if you waited to get in on projects when they dropped on centralized exchanges. Just think of all the memes that we've had that have run crazy, and then they get the centralized exchange listing, and then you go look at the chart.
Moved Bitcoin on MetaMask. Can you even do that?
No. Well, I haven't looked at MetaMask for a while. They might have brought something in. I hold my MetaMask on Unisat. I hold my Bitcoin on Unisat.
Because I was thinking, if there's a bank run, where would I move my Bitcoin from Coinbase? And
get yourself a nice Tangent card or a nice ledger, and that's your bank. That's your vault. You know, that's where you move things to when things get scary.
Is the seed phrase and all?
Just have a mnemonic phrase.
Yeah, you need to see.
I think I trust my my exchange more than myself to self-custody.
Well, that's something we need to work on.
What if I forget my seed phrase? What if there's a fire in my house and just burns?
Well, that's why we do the things we do. That's why we have titanium plates with our seed phrase sitting in safety deposit boxes.
What if someone steals my plate? What if
you put it in a safety deposit box?
At the bank?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna pay for that. No, it's gonna be free.
What do you mean? You pay for your bank account?
Yeah, but the safety deposit box is extra, no? It doesn't. I mean,
well, it's providing security that unless you can provide that level of security for yourself, then you pay somebody to provide that level of security for you. It's just cost of business.
I guess those cloud wallets maybe are not such a bad idea.
They are better than an exchange wallet, but not as good as a cold wallet because you do have the vulnerability of being online.
Yeah.
Cold wallets are the most secure way. You generate your private key offline. You send a test transaction to it. And then you just you can split your seed phrase into 3 pieces, and you can store those 3 pieces in separate locations. You don't have to store everything in the same place.
I like Tangem personally. Tangem has a good mix of security and ease of use, and it's not electronic, right? It's literally just a card with NFC chip. Your phone reads it, unlocks the app, you put in your password. You need both the card and the phone and the password to make any transactions. If your phone has biometrics, then that's another level of safety there. Somebody would literally have to break in your house, have you at gunpoint, have your phone, have your card, gun to your head, and then you could give them your fake seed phrase, which sends you to a sub account on Tangem that you can just have, 0.01 ETH or something. Be like, look, I told you I didn't have anything.
What happens if I do all that and then I die?
Well, you got to leave that in your will. All that information has to get left in your will. Your cards would get You'd have the card that you have safe in the bank account with whatever your jewels or whatever your deed for your house, all the important shit you keep safe. That would be passed on to a loved one with instructions on how to access it.
Because like centralized exchanges, you know, if you send them a certificate of death and all, I guess there's a chance of getting the account, right?
Yeah, that is the way that you do it on a centralized exchange. If you provide them with a death certificate, then you can get that back. But yeah, like instructions is fine. Like I guess you just have to assume that the security of your instructions is just as open to the security of your seed phrase.
Yeah. Raul says, how many Bitcoin are you holding? I won't be answering that, and I don't think anybody should ever answer that. Not enough would be my answer.
Yeah, I've been selling mine actually quite a lot, to be honest with you. When we got above 100K, you know, I need to live, so.
Yeah, it's what it's for, right? It's just like any other asset. You can't hold it so precious that you feel like you can't spend it. People do the same thing with money. They make all this money and they make all this money and they won't spend it. You can't get them to spend it, and you know their life would be better if they just did A, B, C, or D. But the focus is in accumulation. You don't want to get to that point, right? The whole point of this thing is to live a better life, to live a more comfortable life for you and your family, less stress. If that means you have to sell your Bitcoin to buy something, you sell your Bitcoin to buy something, you know?
I just bought myself ear pads to change the ear pads on my headset. And honestly, when I press buy, I did think about, wait a second, this could be a few Satoshis. Like, I don't really need it.
I'll be honest with you, it has helped with my spending because, I mean, I look at things way different than I did when I was just spending money crazy. In the beginning, when I first hit the top of the bull market and had a bunch of money, you know, that cycle where you just do the stupid thing that you're not supposed to do. The problem is that you get down to the next. Well, I'll tell you what happened to me specifically. You go and you get the nice house, you get the nice car, you get the jewelry, you get the clothes, you get all of the shit that the young kid in you thinks you're supposed to get when you get rich. And then you're in the bear market now, and you've got some money, you know, you play with it, and then you're looking around at all of this shit, and you're doing the math, and you're like, what am I, you know what I mean? Like, why? Like, just delayed gratification for 8-year delayed gratification and recompounding, you know, and that house that you got so excited about buying now has a 3rd story on it, and that car you have now has a matching yacht. You know, it's all about delayed gratification and compounding. So at the top of the market, I always get myself something nice, right? You've got to pay yourself for what you've done, but I don't spend the way I used to. Definitely not. It's because of what Zeusi's saying. Every time I spend something, I'm like, damn, that would have been, you know,
I'll make myself
a couple of Satoshis down at the bottom. That would have been, you know, like, how much do you really need?
Computer is getting old, so I'll make myself a new computer, I guess.
Nah, I think too much, Kane. I think 1 mil next bull market is too much. Let's run it forward with diminishing returns, right? If we get a 10x during this bull market and we hit like 150, then let's say we get diminishing returns on that, and on the next one we only get maybe 500k, 600k. It would be the 3rd one, in my opinion, where we have a probable chance of hitting 1 million if the increase in market cap stays at the rate that it's been increasing now. If we get a huge influx during the next one, SBRs and everything goes crazy, who knows? But at the pace that we're going now, 2 bull markets.
Can we have bearish scenarios? Because then we're all looking up.
It's because we're looking long term, right? We got to look short term for bearish scenarios.
Yeah, but there are bearish scenarios long term, even for 2035. Bitcoin doesn't have to go to 1 million in 2035. Oh. Gotta think a bit out of the box. Everybody knows the crypto cycle now. What if it breaks?
One thing I'll give you is that we're gonna have a test that we haven't had before. which is the real estate 18.6-year cycle coming to an end. Right, Bitcoin was born at the bottom of the last, real estate cycle. So we haven't seen a full real estate cycle drop since Bitcoin's been born, right? So that's going to be the big test, in my opinion.
And you can have a trend line for that test if you connect $50 with $250, something like that. It's gonna give you Bitcoin's all-time uptrend, multi-cycle uptrend.
Ozul says I'm 17. I have about $1,000. Do I buy BTC and hold it, or buy it on spot and hold until 150? I mean, you're not
back in 1 year.
With $1,000. You're not gonna make huge returns on Bitcoin. There's projects that you can get into that are lower market cap without getting risky, right? Because what you want to make sure is that you don't lose that $1,000 more than anything. But you do want to try to bubble it up as much as you can, so that when we get to the bottom of the next bear market, then you can throw it into something. But
Yeah.
So yeah,
Advice-
not financial
$10,000.
advice, but there are better projects that you can get into and get a better return without getting too risky.
Oh man, don't bother with shitcoins. Just put that $1,000.
That's what I said,
in
without getting risky. You could literally
No, but like you
sit
could
it
like
in a Sol
assume
or sit it in a
Put it in
You
a
could-
government
you-
bonds. In 1 year, you get 4% more, right? And then you can buy Bitcoin when it's like in a downtrend. On the
I
weekly,
think like specifically in answer to that question, like yeah, I mean like we can speculate that we're going to 150, which is like what, like 50% from here. But we cannot guarantee that, and we've already seen 600% from the bear market low. So do you want to buy here is the question. Yeah, you might see another 50%, you might see another 100%, but it's not guaranteed.
Yeah, I'm still holding
could be
Jasmine, Pete.
guaranteed,
I'm still holding
but
Jasmine.
it's still safer. Like buying Bitcoin at
But
is still safer than any alt.
the most bullish part of that whole question, Ozul, is the I'm 17 part. The fact that you're 17 and you're here and you're asking about Bitcoin and you're not asking about Chinese Pepe Jr.
Good sign.
You're gonna be all right, bro. Just stick around. It's a very good sign. You've got a lot of time. You've got a lot of cycles left ahead of you. You know, one cycle from the bottom to the top turns that 1K into 10K. Your next cycle turns that 10K into 100.
You know, the Fed gives 4% per year. Not that bad. It's roughly inflation.
Yeah, everybody's mics. It's not. I can try to fix it on my side, but Zeusy just has a soft mic, I think.
Just trolling a bit too, but
Yeah, sorry, I do have a tendency of shouting into the mic.
No, it's Discord is weird, bro. I wish it gave me a way to just. I guess it's the differences between everybody's mic individually, which makes it hard to control. So I've got to do everybody's sort of separate. Eventually, we'll get it figured out. I think I just dropped yours a little bit.
audio chipset also makes a difference.
I'm just using the built-in M2 Air microphone, so probably not the best quality.
No, that sounds good. How's that? Is that better? I think I leveled it out a little bit.
Who was low?
You're low, but you're regularly low. They were saying that he was a little high. He was coming in hot.
I like low. Cool. Keep me low.
Yeah, turn me down.
Turn me on.
With all the talking I do, imagine if people could hear it. Oh. that have a headache.
People can hear. People like listening to you, Zusi. They just put their TV on 100, and then when somebody else pops in that doesn't have a low mic, everybody in the house freaks out. Still struggling with this uptrend here. Haven't invalidated that bull flag as of yet.
Well, I had a plan. I forgot. What was it? There's nothing happening. So, what was my plan? Oh yeah, I went along the top. Yeah.
That's the plan. Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
this
you
point,
do have a
at
bullish
this
trigger
point,
here. That this target is a bullish trigger at this point. 97.2. If we get above that, there's something. There's
yeah,
play
exactly.
there. Yeah.
I'll just break out.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like if you break 97.3 with like aggressively, you're looking at like a 99.7, 100.
Yeah. No, Kane. I'm in like 32 positions right now, bro. We're just watching BTC closely because of dominance. But when alt season gets up and running, we'll definitely have more charts on the screen. We'll go to like a 4 chart setup, and we'll keep whatever alts happen to be running at the time on the screen. But there's more actionable in data on Bitcoin and Dom right now. Our SOS, if this is playing out, and this is our LPS, our SOS for Wyckoff should take us above 100. My target 3 is at 101.3. That would be our SOS. And then we'd have to watch the hold support on the range. If we hold support on the range after the SOS, guys, this thing's going to keep going. My opinion. That means that our accumulation range has come to an end. Everybody that needed to accumulate has done so. Everybody that was scared and easily shaken out has been shaken out. And now the coins are in stronger hands that are willing to hold longer.
Yeah, like when you start seeing that price action where it's like, oh, it just keeps breaking out, and like if you were to just long the breakout, it would work, you know it's bullish. Because usually it will just fake out, give it back. But when you start seeing those breakouts, you got some good momentum.
Well, what you'll notice is sell orders will come in and they'll sell 50 Bitcoin and price will drop what it's supposed to drop for 50 Bitcoin, and then it'll continue moving. So you stop getting those panic sells that follow every red candle. Right? Those panic sells are weak hands. They see a red candle, they freak out. Eventually those weak hands get shaken out, and it's just sitting in strong hands that don't care about a 2% drop on Bitcoin, you know? That doesn't move them to sell.
Terrible idea of breakout longing 97.5. Terrible idea. You're longing into demand, supply, resistance, whatever.
Yeah, no, I'd never make
But
that move, but I'm just saying, like when you observe that price action.
Topside
But,
potential
doesn't
here
want-
at the most bullish is 5%. That's our 101.3. That would be our SOS top, in my opinion. So you just have to decide whether 5% is enough to, is enough to play with for you, worth the headache. I'm sure you guys are gonna slap a little bit of leverage
Nah,
on
but
that. So
probably not much is gonna happen this night. But tomorrow maybe we'll get 95 or 97.5. One of the two more interesting areas. We're like in the middle. Well, not in the middle actually, closer to the top.
the sentiment was exactly the same, Mike. That's what I was saying. I was like, guys, like, how many times did I say it on that day? Macro support, high levels of FUD. And then call that 90 body, 88 wick. The signals were there. The shit couldn't have played out any more perfectly.
Oh, but it's not done. It's never done. we're either not done pumping or we're not done dumping. If this fails at a lower high, well, we're still going down. And we broke below 5th of December, so I can say we are going down now. Like this wasn't the case before. We wicked below 5th of December. So
At some
Bitcoin is in a
point,
downtrend.
at some point, people need to stop counter trading trend, though.
Yeah, but we are now in a downtrend. So
Yeah, but we
Well,
achieved
our
a higher high.
our
just here.
trend is this range. Our trend
we
is this
broke into the-
range.
For me, we were going still upward, because 5th of December low was the lowest point, and we just had made a higher high, and all of this stuff was
Do you
just a
have
higher
more
low.
lower lows
That's
here?
not true anymore.
Do you have more lower lows here, or do you have more co-equal bottoms? If you're following a trend down from 108,
Well,
how many higher
no,
lows? How many higher
I
lows do we
agree to
have?
them.
Okay, so how many co-equal bottoms
No,
do we
I
have?
know.
So what's the longer trend? What's the trend you're supposed to be respecting right now?
The bigger
Is it
trend
the
is up.
downtrend,
The
or
local
is it?
trend is down now, though. But the bigger trend is upward, of course. But the local trend is now downward. So if this fails at, I don't know, 99.5 or 100K, like if it fails to put a higher high above 102, we're in big trouble. And if it fails to even, I mean, it even has to break above 108. But at least above 102 to confirm a higher high, at least locally, would be a good thing, because after that you're still expecting a higher low. So anything
My
above
point is,
89, not below.
my point is, at what point do we stop expecting to hold support at the bottom of this range, or to get resistance at the top?
When you close like a week or a month below it.
And if you haven't seen it, then why the surprise? Like, I don't understand why the surprise that we're hit the bottom of the range and literally hit the bottom of the range, hit the point of control, retested the bottom of the range. Now we're above the point of control, and people are still confused about the direction of this.
It's up. The 15-minute direction is obviously up. I just wonder.
Yeah, the trend
if
is your
we're gonna have
friend until the
enough
end,
strength
and
to
this
put the
is the
high high.
trend. Until we get confirmation that this is no longer the trend, this is the trend. We said it all the way back here when we said chances are we get stuck in this trend all the way till inauguration, and that was just off of the double bottom and the double top.
The only problem is if you
Everybody's just trying to be smarter than the average bear and get in front of the next move, and that's what's costing people on both sides. On both sides. We very rarely get such an obvious sort of range, like when the market gives you a pattern and it keeps confirming it over and over. The longer you take to realize that you're in that pattern, so you can, monetize it.
Yeah, and we could have identified it in November.
Yeah, you could have. Yeah, it could have been you
could
have been playing.
That's the worst part for me.
Yeah, you could have been playing the return to that range, exactly.
How's everybody doing?
What's
the
good,
most
Mike?
bullish thing you can get after an impulse is just to go sideways at the top there. It's very bullish. Like we should have dumped, but we're not. So it's just delayed.
Now we're gonna pump Zuzi. Come on.
Yeah.
Gotta pump it up.
As long as we're above 90,500, yeah.
Did you guys, Dbloc, sorry, did you have a chance looking at that assemble protocol? Did you do any research on it?
I tried to, but there really nothing stood out. I mean, there's nothing there's no glaring red flags that I see, but it just doesn't seem to be getting a lot of hype. I've been watching to see if any of the sort of influencers I'm looking at sort of following it and stuff.
A lot of exchanges either, so.
Nah, not yet. It's still early. I mean, the good thing is that it's early, right? The bad thing is that there's really not a lot of time left. So it needs to start catching some fire.
True. I took a very small position, but my friend, he got in early actually, like I think at 2.5.
Oh, nice. Did he
He went
TP at all,
fast.
or?
No, actually, he's still holding everything.
Hey, head and shoulder wise, we could look at this as a head, no? No, inverted head and shoulder wise a bit.
Well, we do have to sort of pay attention to this head and shoulders, the bigger one that we were talking about, right? This was our break. This was where I was saying if we fake down the break of that head and shoulders, we're going to trap a shit ton of people because everybody was looking at this head and shoulders, right? So that wick, you already know people hit that sell button on that wick. This is what they've been waiting for. But to invalidate this now, right, we've got to come up. It's still not invalid. You know, we could still come down and, you know. But, yeah. I never trusted this head and shoulders, bro. I'm telling you, it always smelled fishy to me. There was something about it that just didn't sit right in my soul.
I hope we're right on this one.
Yeah, you and me both.
I really hope we're right. And you know, the stock market broke it to the downside, like S&P did, break it to the downside, and it's finding resistance at the neckline. No, it's still around the neckline though. Like it didn't play its measured move to the downside. Nasdaq did because it's upward slanted. I mean, it's a way of reading price, a bit stupid, but so your retest of the break of the neckline was actually very high. Because the whole thing is really upward slanted, and on Nasdaq you reached the measured move. Like it already broke to the downside and is trying to find support at the measured move of the downward leg. So like almost we're at the daily for 4-hour 200 MA. There's plenty of reasons to think it can bounce from here. It's also turning the previous highs from July into support now. That's like it's a very it's a bit even too bullish because if you can't dump below July high, well, the bearish ABC is not valid. Huh? If it's not valid, we are not going to see 19,000 Nasdaq. It's just going to bounce up from here and give a higher high, all-time high, price discovery and all again. And that would fit with Bitcoin at 140K.
I hope I am wrong, but I have such a strong conviction that just a bear trap, that head and shoulder, man.
Yep.
Which I am not putting no stop loss. If they wick down like we did the other day, screw that shit. I'm not gonna fall for it.
And if Bitcoin can just do a bear trap there, while the stock market actually plays out to the downside, that's strength.
Yeah, the nasty thing is that drop was 3 ATRs underneath, which means even your ATR stop loss guys, even your safe ones that put 1, your even safer guys that put 2, your paranoid guys like me that dropped their stop loss 3 ATRs, even they got wicked.
Oh, you know me, I came back, saw the notifications while it was happening, and came back, opened the charts, and we were already at 93 or somewhere there. So,
Dbloc, did you change the screen? Did you do anything, or why it seems lately I have a better view on TV and a tablet on YouTube?
I'm not sure. I don't think I did anything. It should be in HD though, at least. I wanted to stream in 4K, but there's no way to stream your chart and the way YouTube works. If you stream in 4K, it's gonna give you that 15-second delay, and I don't think y'all want the 15-second delay. So I think
No, thank you.
Yeah, 1080p is more than good enough for charts.
I think what makes it better too, I think you've been resetting it daily. I think so.
Yeah. If it runs for too long, I think it tends to. Yeah, I've got to do that more often. I really need to get on my grind with that. I want to start at least 3 times a day. I want to come in the morning, restart, do my little TA for the day, whatever, and then have a another restart during the day, and then restart at night, so that the overnight one is basically on its own. And then I want to
Yeah, I
label
mean,
them different so people know, like, if you want to come in and watch the show, watch the last episode or whatever, you don't have to go through that whole 12-hour of just nighttime where nobody's on.
yep, that makes sense. Plus, we all have our notification on, and I don't have time to sit, but I received the notification.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I just log in, click like, and just whatever, come later if I want to.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm done with all the YouTube stuff. I'm focusing on Discord this week. So we're going to do a bunch of upgrades, get a bunch of those rooms in, test out some of these bots that I'm looking at. I'm actually looking for a good AI agent. I want a good research AI agent that we could bring in, and we'll have a research room down at the bottom. And then whenever anybody's doing any sort of research on whatever projects, they can go into one of the research rooms and have access to the bot for, simple shit.
Nice. Have you put out the paid program yet? Because I haven't been on lately, honestly. I've been busy about
I got the bot in. I made the first buy. I'm just testing the whole payment service and everything. I'm waiting. I gotta wait 2 days for the payment to clear and make sure that everything is set up correctly. But I'm doing it through WAP. It's simple. You go and you press the button. It gives you your role, and then I'll be able to add stuff to it later.
All right, I just didn't want to miss it since
No,
I haven't been
I
on.
got you.
And then you guys just.
I was gonna do it
I
was gonna do it like 2 weeks ago, and then the market dropped a little bit, and I'm like, you know what? Let me just wait till prices go up a little bit. I don't want to bang anybody over the head for $50 while they're underwater. It's not per month, Galactic. It's gonna be a one-time fee of $50. It's not. I'm not trying to hit anybody over the head. We're just trying to separate the people that are really here to learn versus the ones that just want to come on and talk or show projects and shit like that. It'll never be more than that.
Except Bitcoin, right? Like everybody who wants to chill Bitcoin is welcome, right?
I mean, you could show whatever you're in. If you're in something, if you bought it and you think it's a good idea, by all means, tell us why you think it's a good idea. But, we've been getting raided lately every night by bots. And eventually they are going to come in the Discord. So we gotta get on top of that. Doge with the 10 gifted. I appreciate you, brother. No, that's I'm doing that this week, Mike. I already downloaded the game. That's part of the upgrades for the Discord that I'm gonna do. And but we got to do the pay thing first, because that'll come with the membership, right? When you pay your $50 for the thing, you'll get your avatar for the game and all that. I'm trying to do it all in order.
Or someone will come and ask, like me. I wasn't sure about that project, and I logged in to ask you guys because I'm sure always I know Dbloc has more experience than me, and I wasn't sure. I was confused. We can just help each other with all these stuff. So
Yeah, for sure. And it's about, honestly, a lot of it is about keeping it manageable. Like, I want to be able to have one-on-one time with everybody, right? It's nice to be able to come on and you're like, hey, look at this coin. I'm like, oh, that's cool, whatever. But if it stays free for too long, then you're just going to have 10,000 people in here, and nobody's going to have, it'd be impossible to literally do any sort of portfolio reviews or anything like that. So I want to keep it small to a size where there's still value, right? Everybody's been in these big Discords where you get to listen, but nobody really has time to help you one-on-one or anything.
man, I agree 100%.
Nah, you should be able to play it too, Pepin. Everybody, I think it works through Discord. I'll figure it out this week. It's either Discord or people who are subscribed, but I think you can do both. There's got to be a way to allow your gifts, Pepin. I know it says you can't because you're a creator or whatever it says, but there's got to be a way around that. I haven't been messing with any yield farming, Maddie. I played a little bit at the beginning of the year for some airdrops. I was just pushing transactions and trying to qualify, but I really just have a bad taste in my mouth when it comes to any sort of any of those sort of games right now. Just stay on chain, right? If you're gonna stake, if you're gonna try to get some yield, like stay on chain. That whole third party shit, give your BNB to BNB Fury for a 50% yield per day. Like, we had fun with that already, right? We've already burned that out. You got to stay safe now when it comes to it. DeFi summer was crazy, yo. Some of the yield we were getting was just, you knew it couldn't last. Like, it's not sustainable, right?
This liquid staking, is that going to be safe during the, let's say if I have some in it and during the kind of tops when I decide to get it out, do they ever give problem get it out?
With liquid staking, as long as the underlying asset is going up, you're okay. The problem happens when it starts to drop. So you want to be out before the tops, for sure.
I do have one experience with that automated. Well, it's not only liquid staking; it was also liquidity provisioning. It was called Orange Finance. I put a bit there. They got stolen their ETH. They say. I think reality is, someone just took the money and ran.
Yeah, reality is they were over leveraged. Shit hit the fan, and they had to get creative. Kane with the 5 gifted. I appreciate you, brother. Appreciate the support, bro.
So yeah, it's all cool. I mean, you get plenty of APY rewards, but once you see your ETH disappear, you're gonna see it before they take it completely out. Yeah, there are signs.
Yeah. You don't want to be the
Like,
last one out. Let's just put it like that, right? You never want to be the last one out.
You need to monitor the performance a bit of the algorithm, and if it's doing bad, well, they stop it.
Bitcoin's respecting this uptrend pretty nicely here. Last 3 candles, anyways.
Does that look like an inverted head and shoulder?
What's good, Epic?
Doing good. Hey, do me a favor, Dbloc. Just out of curiosity, can you pull up on TradingView the USDT.D chart for dominance?
Oh, well, hold on. Turk with the 10 gifted. Appreciate you, brother. USDTD.
Yeah. And set it for the 5-minute.
Hello, where's my USDTD?
You wrote TD, not DT.
Oh, okay.
No, DT.
When you're telling yourself in your head, don't do it, don't do it. And your brain's like, you mean do it? No, I don't mean do it. I mean, don't do it.
Do it for the 5-minute for me.
The dollar is dying, right, Epic?
Well, no, I wanted to double check something to confirm something with Bitcoin.
On the 5-minute?
Yeah. And then zoom in. So right there at the end, we're at psychological low, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we got a triple bottom that formed where the third leg down just barely went down. We had a divergence and then it popped back up. I'm curious because as it goes up, Bitcoin goes down because money's coming out of Bitcoin going into cash. So
money's coming out of stables going into Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if this continues to pump back up to daily open or psychological high. if that's what I'm seeing here with that triple bottom.
Yeah, I mean, you do have a triple bottom. It hasn't been able to get back over the 50 EMA though, so it is showing a little bit of weakness. But yeah, if this pumps up, you would expect Bitcoin to retrace, which is what we've
evening.
been sort of waiting for on the daily. If you look at
USDT dominance is also reflective of USDT margin trading as well.
Mhm.
So there's a lot more to it than just it goes up, Bitcoin goes down.
Yeah, this is that SR flip that we're watching right now that we've held.
Oh, you
Resistance,
mean if I use my...
resistance, support.
Yep.
That's our structure
And that's
break.
what I'm watching.
Yeah, that would be our structure break there if that comes down underneath that. Your bear flag is not really played out completely.
When I open a short, it pumps USDT dominance or it dumps it?
Let me take a conservative measured move here though for
When I open a short, I sell Bitcoin to buy USDT, so it pumps it, right?
Is it when you close your?
When I close my
position?
short, I sell my USDT to buy Bitcoin, so it should dump dominance. I don't know though, because no, you're staying
it's a
in
good
USDT
thought.
the whole time. You know, you're not acting on dominance.
this would
Yeah,
be your
it's
next SR flip here.
The whole trade is backed by USDT, so you're not acting on dominance.
Yeah, because you settle at the end, borrow and sell.
That's what I'd be looking for there. And then to invalidate this, you're gonna want a higher high above 6.5%.
But even if we don't close the trade, it doesn't affect dominance, because imagine everybody takes a short right now on Bitcoin using USDT. Well, that USDT is locked as collateral, so it's not.
Yeah,
I'll be right
It's
back,
not
guys.
being sold.
no,
or
exactly.
bought.
No. I'm saying the same thing.
So, like, I'm not sure leverage trades show in the USDT dominance chart. Maybe they do. When you get liquidated, maybe it does act, or when you...
Like derivatives. No, I'm not sure. It's a good question, actually.
They definitely add to supply, but
no, because I already have the USDT, right? It's USDT collateral, so
yeah,
I already have the USDT.
all
I
depends.
use it.
So hypothetically, you go from fiat to USDT, that adds to the USDT supply percentage.
Yes.
Obviously,
Yes.
depending how much you add, but obviously most of us for the most part are prawns, so we don't really add like $1 million at a time. So
No,
it
of
obviously
course
doesn't
not,
have a
but-
big effect. But when you see like the minting, when you see the minting notifications of like whale alerts, you'll see like they'll mint like 1 billion USDT at a time to service the demand. And then also what they do as well is I know with USDC they burn. They've got a burning mechanism to keep the supply a little bit kind of more in control than what USDT is.
I'm pretty sure we're creating
USDT
virtual
have some
USDT.
mechanism. Tether has a mechanism to monitor and keep supply floated.
Yeah, surely exchanges can buy USDT from the reserve in order to supply their users.
Exchanges are already loaded up.
They're already
So-
loaded up, yeah.
Yeah, they'll have in reserves. They very rarely add to reserves. They'll only really add to reserves in the bear market.
But when we get those notifications saying, you know, 1 billion USDT just printed, how is that getting divvied out? How is it getting used?
That goes straight to the USDT reserve or whatever
Yeah.
their central wallet or whatever it is. And then from there, the exchanges have on-chain, I don't know, somehow access to buy or pull. So hypothetically, I go to Bybit now and I buy some USDT. If the exchange doesn't have, they'll just dip straight and then do the kind of blockchain transaction to move everything from the USDT wallet to their central wallet to our kind of local wallet, if you call it that. So, but for the most part, USDT won't mint as much. That's what I'm seeing at the moment as well. I think USDT has a way higher floating supply at the moment than what USDC has.
We know when big money's coming in when you get those well alerts that they just minted, billions of coin. It's usually in
But I see
preparation
that
for
more on
inflow.
USDC.
Yeah. It's usually for
But also as well, given USDC and Circle, kind of as another thought, is that I know a lot of my American friends, they also as well as a saving mechanism because Coinbase has that yield on, I think it's 4% on USDC deposits.
Circle and USDC are a pilot program, in my opinion, for the US dollar. We just haven't admitted it yet.
Call it digital dollar or whatever they call it. This coin, whatever.
It's obvious to me that they're the preferred choice.
Yeah. So where I was getting to is USDC kind of has more demand because obviously the yield, and also as well the fact that if you have it in Coinbase, there's obviously that what do you call it, Fred? Oh, we were talking about it. The FDIC. Sorry, obviously I'm not American, so
yeah.
They have the FDIC insurance on it, so.
And you get the 4% on purchases for your USDC through your Coinbase card too. So a lot of people sit there just to spend.
Lots of my, basically all the American kind of crypto bros that I know, they're all on Coinbase as their off ramp and on ramp. They all have a form of saving mechanism where they stake the USDC as well as a saving mechanism because you're not getting hardly anything in the bank. And then obviously they trade. And then, kind of pay capital gains tax or whatever if they trading spot, or they pay income tax if they trading USDT, USDC, or whatever the perps or futures, whatever they can get paid out in. So that's what I did as well. Kind of in the bear market, before I started deploying, I had a fat stack in, I think it was crypto.com, and I was getting 2.5% APY, whatever it is. Ended up making quite a bit before I deployed back into start about 22,000 I started deploying when we literally as we start, or kind of I think it was 3 or 4 days in after FTX, the whole FTX thing. I think we were about 23,000 where I started deploying a lot aggressively. But yeah, I think everything now as well is waiting for CPR tomorrow. I don't think Asia will do a run on liquidity. Just my thought at this point. They've already topped out and created a level rise here, Dbloc. What are you on? You're on the 15-minute. We're probably on a 15-minute. Did we get a... If I have a look.
I've got us in a rise level 1 here.
I would say rise level 2 at the moment.
I was looking at
the top of the V or the W was for me a rise level 1.
Oh, I see.
Where were you pointing?
Yeah.
And then obviously we've had rise level 2 up and above the 800 EMA. But you don't always get three rises, specifically now with a lot of volatility and waiting on news. You may not get your third level, specifically on your weekly trade, if you call it that, your 1 hour 15-minute, where we had kind of the capitulation into Sunday, Monday, or New York open on Monday, and then now.
It's like news events just eat up like the liquidity that is going to be is already positioned anyway. Like today for PPI, we had some big volume come in, but we didn't even break the high that occurred previously in the day. So CPI should be interesting tomorrow. But
we're 2 days into our 3-day rise, in my opinion.
Just above. Yeah, not really moved because basically we're just playing above the Asia range high from Monday as well. So it's like
Exactly.
we traded all the way along the Asia range on Monday, dropped in UK session and New York into New York open on Monday, and then we've come all the way back up into the Asia range from Monday. Or
Yeah,
above it
so
now.
as
We came
as
back.
far as I'm concerned, right now, I'm quite happy with the structure I see, and like unless some news event is like ridiculous, like nothing's really going to change what I'm kind of witnessing in the price action at the moment.
You've got to hope that CPR doesn't come in anomalous. That's the
Yeah.
concern here. CPR either needs CPR needs to be, because today was also a bit of a
Yeah, but you can have
anomaly.
bullish results and bearish price action and vice versa. Like it really does
But
not.
you can have it. Today was a news failure, in my view.
Was it? I saw the other two.
Because it should have pumped based on what was happening, based on what the results were. Everything should have pumped more, in my view, right?
Temper that with the sentiment, though. Temper that with the sentiment that we had down at 90. And then look at the reaction. Look at the reaction that we had. So I think if you temper the sentiment with the news, I think we've managed to hold very well. Because most people are still freaked out right now.
What I was thinking as well is what I was looking at the order books specifically just for limits, passive orders. They're still, for the most part, fairly spread. There wasn't a high level of concentration that I could see where it's a good $500 to $1,000 either side of price at the moment, if more than that. For me to say they're going to do a run on liquidity, the orders need to be sitting a lot closer and a lot more stacked, where I don't see that they are. So I'm seeing just above, between 97.5 and 98. It's kind of where I was seeing to the upside.
Yeah, right here, look.
And then below 90, then below 93, 92 to 93 is where the big boy limits are again.
These guys right here, what we've been sort of aiming towards that we haven't hit yet. Our 20 mil sell order and our 24 mil sell order. Yeah, between 98 and 99. We already came down and smacked these two. Yeah, these were our targets to the bottom. These were our targets to the top. We already smacked both of those. And now we're going.
So what I want to see in the morning when I wake up, obviously I'm UK, so I'm up before New York session even starts. So what I want to see is I want to start seeing orders coming in. So over Asia, I want to see what limits come in. For me, the order book's not stacked enough to kind of give me a good gauge as to they're going to start pulling orders to pull price up or pushing orders to pull price down, or whatever you call it. So I don't see them. Yeah, for now, I don't see Asia doing much. But when I wake up in the morning, I'll reevaluate. And if the orders are starting to stack to a certain side, then I can kind of start biasing myself a certain way. If those orders are just not being removed closer to the news.
Yeah, what's interesting is we had more volume, like positive delta volume injected this morning than we actually did for the PPI result. So people are actually getting to the point now where they're starting to speculate prior to the news, which I quite like. It just adds some padding, right?
Yeah, UK session though, it's more longs taking profit and a few shorts open, and since then it's just been flip-flopping between a few longs open, few shorts open, few longs closed, few shorts closed. It's not wanting to pick a direction just yet.
These blue levels here are the range that we've been in. This is our Wyckoff accumulation. Hold on, I can drag it over.
Just turn your large limits off, because I think
I know I'm trying to avoid having to. This is me fighting with my own. I know that's exactly what I should do.
Was it large orders?
Yeah,
What's
yeah.
it called?
So this being our spring, we're waiting for that LPS, right? If we haven't already got it. But we just got to respect the range, guys. We've got to respect this trend. And then when we slap our large orders back on, you know, we see the fuel there. Now the SOS that we're looking for, you know, at above these levels, that we're going to have to work for. But once you hold the bottom of that range, support is support until it's not. Once you hold the bottom of that range, you've got to err on the side of a push to the top until proven different. I mean, we've ignored that. If you've ignored that this whole time, you've missed out on some good gains. Let me turn that off and see what we have for liquidation. Yeah, large liquidations and then large liquidations above where our SOS would be. Been a great little
Yeah,
run
like
though.
if you're bullish, the gift of a retest would be like 92, 93. But of
Yeah,
course,
92,
that's if you,
93 is
yeah, that's
a
the if you want to
local
get
golden
in
pocket.
and you want to be. Yeah, I mean it's Monday's close of the VWAP. It's the value area low of the range that started to form around Wednesday, Thursday last week, which we're currently trading above. Yeah.
See, I was
If you're
thinking it was
if you're bullish bias.
92.5 would be that mid-range reversal.
Yeah, 92.5. Yeah, I have
And that's
92.5
only
as well.
because that person, the 46 mil, I think popped up at 92.5, or there was some large amount of Bitcoin that was shilling at 92.5.
It was
We're in the book
46.
Yeah,
now.
It was 46. It's not there anymore, right?
I don't know.
I don't think it's there anymore. What I think that is this guy here, the 46 mil buy, had a 46 mil sell. And that was his plan. And he had it in the books already. But when this didn't fill completely, his 46 mil buy only filled 16%. He canceled the rest of the order down here after he got wicked the second time without getting filled. And then I noticed that 46 mil sell order stayed there for a while, but then it got removed. So to me, that just smells like that guy had a. And what's crazy is because this guy put this play into effect back here. Back here. This is where he had $46 million waiting to buy the dip on Bitcoin. And he only got filled 5% on the first time. And he left that order there through all of this, got skipped there, didn't get hit. Came down here, got skipped again just to get hit here and only filled for another 11% more.
That's some BS.
He was, bro, can you imagine? I'd be so pissed. Oh my God. Punch in the air in a dark room. Yeah.
dude, that's insane. I thought when you were explaining that yesterday that was like a freshie. Like, so
No,
that
that
was
guy's been there
from
for
way
a
back.
while, since that wick. The reason that we even came back down into that liquidity wick was because of the amount of orders that got skipped because it was so fast. Right, this move was so quick that it left.
They were pulling orders though the whole way down.
Yeah.
This is the thing. I was watching it live, and I mentioned it last night. They were pulling orders as they were coaxing it. So they had some spoof orders sitting to pull the books, to pull the price down with it. Get those aggressive shorters committing for anyone else that was watching the order books, and then was it 89? Where did we bounce? What was the low of that wick?
That
Around
was a
89,000.
crazy indecision
It
wick.
hit
that one.
89,000. From 89 to the orders did not move. Those guys held firm. They were like, put the handbrake up right here. And then it started bouncing. And then as soon as it started hitting about 89.4, the book started adding. Like literally market orders were coming in. And also as well, they were, I was watching it on like the 1 minute at a point on Trading Light. And you could see as it was coming back, it was just like literally Coinbase and Binance in particular on spot were adding quite a lot. And then obviously you had coin margin on Binance as well. They were coming in very heavy handed. It got to like, once it started bouncing in the wick, you could just see the commitment was there to keep that handbrake on and reverse it. They sold the dummy there, and they do it all the time. But this is kind of just how we trade with these, or obviously it's a bit more advanced, but trading swing failure patterns of the wicks.
So look at your
kind of
to what he's saying at the bottom of this wick. Look at when I turn the large orders on, look at the orders that got skipped and waited this entire time to get filled. This was our guy at 46 mil. A 20 got filled. Where's the guy at 46? Because I want to show you how tragic this is. Only 17%, only $8 million out of his 46 mil got filled. And that didn't happen until here. Here, only 5% of his order got filled. But if you turn it all off and just look at the price action, and look what I was saying about us needing that liquidity.
250 left of his.
Yeah, us needing that liquidity is why we kept dumping back in and dumping lower to pull more. Notice the lowest spike that we had, picked up the most amount of money from those orders and gave us our highest sort of move. And then we came and finally cleared out.
Was also a bit arbitrary. It's not arbitrary, but it's just how I know how flows work, is that I could see that with that guy with the 46 million guy, the 250 odd Bitcoin that he had left to fill, he just chilled there. He was happy to wait until it got filled again.
Yeah. And we saw the reaction when he waited all that time very patiently and only got 11% of it filled and then canceled the rest of the order. That's frustration.
The book was moving to there wasn't enough souls into the order, obviously.
And what I love to point out is that this accumulation range that we had here, which is where your whales were accumulating every time it came down, they bought millions here and millions here and millions here and millions here and millions here. They're all laughing at this guy because this guy's new money. At 46 mil, that decided to put just one gorilla buy-in at the bottom for all his chips. That's why you don't do that. That's the reason why we have accumulation ranges, because these guys here aren't going to take this risk that happens to them.
So essentially, market buys had precedence over limit orders in that zone.
The limit orders were getting taken as it was
limit orders
down.
were getting taken, but like, dude, what exchange was he on? Like, fucking hell.
The problem is who can fill that size. Remember, market maker decides whether he wants to fill the order completely or not. So when you've got that much Bitcoin to buy, who fills you? Orders that can get filled fully will take priority. If market maker doesn't step in and fill that order and leave you, well, then you just wanted to buy more Bitcoin that was available at that time.
Yeah, he was sticking out like a sore thumb because I think there was only like 30, 40, maybe 50 odd Bitcoins all the way down. You know, it wasn't like, it was like, 250 Bitcoin. You stick out like sore thumb, like big time. You're the biggest order in the book currently, just waiting to get filled.
That's why I said the other whales had to be laughing at him. Like the other whales had to be like, look at this guy. He swears. Nice plan, bro.
Yeah.
So that was the biggest and longest standing order we've had in that zone.
And since we've been in this accumulation,
Bitcoin or whatever it was.
Right.
Yeah, so,
I mean, it's a ridiculous amount.
what you could see as well is you can just see how these whales just laugh at that as well. What was happening at the time as well was that you could see constantly around it how kind of the lower orders were just stacked. Obviously, you'd think, okay, even exchanges probably do it as well, because obviously they in market makers they would stack just above and just below, right? As well, so they also get some fill in between the whales. And there was just a hell of a lot of small orders filling, and that guy just didn't. Yeah, what did he ended up only filling for about, like, obviously he filled the first time a bit, maybe like 30, 40 Bitcoin.
Yeah.
It was a 44 Bitcoin. He's put 300 in immediate at the first time it was going to come down. Got filled for, I think 44. He left 256 in the book, and I think he only got filled for another 40, 30 to 40. But another, what was it, 14% Dbloc that he got?
In total, it was like 14% that he ended up. No more than 15% filled. Yeah, total fill. 11. The last one on the last bottom was 11. He got another 11% filled on that last wick down.
So 11 of 2. So he got 20. He got about 20 to 25 Bitcoin, maybe 30 Bitcoin. So he was basically filled for 70, wanting to be filled.
Let's we can pull Bitcoin. It up. Hold on. This guy right here, 46 mil. Yeah, 17% filled. So he managed to get $8 million.
Of the total 300 that he ran at the.
Yeah.
Mate, I love that someone like that exists. I love it.
You need people like this.
One of my friends calls them chads.
Yeah, you need people like this.
It's kind of the new term for these, yeah. Or you call, yeah. I probably won't say other words on YouTube just in case you get censored, but yeah. the common term for these guys that just put super big orders in the book and get front runner called chads. That's what my friend calls them.
That's some oil money right there, man.
Legacy USDT thinks that they can come over here and throw money at everything like they do over there, bro. They think that money fixes everything. Like you can just bombard this system with money and it's gonna do what you want.
USDT is gonna try making a quadruple bottom here.
Nice.
It's trying to push up, but it's creeping at the minute.
Dominance is finally breaking the M pattern we've been waiting for at this uptrend.
I've got a few alt longs running as well now. They're actually starting to move a little bit, at least. Literally, I was setting at entry all the way from like UK session all the way through to New York lunch. They started moving now.
This should bring us down to our old uptrend, and that'll be our next test. If we break this next uptrend, then we're really starting to look good here, guys. Roka, I swing trade and I day trade. I think everybody in here has a pretty mixed bag, right? I do it all. Long-term investing, swing trading, day trading.
I only spot swing trade at the moment on like the lower caps, so memes, AI, DeFi, kind of these, yeah. USDT and BTC margin trading in perps and futures, and then mainly just buy an asset, kind of specifically memes. I don't like trading memes on leverage or even AI agents and all these AIs.
No, they are leverage. You're already trading leverage. Trading spot on AI agents, low cap memes, you're already leveraging whatever blockchain that meme is on. To slap leverage on top of that is insane. You know, because just look at the top, like the top market cap memes have brought in 5 to 10x. Have captured 5 to 10x of the inflows of whatever chain they're on. So yeah, you're literally already trading leverage when you're trading memes.
Yeah, so stick to spot. If it goes to zero, that's you write it off. It's so much easier. Because also as well, the way that our tax laws work here is that if I trade them on spot, at least I can write the losses off to capital gains or against capital gains on any other asset profits. So,
yeah.
But with
I think if
trading,
you lose income, you can do the same as well. They're right, because like derivatives counts as income, but I think you can still use it to write off.
The very worst
yeah,
thing.
but you're paying with future or with USDT hypothetically, right? For UK, I don't know if you're based in the UK or not, but that is still 20%. Obviously, you write off.
Yes.
You can write off everything, and you get a flat 20%. But with the £3,000 limit now for this current financial year, whatever the one that we're going to run now, which I've just assessed for, I wrote off a hell of a lot of spot write-offs. Limited my capital gains tax on, so hypothetically I wrote off $2,500 just on some rubbish coins that didn't do well to kind of, so basically my capital gains threshold was £5,500, not £3,000. You kind of you add it in as such, so that helps.
Yeah, it's the same over here.
A good a good tip.
There's less
for
implication on your tax if you write it off on the capital gains side rather than the income side, kind of trading USDT. So that's why I did that one.
A good tip. Good tip for that, for anyone that's would get to the stage of having to pay their taxes, is if you calculate by a highest in first out formula, I think it's what it's called, a HIFO, which essentially calculates your gain or loss based off what you've bought more recently and at a higher price, or not even necessarily more recently, just it calculates the highest price you bought that asset for versus the cost basis. So with this formula, you can generate losses more often, which obviously helps offset your taxes.
Yeah, I just do it straight. So I bought at X, sold at X. It's a $200 whatever loss. Add that onto the capital gains. The capital gains allowance. I just write it straight like that. I don't whether it's in kind of up or just like kind of doing the macro the multi kind of way of doing it. It gets a bit too complex. Yeah, but I use a fairly renowned accounting people here, or crypto tax people here in the UK, as well as Coinly. So really keep on top of everything.
Yeah, nobody likes doing their taxes, that's for sure.
Shit,
I'm lucky
listen,
I've only had
just
to do
tell
for the last
me,
2 years.
just tell me how much I owe, so that you can leave me alone for the next 365 days. That's all I care about. That's how I look at my taxes.
Yeah,
that's the
mean,
ransom that I pay the government to give me 365 days apiece.
Straight up.
Yeah.
There's also a lot of gifting, guys. I mean, there's a lot that you can get into, right? Like, you can gift family members a certain amount.
Yeah.
You could also think about you can also think about an LLC where you're hiring your family members, right? All high net worth individuals have a family office. Family office has employees, right? They handle things in the family office. Family office employees also get salary and they get 401ks. 401k which you match into. A 401k that you match into tax-free. So just think of the implications
of that.
Do. Yeah.
I do a similar thing for the UK or for my wife. So my wife, so the way that we run it, obviously I have a day job. Then we've worked out the LLC that we take a small salary each and then still get dividends each as well to split the tax implication, because otherwise income tax becomes an absolute pain.
Yeah.
All the kind of profits and losses are realized through the LLC as well. So there's less tax implication because, no. So what we do is we realize some of the profits and losses on our personals so that we can take £3,000 capital gains tax allowance and then still pay salaries. And then obviously the income, hypothetical trading profit, it just gets taxed at corporation tax.
Yeah.
So there's less, so it's like one source. So basically, if I had to pay it personally, it can be a palaver of how it breaks down. So you pay tax on tax if you're paying the personal, right? But if you're paying it through the LLC, you're not.
Yeah.
Or
and also with
if you're paying the income through the LLC, if you're paying the income through the LLC, kind of to myself and my wife, then that's when you kind of have less tax implication.
Yeah. You got to pay yourself through the
dividends
LLC.
and small salary.
Yeah, and you also are given the opportunity to reinvest, not paying taxes on reinvestments, which is what we do, right? It sucks that you have to pay capital gains tax on money that you know you're going to reinvest in the market anyways, right? It's not even going to get spent. You're literally just holding it until it's time to put it back in. But yeah, Dubs, the person you give it to has to pay taxes on it, but chances are that person has a lower tax bracket than you do. Right, well, that's the goal.
That's
anyways.
What I do.
Yeah.
So, without selling, I don't know if we can even kind of constitute this as financial advice, but basically, when you don't sell the asset, hypothetically, I bought a Bitcoin, I just transfer that to my wife or donate that to my wife. My wife then gets the capital gains allowance on that specific asset as soon as she wants to sell it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So obviously then now you got two. So through LLC, it's harder to do capital gains tax on crypto. So basically you sell some as, it just depends your cost basis, but it's absolute palaver. You have to get, specifically when you're dealing with an LLC, you have to get professionals involved to kind of sort it out for you, which I do. Pay them a monthly fee and they kind of pay them every month, pay them a set fee every month, and they kind of manage my books.
Yeah, it also helps build your kids' credit. You know, it sets your kids up really well to have them part of that.
I think in the UK only when they're 16 you can actually start kind of paying them or moving them, kind of giving them something out of the LLC. I think America might be 14. I'm not sure. Higher children. I don't know what they deem the rules.
Looks like USDT found support at 4.18%.
Yeah.
About tax regulations, I think Elon would just say one word: delete.
Yeah, we'll see. That'll be interesting.
Creating a
Hit
whole
the delete
industry
button.
around tax evasion. It's like there's laws and they're so complex that you need an expert to actually figure out how you're gonna pay your taxes.
And it's not really tax evasion. It's taking advantage of what's available to you for living in a certain country. They just don't take advantage of it. Like you could give somebody, you can make a bunch of money in the bull market, and you can go and you can splurge on your friends and your family, and you can buy them all sorts of things, and that's great, right? You gave them things, that's cool. But taking your family, putting them on payroll, setting them up with now Social Security and stuff that they're going to have in the future, setting them up with 401ks, this is a lot more helpful than buying somebody up.
Because
whatever trinket.
What I have to do is I have to pay Social Security. In the UK it's called national insurance. I have to pay additional national insurance because obviously my wife and I are deemed dual, so obviously 2 jobs each basically.
Yeah.
So 95 first or 98 first?
I don't know. We're hugging this uptrend right now. So we know how this works, right? We got to break these tops. If we get past that bullish trigger 971, chances are we're going to eat through these liquidations up to the vector gap. If we break this uptrend, chances are we come back down to the 200 psychological high and low, 95, 94.3 area.
No, that week was so quick, we didn't have time for averages to go down.
Yeah.
Yeah, the entire day we've been trading pretty much entirely above VWAP.
Yeah, above the hourly, above the 15, above the 4 hour.
We'll drop now. I'm going to go get some food in a minute. And Bitcoin likes to wait for me to leave to actually make the move.
I have to drop off. I have to get onto another stream in a bit. But yeah, it's good to chat and catch up, everyone.
Take it easy, brother.
I'll pop on. Are you going to keep us informed as to when you get that sub or one-time payment done? Because
Yeah.
definitely I'll support
No,
you.
that'll be within the
Yeah.
next week. I'm just
Keep
waiting
us
for
up.
the payments to go through.
Cool, yeah. So once that's all good, yeah, kind of get that all sorted as well and kind of join
Appreciate you, brother.
you guys and keep you guys company.
Peace, man.
Thanks.
Cheers, man. Take care.
Have fun.
All right, what's on the menu today, guys? I haven't ordered yet. What's for dinner?
Something like a cup and handle.
For dinner?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I forgot that you guys based out in the US order in every meal, right?
I mean, at this point, and I know it's stereotypical, but I'm guilty, bro. That's
During
definitely
the bull
me.
market only.
Yeah, that's definitely me. Yeah, bear market will go back to ramen and homemade burgers. Or like the meme, we'll all go back and work at McDonald's for the bear market.
7 days. Hey, last time it took us 7 days to pump up there at 103. Can we do it in 3 this time?
No, you don't, Augustus.
Even Ed.
Stop the cap. Why would you come in here and lie to us like that, bro? I thought we were all friends here, Augustus. I'm talking to a bot, yo. My life, this is what my life has become. Literally talking to a bot in YouTube chat. I'm thinking I want steak, but I don't know if it's like a red meat kind of day.
What's the main delivery provider out in your area?
Uber Eats probably got it on lock. I mean, you've got Grubhub and you've got a bunch of other ones, but Uber Eats gets the majority of my monies. Bro, I know I added a wing to that headquarters. There's got to be a wing on Uber Eats headquarters with my name on it at this point. The amount of money that I flushed through that company during COVID, ridiculous. All of us, really. At the end of the day, I'm sure we're all guilty of that one.
Oh, wheat is like Bitcoin. You said you wanted to eat meat.
Yeah, I need some red meat. Your
It's
body
really
calls
cheap
for
right
that shit
now. Yes,
sometimes.
we can.
You checking the chart for me? Can I take the profit on some steak?
Yeah, you had support, so have fun, enjoy your meal.
Wait, did you say wheat or meat?
No, I said meat.
No, he said meat, but I looked at wheat because to
Yeah,
grow
yeah.
you need wheat, right? So, I mean, I think I'm
Yeah,
not
to
sure.
be fair, it's a good time to be eating wheat right now.
Now, if you look at the yearly wheat chart, it's at lows.
That'd be funny,
All
yo,
right,
if we use
everybody,
charts to make
sell your
all our
crypto.
decisions like that. Like you're checking the
Everybody.
Apple chart
Well-
before you buy your iPhone. You're like,
Well, we
nah,
don't
I'm
know.
not buying it at this. I'm not chasing. I'll wait for a dip.
We do when we go in the supermarket. You know, price does affect what we buy or
Well,
sell.
I do that when I go to the supermarket if I'm using my crypto card. There's been times where I've waited. Like I'm at the register, I've got my shit, I'm looking at the I'm looking at the currency that I'm gonna use to spend, and it happens to be pumping or something. I'm like, oh, hold on, I'm gonna squeeze a little bit more out of this profit. There's nothing like taking profits into hard goods, though. That's the best. That's why I love those crypto cards. Like you literally, something is pumping, you go out and buy something on the pump, and it's like you took profit. You know, you took profit into something physical.
Yeah, commodities are dope, man. I mean, you guys were talking earlier on about kind of on that AI topic, and I was thinking like, surely like physical, handmade, tangible assets are going to shoot up in value the more
Yep.
that we have products and art and everything else generated by AI. Like,
Yeah.
surely there's going to be a big market for like man-made,
There'll be a premium.
bespoke
There'll be a
items.
premium
Yeah,
on human shit, on craft. You know, just like there'll be
yeah,
a
for sure.
premium on knowing that you're speaking to a human versus AI.
That's an interesting market, like validating human authenticity.
We're gonna need some sort of passport. We've already got like immutable passport. WorldCoin is kind of working on it, but you're gonna need a way to make sure that you're you, and a way that's standardized across all pages. You know, so you don't have to have 17 different passports or identifications.
And we know already there's going to be 17 different passports.
Well, that's why I like the way Immutable does it, right? So it's ZK technology. You prove to them who you are. The snapshot is taken that your identity is your identity. And then when you go to another website, all they get is that passport from Immutable that says this is who he says he is, but they don't get your data that proves who you say you are. You get what I mean? So that's kind of the best way around it so far that I've seen.
Yeah, it's basically like ID escrow, essentially.
Yeah. Because if not, I mean, you're gonna have to jump through hoops just to prove to every single site or every single deal you're doing or every single protocol you're using that you are who you say you are. I know, but then you're giving access to all of those protocols, all your personal information, and then there's the vulnerability that comes along with that. So having one trusted source for identification
is a terrible idea.
If it's the wrong one.
Yeah.
But it's more convenient, and convenience usually wins out, right? Nobody's gonna want to have.
Communist world you're describing, where a central authority makes sure you say you are who you are. I mean, today
Who do you think gives you your driver's license? Exactly.
Yeah,
it's the same thing.
Well, yeah, but it's private though, no?
But that's the difference, right? When you go to the driver's license, you bring your social security number, you bring your birth certificate, you bring everything that proves it's you. When you go to the club, you show them your ID. You don't have to take your social security, your birthday, you know. That's the same sort of deal that we're talking about.
It sounds like Zusi. Sounds like
Sorry.
Zusi, you're a fan of having like all of these decentralized passports, but like the thing is like it can still be
No, I like
private. You
so
don't need like your information on the chain. Like you can use what they call ZK proofs to like verify things without actually like
I think
exposing the underlying data.
it has to be complex and not too strict, right? So that there's a way to cheat.
Yeah. Ease of
Uh,
use. It's going to come down to ease of use, but just like anything else, like ease of use is going to a centralized exchange. We're on DEXs because we enjoy the decentralized nature of DEXs and what they provide. So yeah, there'll be people who don't want everything centralized, who rather identify themselves individually and not be on some sort of like database. You hear it all the time. Whenever you hear about national ID cards, something, all the conspiracy theorists come out of the corner, you know, like Mark of the Beast and da da da. It's like, yeah, I get
it
it,
gives a bit
but
too much power to that authority, right? Like especially if it's a private company. So we already gave all our data to Facebook, Google, Amazon, and all. And
yeah,
now
but you don't need it unless you want to transact, right? So yeah, it gives them authority, but it's optional. The problem is when it becomes mandatory, because you don't have to use the internet if you don't want. You can just buy whatever you want for the rest of your life in the real
No,
world
no.
and opt out of that whole system.
Now my point is we need a bit competition between different chains, not have one win and all the others lose.
No, I like
Because
the
imagine
diversity.
there's a yeah, exactly. So a bit of choice.
Yeah, I'm all for that. I'm all for that. But if we want to talk about mass adoption, right, then it's different. What's best for me is to have a decentralized wallet on every blockchain that I have full custody over. What's best for everybody else is to have one wallet that everything goes into, that you don't need to remember a seed phrase for, that just works when you want it to work. That doesn't work for me because that opens me up to too many, security risks. But for your everyday person who's used to an ATM card or who's used to just having one bank, they're going to lean towards that. Every step you take towards convenience, you take away from security. Every single step that you take towards more convenience, you take away from security. So you just have to find that balance. What's right for you, Is it annoying to have to go into your cold wallet every day and shift things over and da da da? Well, maybe you should use a hot wallet for some of your funds that don't need to be moved every day. If that's still not convenient enough for you and you just want everything at the touch of a dime and you want to have it on the centralized exchange, cool. But you've moved a lot further away from security at that point for your convenience. As long as you're aware of that, then,
Right now, Web3 is a mess. We need to centralize a bit. It's a bit too decentralized. It's a mess. Yeah, it's a mess.
That's why there's money to be made, though.
There's millions of wallets, of chains. Like, I mean, just look at the drop-down list. No, seriously, like this wasn't like this a few years ago. When I connect to my wallet now, when I click on the drop-down list of available networks, like we're running out of room. Like my finger is hurting by scrolling that wheelbar. It's like, wait, am I gonna move ETH on Optimism, on BNB, on ETH, on Aptos, on Arbitrum, on Mantle, on Polygon also still there?
Yeah.
Phantom, Manta, OKX, Linea, STX, Zeta, Merlin. There's like so many things. I don't know. B Squared Network? What the hell is that? Oh, that's the one that
B
made
Squared is good. B Squared. I had a bunch of Bitcoin staked on B Squared in the beginning, honestly, against my own, better judgment. It was actually one of my sketchier moves during this run. They were giving out nodes. So I've got some B Squared miners, and the miners put out Bitcoin based on a halving cycle, just like the regular Bitcoin miners, but they're virtual. And I had to stake some Bitcoin to get the pieces for the Bitcoin miner to build the Bitcoin miner or whatever it is that they have going over there. Little DeFi thing, Web3 DeFi thing.
Could join teams of
Yeah.
the team to man. Yeah, I remember that. I almost did it but did not because I felt like it was gonna be a scam.
No, it was sketchy. I'm not gonna lie, it was sketchy. I did it and I watched it very closely the whole time that my Bitcoin was in there. I was watching that shit.
It was on it was somewhere in the Web3 airdrop stuff, and I saw it. I was like, nah, I can do that with all my shitcoins, but not with Bitcoin. So.
Right, right. Galactic, I mean, the problem is that if you lean on convenience, like I said, you're taking more risk, right? So things get convenient whenever you give people a job that should be yours, right? It's convenient to not have to remember your seed phrase. It's convenient to not have to move your coins. It's convenient to not have to store your coins. It's convenient to not have to, so all of these things that you should be doing, if you let somebody else do them, like the centralized exchange, it becomes easier to deal with. But now you've got counterparty risk, right? Now it's not you messing up that screws your bag up. It's trusting that they don't mess up.
Up, especially small projects.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, Pep, and I think you won. You won. Pepperoni pizza it is. Where's my phone? Where's my phone at? You got to get the pepperoni pizza, but you got to get the pepperoni pizza with the old world pepperonis, the pepperoncinis, pepperonicis, or whatever they're called. They're the little small pepperonis that curl up in the oven, super spicy. Oh man. Yeah, you got me open now. Hold on, I'm gonna find that. Yeah, exactly, Dubs. Those cupping pepperonis. Now we're talking. I mean, we could be at retracement now, Sean. We're watching this uptrend really. We've got our invalidation of our bull flag here. If we come down underneath back into that range, our first sign is going to be not holding this uptrend. But if we can't hold that, chances are we come back down. Psychological high low, daily open retest, 945, 95 area. But we haven't ruled out the move up yet, right? We're still in a sort of like if this then that scenario. Yeah, the ZA is automatic. That's a good thing. That's a good thing about Uber Eats. You order your food and then you've got some time to light up before it gets there. Usually pops in right when you're done, right on time, nice and hot.
There's no doubt that price action is constricting. I think we just sit tight until CPI tomorrow, personally. And we could dip a little bit, but this seems like it's sideways.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen anything to take me off of my idea that we're in this accumulation until inauguration.
So blast off up after inauguration?
We'll see. It depends on from what part, right? Because we can get up to the top of this way before inauguration and be taking another trip down, into inauguration. Just again, I'm gonna say it again. I said it here and I said it here. Be ready for the FUD that you're gonna get on the retracement of this. If this happens to be a lower high, and we start retracing back down to the bottom of this range, the FUD is gonna be ridiculous. I promise you that. Ignore the noise and stick to the plan.
Yeah, I'm still looking to short 100K, but yeah, that would be the perfect setup.
Yeah, I mean, that would be just coming back down to, again, that'd be just coming back down to the bottom of the range, right? That's the established play that we have. Long the bottom of the range, short the top of the range until, new data presents itself. All right, I just got it. Pepperoni, extra old world pepperoni, extra cheese, garlic crust. Man's got to eat.
I'm gonna sell all my Bitcoin and make a position in wheat. It's like, that movie Interstellar, where it's like the last thing on Earth is like some bio hacking wheat that can grow, and you just long wheat. It was like one of the last things left of commodity. BTC dominance looks inviting to break the trend.
Yeah, it looks nice. I'm like trying not to pay attention to it at this point because I don't want to scare away the dump, but yeah, damn right. We're adults now, right? Ain't no more smoking in the park now. We putting sour butter on lobster.
I like looking at my charts when I see that Ethereum is slightly more up than Bitcoin on the day. Even just by a little, it makes me happy.
We gotta see whose delivery gets here. Mine or Pepin's. Which one gets here first? Well, I'm grown up, but I'm not that grown up because I'm still not doing no glizzies. No. The only acceptable way to eat a glizzy is to break a piece of it off and shake it around in your hand like some peanuts before you pop it in. Like a handful of sunflower seeds. I might taste the Wagyu one, but I'm eating that shit with a knife and a fork on a plate. Not about to play with my body. We had a lot of good fun during the summer, though. The barbecues are always fun, man. There's always one or two of your homeboys that are like, I don't care. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I used to really like Nathan's. Nathan's hot dogs, probably the best glizzies around. But you know, a man's gotta have morals and a code. Tana's like, what does that mean? We're just being dumb boys right now, Tana. Yo, Pepin, you gotta stop, bro. It gets to the point where it's just blatant and I'm about to put everybody in chat on timeout. This is not OnlyFans, and you guys are getting way out of control. I've tried to put up the pause emoji like 3 times, and it's like I might as well just let it fly at this point. No, you can't eat glizzies in public either, Tana. You're in the same boat that we're in. You're in the same boat we're in. Eat it horizontal is crazy. Just take a bite out of the middle. Yeah, it would be that would be yeah, that would be what you can't do in public. It's just like face a taco. It's how Bitcoin's going sideways, yo. Just bugging out in the chat. Big Chew was the shit, but I never understood what the point was. Like being from the city, I thought that the ball players were chewing Big Chew. Like I thought they all had bubble gum in their mouths. Like, cause nobody around us was chewing tobacco in New York. You didn't catch anybody with dip or what do y'all call it, snuff or whatever it's called. It wasn't until later that I found out that was supposed to be kiddie tobacco. I was like, oh, y'all are bugging. We did have the kid cigarettes though. I used to always get a pack of the bubblegum cigarettes from the ice cream truck. So I guess that was like the big city alternative to big league. But they were getting us ready, huh? They had that little bit of dust in it that if you exhaled, it puffed like a little bit of sugar dust out of the end and looked like you were really smoking. Yeah.
Actual snus is strong though.
Oh, I've tried it after. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely tried it after. That's what made me realize that I don't think I'm really addicted to nicotine the way some people are, because that shit made me dizzy. Like it's a physical. I never felt a physical reaction except for like the relaxation you get from like maybe smoking tobacco. But the first time I chewed some nicotine gum or put one of those Zins in, holy shit, you don't talk about a head rush. I didn't even know tobacco could do that, honestly. Yeah, I started smoking blunts from the beginning, so I never understood what was the difference between the tobacco and the sort of weed high. Right? I just always assumed that it was the weed that was giving you the buzz.
Bring us some good batteries.
Hmm?
You know, all that research done into battery tech, it still hasn't paid off.
Nah, they
It's been
haven't
10 years.
they haven't got over that. They're at a plateau, yeah.
Because, you know, my electronic cigarette, I want to buy a new battery. It's 18, 16, 50 size batteries. I'm on this website where I see that 10 years ago I bought a battery, and I'm searching on the market right now, and I'm just gonna buy the same one. That's kind of sad. My order was in 2019, so it hasn't been 10 years. It's been 6 years, which kind of fits with the life of a battery.
Well, they're gonna need to do something for the cars, right? That's probably where the advancement will come.
Yes, nuclear cars.
That's all we need, yo. Everybody driving around with a little nuclear reactor strapped to their butt.
Well, you know, I'm pretty sure they're working on that for drones. Because the issue with drones right now is the range.
Well, we still don't know. I understand that the drones were a mass hallucination from the last simulation, and we've been upgraded to a new simulation with no drones. But let's rewind to that time. The part that was crazy to me about that wasn't the fact that there was so many, wasn't the fact that they were being recorded. It's the still videos 7-8 hours long where people pointed at these things and recorded them in place, and they didn't move. Some of them were in place for days. We don't have that. We don't have that battery technology to do that. That's the part that always stood out to me. Like, how are these things powered?
We do.
For that
We
long?
We've had that
In
technology
drones?
since the 1950s. It's just
Yeah,
that
but
we
it
never
commercially available
applied it.
in drones?
No, but military probably kind of makes sense. I mean, it's a bit freaking dangerous though. If we have nuclear-powered drones over our heads, yeah, it's a bit dangerous. But you know, with some protection, shield. shielding and all, I guess. But it's not like a nuclear reactor. It's just a decaying source. Those we already know there are drones that are nuclear powered. They're on Mars. You know, those robots.
Yeah.
They're nuclear powered. So we've had that technology for 50 years. It's just that it's not been applied on drones for surveying whatever they were doing.
Is it not like a mini onboard reactor though? Like I know that we use nuclear in submarines a lot.
Yeah, but those are huge. They're really big and huge and heavy. Like imagine.
So you're saying like use
it has to
nuclear
be the size of.
reactive
No,
fuel.
I'm
running off the energy from the decaying nuclear material.
Or something more efficient than what's on Mars, though, because that's not very efficient. But it would need to be the size of the battery I want to buy right now. Like, if I could have a nuclear battery on my e-cigarette, I would buy one, honestly, because it's a bit annoying to have to charge it every day, you know. Yeah, whatever they come up with. I want better batteries, but like not just 10% better, like they're not even managing to do, but more like, you know, an order of magnitude. We need to be able to store like 10 times more energy, not just 10% better. Yeah, well, that's
Yeah, I
the
think
kind of
that would
breakthrough you
have
need.
to be a nuclear. It would have to be a nuclear solution, wouldn't it? I think there's only so much charge that you can create in a battery.
Well, something solar that can hold the charge overnight efficiently.
Isn't it something like if you had like I think it's the biggest solar farm in the US, wherever that is. If you could actually store the energy efficiently, then you could actually power like that.
Yeah,
The
the
problem is
batteries
like
are the
not
issue.
necessarily like
It's not getting
yeah,
it,
the
it's
batteries are
storing
the
it.
issue.
Yeah, it's not getting it, it's
Yeah.
storing it right now is the issue. And what's great about that is the amount of waste energy that we have is now finding a home. Right? People are smartening up now and saying, well, damn, all of this excess runoff could be running Bitcoin miners.
Yeah.
For smart use of energy, yeah. You're gonna
Especially
use it to heat your house.
Well, not
so
even.
why
We're not even
mine
talking
Bitcoin
about
too,
that
right?
energy. We're talking about the energy at the end of the day, the leftover kilowatt hours that they have that literally just get discharged, what they call it, where it's like just lost energy, can't be stored, so it's discharged. There's definitely things we can do with that, you know, like turning it into Bitcoin would be a way better idea than just letting it flow off
There's
into
more
the ether.
energy. There's more energy circulating through the grid than that we consume.
And anybody that has solar in
Thankfully,
their house,
otherwise it would just shut off, right?
anybody that has solar in their house realizes that early, right? Because you get to the point, if your system is efficient, that you have excess energy that you're selling back to the power company. You can't use all that you consume. They sell it to somebody else. You sell it to the power company. They sell it at a higher kilowatt hour per kilowatt hour price to somebody else. Being self-sufficient energy-wise is a goal for me that I haven't gotten to yet, but it is a goal for me. It's not really important. I'm not like on some prepper shit or doomsday sort of shit, but just the idea of producing all the energy that I need for myself to consume and being responsible for that is just along the lines of self-custody and, you know, personal responsibility, self-sufficiency, you know. There's a calm and a peace that comes with that.
If you're producing your own energy and like consuming like perhaps some of your own food as well, like there's not really anything more than you can do to liberate yourself than that. Like
All right, we're getting close to the time, Pepin. How far is your pizza? I think I have more faith in my pizza guy than yours. Mine should be here. How many minutes? Estimated arrival 7:08. Yeah, you do it all. I've seen people do it all the time. Have miners set up around the house. Have the exhaust fan going into the. You can literally use your existing vents if you exhaust into your vents. So you don't even have to have them in separate rooms, right? You could have them all in one room, exhausting into your house vents, depending on how big your house is.
And then in summer, you would just shut them off, right?
Or
But
you would
people
pay
don't
the,
do that.
you would stop exhausting into the vents, exhaust out of the house, and turn your AC on.
But that's a power. How to put it? It's a waste. Yeah, in summer there's
I
no
don't know,
need
hook
for
it up to
heating.
your dryer or something. If you want to, hook the vent up to your dryer, use it to dry clothes.
I guess it depends on Bitcoin price, but probably during the bear market you want to shut it off in summer because you don't need the heat.
I don't know what your guys' heater's doing, but it'd be nice to say my heater's making me Bitcoin. Don't even look at it like a Bitcoin miner that creates heat. Just look at it like you bought a very expensive heater that just spits out Bitcoin every once in a while. Nah, I don't have any miners. I never really got into the mining game heavy. But to be honest with y'all, like I said, I'm just stepping into my nerd shit now where I'm like, yeah, I'm probably gonna be in front of a computer for the rest of my life. It was too it was too technical for me. I didn't understand it. I didn't have PCs until late. And then, once I actually did start trading and making some money, it's like, well, I'd rather just trade Bitcoin than, But to be fair, at that time we had Bitcoin faucets and shit like that where you could just go on sites and get trickled Bitcoin or so the idea of creating Bitcoin now through a miner is honestly it's a little bit more it seems sexier now, right? The closer you get to reducing supply. But at the time, where there was more than enough Bitcoin and more than enough Satoshis floating around, it's like, okay, y'all are doing too much. Like miners to me were always extra. Like y'all are doing way too much. How smart I was. If you're already tooled up to mine, it's cool. You know what I mean? But some of these miners are pretty expensive. And then your return on investment, right? How long you have to run the miner before you make your initial back is what you have to pay attention to. And your energy costs. If you've got free energy, you guys saw that assistant principal in Michigan? Was it Michigan? It was somewhere in Detroit, or I can't remember where it was exactly. This dude had the crawl spaces in the school, had like 20 Bitcoin miners running off the school electricity in the crawl spaces. Just using the free, basically stealing electricity from the school to mine Bitcoin. Full setup, bro. They took the cameras in there and everything. Like he had a full setup in there. Yeah, you beat me, bro. My pizza's still like 7 minutes out. Enjoy. So yeah, if you have access to free energy or reduced cost in energy, then that gives you an edge in mining, obviously. If you live in a colder climate, that gives you an edge, right? If you don't have to air condition your home to make up for the heat, if it's naturally cool and you can use it for heating, and then in the summer it doesn't get so hot, then that's an edge, right? That's money that you don't have to spend, that doesn't come off the bottom line. The biggest edge would be a free miner, obviously. Get your hands on somebody's old miner or something, that'd be great too. But if you've got to retool at today's prices and pay, you know, the going rate for electricity, you're probably gonna be waiting for a while for ROI. It'd be like a 10-year play.
So currently the top two countries that mine Bitcoin are United States and mainland China.
Yeah, that's
With
the concentration of the
yeah,
hash power.
So United States at 37% and China at 21.
And a lot of that hash power coming from the US are Chinese miners that left China that now mine in the United States but are still Chinese owned. So some of
And
that hash
then
power that we're seeing
interesting.
belongs to China in essence.
So we've got nearly 5% on Russia. I think that's going to go up big time this year. I think we're probably going to start seeing maybe 10 to 15% of hashing power from Russia. Interestingly, Ireland has like a fairly good stab as well, 2%.
Yeah. We want to see that get decentralized, obviously. We'll feel a lot safer when, you know, we've got a well dispersed hash rate around the world. But as far as nodes go, there's nodes everywhere. We've got nodes everywhere. I mean, something would have to affect the entire planet and low Earth orbit for Bitcoin blockchain to disappear, you know, for the record to disappear. And then even under those circumstances, you would still have record of the old blockchain, and you could reboot the blockchain from the last block before the EMP or whatever. And your shit would still be there.
Exactly. And I miss running my own personal node, man. I was doing that for quite a few years, just like thought it was pretty cool.
It's not a bad idea. I mean, I've been thinking about doing it. There's really not a lot. It's not about return. It's more just about doing your part to sort of secure the network.
Yeah.
But you know, I have heard of people that have their own node and have their own, basically can buy and sell their Bitcoin on their own. If they were the last node that's alive, they'd have everything they need to transact.
Yeah, if you wanted to, you could transact from your node, which is like quite a nice option.
Yeah.
Like especially if you were like super, you know, sketched out about the amount of capital that you're handling or whatever. But yeah, I mean, like you can run a full node for like $50 a month on a cloud server somewhere. It's not too bad. Actually, disk space is super cheap nowadays. So actually, you could probably even just like run it for like $15 a month. Because you need like, what is it, like 350, 400 gigs for to store the blockchain. But then everything else is like, you could just like run it on like a 4 gig RAM and it would be fine.
Yeah, super interesting stuff that they did over in Ukraine too, where they were transacting on Bitcoin through radio until he got Starlink up. But you still need active nodes somewhere, obviously, right?
Yeah, but like, so you can actually technically sign transactions offline as well, which is quite a nice functionality. Just sign a bunch of stuff offline and then settle it later.
Let me tell you how messed up the human brain is. The second that Pepin said that his pizza arrived, I got hungrier. Comparison is the thief of joy, they say, right?
Pepperoni pizza.
Yo, B, thanks for the sub, brother. Appreciate you. W sub. Well, it is like that too sometimes, Dubs. You surround yourself with people that are where you want to be. It has that same sort of effect. Trust me, I had to cut off, yo. My friend group is very diverse. Some of these dudes are never going to listen. The other ones have done well, whatever. But as far as day-to-day interactions and hanging out and kicking it, yeah, bro. Some of them just couldn't come where I was going. I love them still. We meet up, go chill, have a great time, turn up, all that good stuff. But not everybody's going to go. Not everybody can go. You could try to guide them, but the last thing you want to do is get stuck in a circle that's not moving anywhere. Just the complacency, yo. Like, there's something to be said for being happy where you are. Don't get me wrong. I'm all for that. But being complacent is like death to me. You know what I mean? Like, being like, I'm happy with what I got. I'm really leaning. Like, nah, bro, I can't. I can't be around you for too long. That type of shit is contagious. That type of comfort is contagious. I love to live outside of my box, out of my comfort zone. That's why I like starting this Discord and this YouTube wasn't really like on the schedule for when it happened, obviously, because of how it happened. But stepping outside of the comfort zone and constantly testing those levels of like what you know and getting around people that, been there before is important. Nah, too much comfort, bro. Too much comfort. I think that every morning when I get up, I wake up in the morning, I'm like, damn, I'm comfortable as hell right now. And then my next thought is, oh shit, I'm comfortable as hell right now. Pop right up. There's always gonna be those, There's always gonna be those. Just ignore those people. I've gotten into huge fights with my friends over that bullshit. They'll literally introduce you like that. That's my boy Dbloc. He got super lucky on crypto. Excuse me? I got what on crypto? Nah, don't get it twisted. Don't forget all those nights where you guys were at the club partying and yo, Dbloc, come to the party, yo, come to this. Nah, I'm good. Nah, I'm good. All that sacrifice while you guys were living life. There's nothing lucky about it. We got the same 24 hours in a day. You chose to party, I chose to grind. Yeah, everything that we've been through during this bear market, I promise you, there's gonna be people that you love that are close to you that are gonna tell you that you got lucky. Try not to kill them. They know not what they do. You know what I mean? To hear what's going on, brother. My pizza's almost here, and Market Maker has shown his face for the first time in a couple hours. Very interesting timing. That bird is disrespectful. Terragato, I'm using Trader's Reality main for my vector candles. There's a couple. You can use any PVSRA indicator will give you your tick volume on the candles. Those are colored by tick volume. So the colored candles, the bright green and bright red are 200% the tick volume of the last 10 candles. Tick volume is how many times the price moves within a candle. How many times it ticks to the next smallest integer or the next pip. It's a little bit different than your regular volume. Yeah, TR main. Yeah, Jean, I do. I'm heavy in gaming. I'm very heavy in gaming. I'm probably equal gaming AI right now. Yeah, to be honest, I turn most of the stuff on that indicator off. Because it's a little bit busy. But when I'm done eating, if you want, I'll go through my settings on this and show you how I have mine set up. Let's hope Bitcoin can eat these liquidations while I'm eating my pizza.
So Bitcoin can. It can do everything.
Yeah, this looks decent. We held the 50 EMA. We didn't invalidate the bull flag. We broke the uptrend, but it's really no big deal.
There is a scenario where you wreck everybody.
Can we like not get wrecked? Like, let's just wreck the other people. Let's look at that
I'm okay
scenario.
getting wrecked as long as it's 1%. No problem. It's been a bit more than that lately, but yeah.
All right, guys, let me go eat this pizza. We know what to watch here. If we get above our first target here would be our bullish trigger. There wouldn't be much stopping us between here and that vector gap at target 2. And then that would be our measured move from this bull flag 99.2. Just remember real quick before we get there that this is what's waiting for us at the higher 90s. That 20 mil, that 24 mil sell order up here. So we are going to get into major resistance at that point. And that also would be bringing us back to the top of our range. Right? So if we do get there and we reject, par for the course. If we don't, then we'll be getting to SOS territory. I'll be back before then. All right, y'all trade safe. I'll be back. Zeusy, if you can, make sure dominance goes down to that trend line for me. Appreciate it.
Sure. I will
appreciate
sell my soul.
Percent risk, I assume.
It's all about ETH.
Yep, I'm starting to want to see a decoupling again between Bitcoin and ETH, which would be great if the dominance came down. For that to happen,
See, dominance will come down if ETH is able to pump on the Bitcoin pair, because dominance is calculated like that. If you know 50%, ETH can do 50% up, while Bitcoin does nothing. That's the potential, I think, roughly. I mean, it could also do 50% down. But, you know, it's been going down for a while now. Eventually it'll stop, no? Maybe in 2027?
yeah, so in November 2024, we saw Bitcoin going down and Ethereum quite aggressively going up.
Sign of I can also go up, yeah. But it just did
It's
a lower
very
high.
interesting.
But it was just a lower.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I don't
Usually.
think it has potential for now, but that's kind of what I'm looking for to trigger some kind of altcoin season. Otherwise, last bull market, Ethereum and Bitcoin were relatively in sync.
Because ETH was stuck up there in a range. Like, you know, ETH stayed for a while between 55 and 80 satoshis, 1,000 million satoshis, whatever that is. Like, it stayed for like a long time in that range, 2 years roughly, and then we went down 2 years too. Between May 2021 and September 23, you're a bit range bound. You got your tops around 80,000 satoshis, and you know your bottoms around 55,000. You touch the top 3 times, you touch the bottom 3 times. On the third bottom touch, instead of doing a spring and going back up, you go another same size downward. So we dumped 50%, and then we went sideways from October 23 till like July 24. So a whole year of sideways at support. Yeah. Spent a whole year at support there. And then we went another 50% lower. So that's why I say the potential is 50%. I'm not even asking for ETH to go in price discovery or anything on the Bitcoin pair. Yeah. I think that it can't do anymore. But it could at least retest that last huge macro level, which is 50,000 Satoshis. We're at 33. So, well, it's a bit less than 50%. But well, actually, it's 50%. Yeah, upward. So in a scenario, and this all has to happen in a bullish way, not while Bitcoin is in a bear market, but it could also happen while Bitcoin is going down to 70K. Then, if ETH stays here while Bitcoin dumps 30%, actually you would still need ETH to pump while Bitcoin dumps to 70K. So if you end up with ETH at 3,500 while Bitcoin is at 70,000, then yeah, we'd be at 50,000 Satoshis, where it's going to be worthwhile to sell ETH to buy Bitcoin. In my opinion, somewhere there.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love 76K as much as the next person, but I think after seeing the sensitivity of the rest of the market in comparison with how Bitcoin is moving, I
It's
just
very
feel like this time in the cycle, it would just be too much.
Yeah, so that's a very unlikely scenario I described, right? But it could happen while everything is going down. You could still get the opportunity.
Yeah, no, totally.
But the upward scenario is much more preferred, I guess, where you see Bitcoin go up to 120, 140K. But ETH actually doesn't just only do the same move; it does better. It does roughly 50% better. So you're expecting 2x up on Bitcoin, let's say. ETH would do 3x up, ending up 50% better, still reaching that 50,000 Satoshi level. So 50% better. I mean, that's no crazy number for ETH. It's not 10K. It's less than that. I think it's around 6,000, 5,500, 6,000, somewhere there.
Yeah, 6,000 is doable. I do really think 6,000 is doable. I mean, we've essentially been in this. Yeah, I mean, we're in this large kind of macro range since actually January last year. If you classify the initial pivot high and then the swing low that we had in August, and then we came up, we took the high one more time. Now we're at the median of the range. Yeah, if you've been holding ETH over the past year, you've been
losing.
Pretty bored.
You've been losing Bitcoin power, Bitcoin Satoshi power.
Yep.
So at that point, it's a bit, the rescue boat we're waiting for. Because right now, if I sell my ETH to buy Bitcoin, I'm really not getting much. So it's not a good time to do that at all. No, continue staying in a losing trade. Eventually, it'll stop going down. Maybe add some at 16,000. Like if we see it at 16,000 Satoshis, and that's 50% lower, could be a good idea to add.
Yeah.
Because if Bitcoin goes to 180, but ETH again fails at 4,000, that's where we're going to be. We're going to end up with Bitcoin at maybe 150, 180, 200K, I don't know. While ETH still is failing around its previous all-time high, or even lower, then yeah, this pair ETH BTC will give you a huge ABC with a 2019 bear market bottom. That's another possibility, right? So yeah, that's gonna be a nice buy. Sell Bitcoin to buy ETH. Well, right now you can already sell Bitcoin to buy ETH, but not too much though, because you know, ETH has no
I mean,
narrative for it. But that will come. The narrative will come.
technically it's showing that, but also psychologically, like you imagine you've been holding Bitcoin from, you know, whatever, 15, 20, 30K, and it gets to 100 and you take some profits, and it's like, well, you're going to want to diversify for a little bit, especially if your premise is that the run is not over.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're testing the daily high right now. Yesterday's daily high.
You know, people were expecting up move in January because there's a bit of a narrative that ETH goes up in January. Well, January is not over, but we're more like at support here. You know, maybe one more low and then we'll get the top of the local range, because just locally we're also ranging between the same way Bitcoin is in this range. I think I can say there's a small range on ETH BTC too, between 32 and 41. You know, 41 is resistance, 32 is your support. We're at 33, so for now it's a higher low. But yeah, it's the bottom of the range potentially. We're coming from the upside though, so probability of breaking it to the downside is a bit higher than bouncing back up. It's also a double bottom. There's plenty of stuff. I think, you know, there's no hurry too. Some people are gonna be, well, it's more conservative if you wait for the narrative to start. I'd rather be in position before, but you know, it's a bit safer if you wait for it. Because I don't see ETH perform better than Bitcoin if there's no, you know, I don't know, shiny ERC20 stuff going on. Maybe comeback of NFTs, or maybe something new, AI, NFTs, whatever it's going to be. I don't know. I don't care. But there needs to be a bit of incentive to buy ETH, other than 12% APY or liquid staking or whatever it is right now. Yeah. Something that's going to be a bit, well, you know, last bull run it did amazing because people needed ETH to buy NFTs. It's as easy as that. They needed ETH to pay the gas fees to buy NFTs. Right now you need ETH to do what?
Well, you're dealing with the most decentralized network after Bitcoin, aren't you? Like, I think there was a discussion around this a couple of days ago around someone was saying, why would I select a chain that's more expensive and more slow than any of the other options? And well, the answer is because they're more decentralized, they're more secure. Which
That's the it's where the layer 2, layer 3s come in. ETH doesn't care about that really. But there's no shiny ETH layer 2 going on right now. Like, where's the coin that's doing 1,000% up? Where's in the top 10? What's the new thing that brings retail in? You know, that they want to. We're still missing it. It's gonna come, and then it'll be a bit late to buy, but it'll be, well, maybe not too late. Yeah. Maybe it's gonna be gaming. Maybe it's gonna be, I don't know. Maybe Meta, Facebook, whatever. I don't care. But there'll be a narrative on ETH at one point. I guess once it switches out from XRP, maybe once. I don't know. But maybe it's gonna be in even next cycle. I don't know. But eventually there should be one. Though. I'm not gonna give up on ETH. There'll be a shiny layer 2 that, you know.
I think, like, if you have conviction that the Ethereum team are eventually going to make improvements to the protocol, which they will, you know there's going to be some potential for some serious upsurge.
No, but I keep saying the same thing. It's been a year, you know. I say, when is ETH 3.0? Like, it's what ETH needs now. ETH 2.0 pumped it to all-time highs on the pair. I mean, that was nice. During the bear market, by the way. Like, literally...
Yeah, everybody's waiting for them to upgrade their systems and start playing with some of the new guys.
Think about it. We had Bitcoin at 20K, while ETH was at 2,200 or something like that. Now we have Bitcoin at 100K, and ETH is at, well, only 3,200, right? So yeah, it's because of ETH 2.0. Like people, yeah, if you didn't sell the 2.0 news, I think
Yeah,
it's
and you
the
have
last
to
big
remember
news
that
on ETH.
like
Nothing happened since, right? Like what's new since ETH 2.0?
it's like Ethereum kind of is from a technological standpoint irrelevant, but it is a lot more secure than some of the other options out there. So if you think you're big money and you want to, carve a position into crypto, you're going to be considering this, right? Um, so yeah, it's more expensive, it's slow, but it is the most decentralized alternative after Bitcoin.
Also,
Smart
if it's
contract alternative.
really, there's also ETFs, right? Like on ETH. So I don't know. Maybe people on average don't trust ETH for now, and they think they can. Well, they think they're gonna be smart with their buy on crypto by just sticking to Bitcoin. Kind of makes sense, no? If you're like you want to put ETH in a retirement fund.
Yeah, I think people are sleeping on ETH.
But the ETF is out, right? Like you can buy ETH through your bank if you want to.
Yeah, I don't really care about the ETF. I'm talking about like the protocol. Like I'm bullish on the protocol. Like I think that it's going to get some upgrades. I think it's just the narrative will shift. The team
Yeah.
will release that they're making an upgrade, or some corporate company will do some affiliates will decide to build something on top of ETH, something along the lines of this, if they can make the upgrade.
For other alts that underperform Bitcoin, you can say it's because of Wall Street buying ETFs, buying Bitcoin while my alt cannot be bought by them, so they're not buying it. So it explains a bit current dominance. But for ETH, that's not true because there are ETH ETFs.
Yeah, it's a start. I think Dbloc was saying, yeah, I think he said this yesterday at one of the last streams. He was like, it's going to be the most hated uptrend. Like ETH pumping, it's going to drive people crazy.
Because they're not expecting it. They gave up on ETH.
Well, yeah, and to be honest with you, if you pivoted out of ETH at the right time into some of the new plays, like you're probably not going to be too pissed off. But I'd like to see something, you know how the market likes to do it. It would probably do something crazy where like everything else isn't really pumping that hard, but ETH's just going mad. I'm not sure. But I think it will piss a lot of people off that have been stuck in this range for the last year, capitulated, maybe lost a bit of money, and then not have the opportunity to diversify into anything else. But yeah, I mean, it's all fun and games when you've accumulated ETH at much lower prices. You don't really care. You're happy for it to go sideways for like 2 years because you picked it up at like 300.
It's a while ago.
Wow, it's Corona crash, really. Not too long ago, 5 years. And then we came down to, what did we come down
800.
to in the bear
800.
market?
800.
Well, there you go. Only 300 more for you to cop the Corona discount on the last bear. Man, that's a crazy buy right there, man.
You know, that's true for a lot of alts. Like, it's not only ETH, even XRP. Yeah, even XRP. It seems like it's
Yeah,
going
the
up,
thing
but
about
actually
alts,
it's still in a downtrend on the pair.
yeah, what people forget about with alts is like how I'm playing it this time round is they like to give most, if not all, of everything back. So I think, you know, earlier on we're talking about, you know, would you leave money in, have it staking? Me personally, I would have a small allocation of altcoins that I trust, like quite mature staking networks, and maybe just leave like 10, 20% in, accruing, you know, coins every month. And I'd be quite happy with doing that during the bear market if I have conviction that that same coin will pump in the next one. But yeah, price wise, you should expect that it's going to give everything back. Like, I'm talking about every single coin here, unless some crazy narrative comes out which changes the game forever. Which is more likely now than ever, I suppose.
Ooh, $8 Sol. It
Oh,
seems crazy.
was that the price? Was that the price after the FTX?
Yes. Well, even without
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for Sol,
even
come on, like,
even without FTX, we were at $30.
yeah, I
I
don't
guess
think
it's
you'd get
because,
that kind of gift again, but I think you could see like a $80 Sol.
but if you want symmetry in the chart, why not?
Obviously, this is just like shooting the shit and doesn't mean anything, but like, obviously, I expect Sol to go much higher, but like, it can do like a 70-80% correction. So if it went to, I don't know, let's just say that Sol goes to 400. Yeah, so 70% would put it down at like 100. 80% would put it down at around $70-80. It's doable. I mean, a lot of people are probably expecting Sol to fly straight to 1,000, which, like, again, I wouldn't be against, but that'd be mad.
Well, if it goes back in price discovery, there's not going to be many reasons to be bearish.
Absolutely.
Sort of people want breakout long there on Bitcoin, but
We didn't break out though.
no, they did it too early. So yeah.
Yeah, slapped right back into a stablecoin.
The hourly looks ugly though right now. Not this 20 minutes still.
Yeah, no, the hourly looks toppy. But question is this kind of fake out of the bull flag to the upside, fake it out to the downside, then go?
Which is why I was saying when Dbloc said liquidations, I was like, oh, this is the scenario where we all get wrecked.
If anything, you kind of want it to reject here and then see a retrace and then just get a really quick buy up. And that would be a really nice sign, because if you break up here and you hit 100-ish K, then you're going to see a more convincing sell-off potentially. I don't know. I don't know which scenario I prefer. So Asia last night were meted with a day where Bitcoin dumped to 89, was bought up very quickly, and then pumped up to around 94K. And then Asia, they just held it, and it's just like slowly grinding up. And then this morning, like UK open, we sent it up to 97, and then all day it's been consolidating, and now Asia have a decision to make here. Big increase of new positions opening today. Big spike in open interest. Big positive delta within the first 15 minutes to half an hour.
Even on the
Looks like
daily,
it
no?
wants to
A positive delta, even on the daily, I
yeah,
think.
yeah, even on the
It's been a
daily
while.
so far as well.
Yeah, the last step pushes, we didn't have positive delta.
Exactly. And that's why I was saying that I think
People
the
are starting to
low
press buy.
was a mixture of a bunch of short closing and then some market maker positions. And then only now, once we're back above 95k, have we started to see open interest start to come back up again slightly, which means that people are opening positions now.
Didn't it go down though, or just on the 1 minute with this up spike with this up spike? I think we probably stopped out some shorts. We just spiked up to 97.3, came back down, right? Like that. That probably stopped some shorts. So now we end up with more longs than shorts.
Yeah, I think it would make more sense to try and trap these longs. It seems like quite a rash decision. Usually when you see like a kind of big buy at the beginning of the day and like increase in open interest, it's typically the move that gets trapped. But the price action that we've been seeing has just been relentlessly tight and uptrend currently.
Oh, we had golden also, no? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, alright. Yeah, I forgot about my golden. You know, if you fib 89 to 103, 97, 340 is a golden pocket where we do a triple top. But hey, a top is a top until it's not. It's also, well, yeah, we'll see if we attempt again a fourth time. But yeah, it's like, not a bad area to start a downtrend. No, come back down to 95. Maybe even lower. Alright, where's the harmonic cheat sheet? So, harmonic cheat sheet.
Yeah, you're right. There could be a harmonic in play. I mean, it's not complete yet, but
There's always one. There's always many, even harmonics are tricky. Yeah. Even indicators have trouble spotting them correctly. So
Yeah, just draw them manually. Don't like the automatic indicators, they annoy me.
some of them are really good, but the basic harmonic indicator, it's not that good. Well, yeah, some of them aren't that good.
Take out this high, then that will wick into the golden pockets. Fairly nice, but I don't know why I'm in the camp of just seeing it push on even further.
Because resistance is 99.5, right? So the top of the
Yeah,
range is not reached yet. So I mean, I guess we're all looking
yeah.
towards becoming bearish more like above the top of the range even, or at the top of the range. But hey, on the other hand, it's golden pocket of your last down move. We did ABC down there, down to 91, up to 96, down to 89, and then bounce to golden. It's not a bad area to fail. Statistically,
Mm-hmm.
there's a bit of probability of starting a downtrend from here. But I'm not that interested. Yeah. Although it could.
I'm back, yo.
But there's a lot of stuff that needs to happen.
I ate entirely way too much pizza.
Ooh, but appétit.
Oh man, it was good stuff though. Yeah, we've got a cluster up here, guys. The cluster. We broke out of that bull flag. We built a symmetrical on the retest of that bull flag. So before we worry about the retest of the flag, we have to worry about the symmetrical breaking down. That'll be the first sign that the flag's not playing out. Then we have to actually wait for the retest of the flag. What's interesting about that, though, is that we've got some confluence down here, right? So if we take this box, let's call this an area of confluence. If we take that range, just in that box, we've got your 100x liquidations, your golden pocket, your last demand zone, your 200 EMA, your support resistance flip, and the retest of the bear flag. There's literally 5 to 6 different levels of confluence in that same range. So not saying it goes down there, but if it does go down there, one of those 5 will stop it and pivot it, even if just temporarily. But that's the type of confluence that we like to sort of, that we look for trading.
Yeah, and if you saw some quick interest there, that's incredibly bullish.
Yeah, you start seeing volume spike up in that area or whatever, then. But for right now, we're holding the 236 very soundly. And nothing is telling me that this thing can't just go continue these measured moves. Measured move from the symmetrical would be 976. The measured move from the bull flag would be that 993. And then that 20 mil and that 24 mil sell order is sitting right in this range. if we do play that out, our golden pocket would then be on the SR flip major.
Yeah,
Let me
it's
just
gonna
pull it
bring it
just to
up.
make sure, right? But yeah, see, it'll bring it up right to the SR flip, and then you have another level of confluence there. Not nice enough to say bullish, but too many bullish possibilities to say bearish. We'll go invalidating these one by one.
This is where Bitcoin stopped its dump on the way down to 103. Also, we went straight down there. That 4-hour candle was pretty steep. So success to break out could also mean see you at 100, 400, 100,400. Ignoring 99.5. Please don't ignore 99.5 on the way up.
You
That's
selling
welcome
now,
to
Mr.
Laura.
Max? Mr. Max said, sell now. You selling now, bro? We tend to wait for confirmation around here.
Well, we just got it. You know, that hourly candle has a wick. A wick to golden.
Only thing I've seen that even showing any bit of bearishness is that we broke the uptrend. But look at how we held that 13 EMA on the 5-minute with vectors above, halfway through a measured move. I don't know if sell now would be my play. But everybody has different risk tolerance. What's going on, Duck?
$1013. 1013 also could be an interesting level.
I wish I could play. I wish I could make that happen. Like whenever Duck comes into the room, automatically. Nah, it got you too. Yeah, we were all sick, bro. There was a bunch of us in here sick at the same time. It took me out for a good 48 hours, where I couldn't do anything but just stare at my ceiling. Yeah, I'm gonna feed the soundboard this week. Yeah, I've got this. I've got the soundboard turned off on Discord. We learned our lesson during the last. People cannot be held, cannot be responsible for adult usage of the soundboard. But I've got one. I plan to make good use of it. Nah, I used to get crazy dubs. Yeah, there was somebody that you remember. It was like a year ago. Somebody kept playing something on the soundboard, and we literally had people in other rooms trying to figure out who this was because there was so many people online at the time. No, we got to get a bunch of them in here. In my head, I've already got them lined up. Definitely need a pause soundboard because y'all be going crazy in here. And emotional damage. That one got to be in there for sure. Sprinkle some Michael Saylor. Yeah, remember that, Scoop? We had it boiled down. We figured out who it was eventually, but the fact that it became such a thing was funny. Nah, you're good, bro.
I got Bitcoin figured out. It's gonna fail at 100,300. Yes. Buff, doesn't matter where it fails, it's gonna fail. Low or high. Come back down. Put a low, below 88. Oh wait, that means I need to sell. I didn't. Nah.
You keep forgetting the important part.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
you know,
you
I
figure
bought
everything else out,
spot.
and then you forget the
I
important
didn't
part.
sell, yeah. So it's just scalp bag. I bought. Where did I buy? Oh, damn, we went much lower than where I bought. Went all the way down to 89. But 91.8. Yeah, I'll sell that at 103. Not below, not above, just there. If it reacts. Because there's going to be three factors of confidence. The first one is your downtrend. You know, if you connect 108 to 103, it gives you a downward angular. Lately, Bitcoin has been in a downtrend. It put a lower high at 103, couldn't reach 108. And it also put a lower low now that we broke below 5th of December. So yeah, it's a bit like I want to scare people, fake out, break down, whatever. If that trend is to continue, that not trading above that angular makes sense. And the tippy top of the angular right now is 100,300. Well, it'll be that by tomorrow. For now, it's a bit higher. It's more like 100,800. That's the first factor. The second factor is exactly the middle between 50% and golden pocket. 50% is 99.5. Golden pocket is 101.5. And right the middle is 100,396. That's the second factor. And the third factor is you're going to get a bearish harmonic pattern D there. It's supposed to reverse down, but it doesn't say where E is. It just puts an arrow downward. That CY harmonic, I don't like it because you can always draw that one. It's the only one where your C puts a lower low. All the other harmonics, the C is a high low in the bearish ones, and in the bullish ones, well, I couldn't make anyone. We didn't dump enough for the D. Like, it's not a crab, and this is not a crab. Butterfly doesn't. The numbers are wrong. We didn't dump enough. Then Gartley, you can try to make. Actually, it could be a Gartley. So you almost managed to make it line up. You know, your X to A is 74 to 108. Then you get your B down to 91, your C up to 103, and then this D down, well, puts a higher low compared to 70K. You could even pull it from 58K, that X to A. But then yeah, the numbers aren't that beautiful. They're a bit off. For the CY though, it kind of lines up. You get 416 for X2B. It's supposed to be 382. Well, it's not perfect, but it's not too far. At the bottom, you're supposed to be between 1.27 and 1.41. You have 1.45. So yeah, it's not perfect. And then you pull your D at 786, and that also
Hey,
lines
yo,
up
what did I just walk into?
Bearishness. But up there, not here. Not yet.
See why we don't sell everything without confirmation?
Yeah, but you know, when we were shorting 102, 500, 102K up there, what was our confirmation? Damn it!
You know, sometimes confirmation is lack of bullishness. Sometimes confirmation is lack of higher targets.
It was an hourly, for me. It was an hourly candle SFP closing back below the.
Yeah, that was such a nice short. I took that one. It was like it just felt too easy.
Yeah.
People were having fun with my stop loss up there.
That was
AZR,
like
I can't give
your
financial
invalidation
advice, brother.
Like the invalidation was tight anyway. Like you could get away with like 1% on that final take of the high.
Yeah, no, well, I was at 0.5% and it did stop me out. But
0.5.
yeah.
What was it then? Let's have a look. It was 0.3% above, because it started on the Asia session, right, or the new day rather. So on the 6th of Jan, we peaked at 102,799, and then we just started that new day, swept the high by 0.3%, which was the perfect entry with whatever invalidation you're comfortable with. And then we dumped, well, the rest is history to 89, which was, yeah, a nice 13% return.
If you
I took
held to
profits way
it,
before
yeah.
that.
If you held to it.
Yeah, no, I took around 93. It was just
For
really
me,
a
you
hedge.
know, I'm not trying to make money on shorts. I'm just scalping them, and it's gonna be the same with this potentially upcoming sign of strength. Like, I'll short 100,300, but I'll just TP it at 99.5. Just scalps, just short scalps.
The main metric at
Long
102
swings,
was
short
that.
scalps.
The main metric at 102 was that double top, though.
Yeah, well, that's why we had the line. That's why we were like, well, that's why we had the line there, and we were paying attention. Yeah, like there was only that left before. Well, 105, and then
Not only the double top, but for me specifically, the main reason to get out at that level was because that was our false move Monday. Came out, topped out on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday down. The only question was, do they take that top vector or not? I remember thinking, did they get through the supply and take that top vector, or do they double top? But either way, it was always going to be either 102 or 105.
supply moved down, so now it's here. It's the same. I think it's the same supply. It moved down to where we are at now here.
I kind of judge it by the traps. Right, so if we got a lower trap than we did last time, and that's been what we've been doing the whole time. Yeah. Basically, the POCs of the week have all been shifting.
Oh boy, there's plenty new cells up there. Well,
I'm gonna have to pick a direction here, though.
POC 97.5, huh? Since November.
Yeah, without looking, that sounds right. Well, this is the playing field between the supply
book,
at
why is it?
97.4 and 95.3. So our ballpark right now. $382 gives us a point retest of the symmetrical. Golden pocket gives us a retest of the bull flag. Your 0.5 would just be the in between both of those, really. But,
But that's just the 95 to here, right? Yeah.
Yeah, just from here, just locally. But the area with the most, confluence is going to be your golden pocket, because you've got support and resistance from this range here, your golden pocket, your demand zone. Your 200 EMA is probably going to make its way all the way up to the 0.5. So that's kind of how you could look at it. Point retest 382, 200 EMA retest 0.5 SR, and bull flag retest golden pocket. Anything underneath that is a failure of the bullish pattern. We start working our way back down.
Down to golden pocket, which is at 92 now, yeah. Potentially.
Playing bingo there for a second.
yeah. I didn't know if I was gonna get all the way through that. Halfway through it, I started thinking, "Oh man, I don't know if you're gonna make it." Starting to trip over your tongue already. Yeah, that was a mouthful.
That's why I don't really care if we reject here or if we reject at, 99, 100, because really if you pull the golden pocket from here or up to 100, really you're looking at roughly the same zone of interest anyway, around 92.5.
Yeah. That's why I was thinking harmonic, because now your golden lines up with the previous low, right? There's gotta be a harmonic here. I don't know which one.
On that Cypher family roll is the one that we're giving out once we go onto the paid side. That's what that $50 one-time fee is gonna get, the Cypher family roll. It was a Cypher punk roll before, and too many people were like, "I'm not a punk." I'm like, look, listen, all right, guys, we'll call it Cypher family.
But if we get a bearish reaction to CPI, to good CPI numbers, which doesn't make any sense, but people like to do that. It's like, oh my god, there's no more inflation, let's pump. Or, oh my god, there's inflation, let's dump. Doesn't make any sense, but people like to do that. They like to press sell when there's inflation. I really don't get it, but they like to press sell when the month has inflated a lot. Oh, actually, it makes sense. If things have inflated, you're expecting deflation.
The market wants like a weaker economy, like they want money print to go brr. Like that's kind of what I thought.
Well, look at your charts. The money printer is going brr.
No, not yet.
Nah, not how it was, like how it was happening before.
Not yet.
Nasdaq is at 20,000. Bitcoin is at 90K. Dixie is at 110.
Yeah, we did that.
You guys are doing amazing.
We did that with the circulating supply. We did that with what was already out because of the excess printing. Obviously, 3 out of every $5 printed in the last 4 years during COVID. But yeah, we're talking about new money printing. Talking about quantitative
there's no need.
easing.
There's no need. Don't print new money.
They could be listening, bro. Chill. I know there's no need. You know there's no need. They don't need to know that there's no need, bro. Let them spend on us. Let them pump our bags.
There will be need at 10,000 though. You know, hope Powell keeps his tool to give us a soft landing.
That's funny. I'll see. Let me see. I might move it back to Cypherpunk. My whole idea for the Discord is to try to keep it as close to the Cypherpunk sort of ideals as possible. Or at least make sure that security, privacy, autonomy, you know, self-reliance, all of those things are stressed. We can't lose it all, right? That's how crypto started. That was the point. We're going to turn it into something else cool, but we can't lose it all. That's going to be the paid role. The pay bot's going to be up in the next week. I already started it and I bought the first. I subscribed to my own Discord just to see how the payment thing is going to work, see if it goes through, make sure I did everything right. I don't want to start charging before everything is set. And it'll just be a website. It's on WAP. You go, the Discord has a store page. You pay the one-time fee. The WAP bot sends you your role. In the future, we'll change that, right? Like I said, I want to keep it small, so in the future it'll be more than 50, and the more people we get, the higher we'll put it up to the. Try to make it so it doesn't get too big, right? It's not about the money; it's about controlling the size more than anything. And then I'm also giving out some OG roles. OGs know who they are, right? So you'll have your Cypherpunk role, and then you'll also have an OG role. And we're going to start doing OG streams at least once a week. Because the bigger we get, I just want to make sure that everybody that's been here with us for the past, 2-3 years, if you have any questions or anything you want to look at, that it doesn't get drowned out like with everybody else, And everybody can be there. It's not like exclusive, but it's like we'll be paying attention to OG questions and shit like that.
Yeah, that's cool. Sounds cool.
Yeah, you know how it is you remember what it was like during the bull market sometimes in those, so there's got to be a place where. It was cool
because I wasn't speaking. People were just speaking.
Yeah, but when it gets really crazy like that is usually at the times where we really need to focus. So it's good to have separate streams where we can sort of dial in.
So I have very good news for bulls. Because you know how I say Bitcoin is in a downtrend at all. It's actually only true in dollars. The whole reason for this dump, let's call it a dump now that we're in a downtrend. It's this wicking below 5th of November. The only reason for that is the Dixie. If you take out Dixie, Bitcoin didn't do that. And if you look like at BTC Euro, well, it's a higher low. It's not a low low.
It's all Dixie's fault, I agree. Yeah, anybody that was here during the last group is an OG. You guys know who you are. Scoob, you're definitely an OG. Tana for sure. No, the settings for, I'll pull it up real quick, for TR main, right? Turkman? I appreciate that, Israel. I'll take a look at Myro. Give me a second.
Dude, whatever happened to Peaches Fractals or Fractals Peaches?
She hasn't been around.
Remember her?
She comes and she comes and goes. She tends to stray off and come back. She hasn't been in crypto from what I know. I don't think she's in any of the rooms right now. All right, here's my TR main one. Let me see. All of this is normal. All of this. All right, right around here is where. So I've got all of this section off. Pivot points are off. Yesterday's highs and lows, average daily ranges. I've got most of this off. Excuse me. I mean, you could leave it on, but I know where that stuff is, so I don't use it personally. Oh, hold on. Sorry. There we go. All right, so this is the top. All of this is regular. I did change the color of the candles. I think they come white and gray, but I made them transparent, right? That's why they look sort of transparent on my chart. And then pivot points, all of that is off. Yesterday's highs and lows, average daily range, most of that is off. No, Mattis, we don't got to go back that far. Anybody that was here for the bear market, that was around either before or during the bear market. So the daily open is the next thing that I kind of leave on. And then underneath that, your maximum zones, this is going to be your vector zones, right? So if you wanted to draw out the gray zones for you, then you want to leave that on. If you don't override the color, they're going to default to blue and red. I mean, green and red. I just put them on gray so that it's not distracting. And then for the most part, everything else is off. I've got all the sessions off. The psychological highs and lows, I keep those on. So your daily open, your psychological highs and lows, and then everything else is off, except for your vector candles and vector gaps. And then, hold on, the liquidation levels. Let me know when you got that on the liquidation levels and I'll scroll down. And then that's the bottom. You're good, brother. You said the hex codes for the yellow? For which? Hold on. I made my own yellow. Oh, okay. You mean on the? I got you. Yeah, I did. I made my own reds and greens too, bro. My OCD is like, I know it's a problem, but hold on. I'm not proud of it. So yeah, my red is down here. I don't know how to. I wouldn't know how to get the code for it, bro. I don't even know how that works. And then the green is also custom green. Edit the color. Oh, there we go. All right. I've been asked a lot of questions in crypto, and this is the only time that. Hold on. Hold on a second. I just screwed that all up. All right, that's the green. And that's the red. What's another word for petty? Trifling, trivial. Yeah, your red or your 100x liquidations. So when you see those reds start to pop up, you know the bears are getting active, taking on more risk. Yeah, I do a light blue, light purple. But then what I do is I go into my regular bodies and the outline of my body candles are regular blue, regular red. Right? So even though the inside of the candle is a light blue and a purple, the outside of the body is still a green and a red. And it makes it easier to. This is the best way I've found for the vectors to pop out, but not lose the green and the red sort of vibe for people that are watching. And then I have it all on a blacked out screen. Or like you have to go on TradingView, click, go to background, put it on solid, and put it on black instead of that like ashy gray that they give you. Yeah, that's what I mean, Terragato. My normal candles are blue and purple, but then I come on to the regular candles and make sure that my borders are still the same color. Yeah, the EMAs I left the same on the EMAs. Hell yeah, it did. And it put in a nice little M pattern here. And we're breaking back down underneath the M. Yeah, your alts are going to be moving now. If you see dominance taking a hit like this, right, it's money coming out of Bitcoin going into alts. Pay attention to the coins that move first when dominance goes down, because those are the ones that are showing relative strength against Bitcoin. Senlos, what's going on, brother? Yeah, off the top of my head, from what's been shown relative strength without looking at the charts, I would say XRP's moving right now, XLM's moving right now, Cardano's moving right now, HBAR is probably starting to move right now. Slime, what's going on, bro? I'll pull up XRP since a couple of y'all asked about it already.
Matic sitting behind going, you guys go ahead and lead and get shot at first, and then I'll follow behind.
All right, so we're breaking out of that. We're breaking out of that descending wedge on XRP. Our bullish trigger. Let me get some liquidation levels up here, and let me get down smaller time frame. We've already got the retest of that break. What we're moving on now is trying to get through these bullish triggers. We've got, where is it? Right there. Let me draw this out real quick. I think we just broke this local high. Yeah.
Dude, look at Sui. It's doing the exact opposite. Crazy. Talk about a mind screw. Kind of goofy.
Yeah, let's see if we can get past this bullish trigger and make something happen here. I'll take a look at XLM right now too.
Oh yeah, Mike. I know you said that. I'm not in it. I was been looking for a time to get in, and it just stop leading.
Let's throw XRP on this chart with XLM.
Um, you want to get in to hold a while or just culp it back up? Because I'm like, I'm interested too, but honestly, for me, there's no getting back in before $2. So.
What are you talking about? For what?
Sweet.
Oh, I'm already in. I've been in. I'm just riding the waves. We got a local double top here on XLM. If we break that, maybe start looking at 5 cents. But so far so good, right? Downtrend break, bull flag about to break. I'll draw it
It's
out.
inverted head and shoulder now.
We have it drawn out on the other chart, but this is the bull flag we were waiting for here. Break a trend into bull flag. That's what we'd be looking for XRP. I mean for XLM, sorry. And then XRP. Not too dissimilar, except hold on, let me
Except when you zoom out.
Well, no, I mean it's a different, like I said, I didn't have this chart drawn out before, but its bull flag came within its downtrend, where XLM broke its downtrend and then put in its bull flag. But this was a catch-up play to XLM, right? Because XLM got more gains off the original pump. Let me just put them side to side and make this easier.
What a funny 2025. We have XRP leading the altcoin market.
Oh God, don't get the XRP guys excited talking like that.
Well, it's the truth, right? Like, whether it's in volume, you know, XRP is number 3. It's been there for a while now. It's been like a month. People trade more XRP than Sol on leverage.
So now they have a soundbite from a French guy. The
Zeusy cosign.
I wonder how long it's gonna stay there, but you know, yeah, it's in the top 3 by volume on my exchange consistently for a month and even more now. So.
Just drew this out. Why are they making me do this again?
But most people only look at the top 3, right?
Yeah, no, you're right.
Bitcoin, ETH, and XRP currently. Normally it's Solana, not XRP. And it doesn't matter if price goes down or up. No.
That's a good point. Is this the first time XRP has ever been in 3rd rank market cap?
No.
No, it's not market cap. I was saying volume, but it's also market cap. But you know, just by leverage trading volume on leverage contracts, XRP has more.
Oh no, but I was just wondering: has XRP ever been in 3rd rank before in terms of?
Yeah, it's even been first.
When it was under scrutiny, legal scrutiny. Now the handcuffs are off, and it's probably going to go ballistic. I'm not even an XRP guy.
It kind of did that. Now it's about catching up to Bitcoin.
Now it's about getting through all those underwater holders that it's got above it. What it's about.
No, but don't you guys think that it's going to do that thing where, I don't know, you guys have terms for it. I'm not a crypto expert, but where it just keeps going because everybody thinks it's going to pull back, and it just keeps
it could going. one of those hated rallies that just gets shorted until But
nobody's underwater on XRP anymore. No, wasn't all-time high $3, and we're roughly at $3. So.
Excuse me.
What's XRP's all-time high? I don't know. Everybody's in profit now. I think even on XRP.
Give me 1 second. Yeah, but it's not the underwater holders selling that are the issue. It's the underwater holders that got back to their break even and have taken profits and walked away. They're soured at the idea of holding
and even
XRP or risking it.
I guess what you mean is even if it pumps to $10, people will only have made people that were stuck from the last high will only make like 3-4x up.
If they manage to hold, because you know, human nature is I've been waiting for this long. Once I get to break even, I swear to God, if I just get to break even, I'll get out of this and I'll never make a stupid decision like this again. You know, you make all those stupid deals with yourself. And then
But
you do the
well,
wrong thing. You get to break even, you take profit, and then, not even take profit. You get to break even, take your initial, just to watch it keep going.
it just wants to put a higher high, in beautiful ABC with a higher high, and then it'll probably get a retrace of this up move. That's what I was saying too. And there was who was it? Forgot his name. Paranoid was a bit like too bearish on XRP in my sense. Wanted to short it down to 0.
Yeah.
But I think that idea is good. It's just there's no hurry. There's really no hurry. Like it could be at $3, just a high above 2.8. It could be at $4.5, $5. I don't know, but eventually it's gonna be a good trade. There's just no hurry.
Be careful on XRP once we get up to 2.9.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's our bullish trigger. If you do get above that, the measured move is 303. But just be careful right underneath that $3 mark.
This is all price discovery, for XRP. Like I'm having trouble finding charts that are old enough. Because I know XRP flipped Bitcoin back in the day, so it probably has a huge all-time high somewhere. I'm not sure on which exchange, and USDT did not exist back then, so you have to look at XRP USD.
Hit the Bitstamp chart, you can see the high in January 2018, which was 3.32 cents.
Okay, so maybe that's another interesting area. 3 point, what is? I'll try to find it.
3.32.
On Binance, you have a wick to 3.5 on USD chart, but candle body is where we are currently, 2.8.
Nice. I'm still holding some Jasmine slime. Yeah, we had a lot of fun with Jasmine back in the day. I mean, I don't blame anybody for not being on the Jasmine train just because, the amount of effort that it took to stay on track of what was going on. Like literally having to get all the releases and the white papers and translate them from Japanese into a sort of conversation. AI helped with that. I'm not gonna lie. AI does all of that shit for me now. What's going on, Trap? Yeah, I'll take a look at Myro Israel. Give me a second. Myro. Let's go to a naked chart. I haven't looked at Myro for a bit.
I'm gonna guess it's when XRP in 2017 pumped to $3.5 that it flipped Bitcoin. What a funny outcome. We wanted ETH to flip Bitcoin, but but XRP, the only coin that actually already managed to do that, is trying to play catch up. Well, we'll see if it can do as good as Bitcoin. You don't even need it to do as good as Bitcoin, I'm sure.
And we're gonna have a real conversation about market cap at some point during the bear market. I don't have the patience for it now, but
Just one last comment on that then. We've got a higher market cap in XRP now than we did at its prior high, which was lower. Sorry, that was the high that was higher than where we are now. We had less market cap.
Was it really higher than Bitcoin's?
No.
I think it was, no? The 2017 one.
What was
No?
when?
Or 120 billion.
Yeah, but Bitcoin back then was really small. You know, I mean, it was in billions and in trillions. So I'll check.
Yeah, you might be right. Yeah, you're right.
Because I mean, those XRP already flipped Bitcoin for like 24 hours.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't really follow XRP, to be honest with you. But
Me neither, but it was one to follow. Now it's too late. So January 2017, to January 2018, sorry, Bitcoin's market cap is around 100 billion. So yeah, it's true.
All right, Myro caught where it had to catch. Let's just put it like that. If it would not have caught support there, this chart would look completely different right now. This would have been sort of the last little line in the sand that could have saved it here, but at least for long-term entries, you're as close to the bottom as you're gonna get. Tight stop underneath. Possibility of still coming down to 4-1 if that breaks though. And you haven't started to pull away or show any strength here.
If you count the down moves since that all-time high there, you can see clearly 3 down moves, right?
Yeah.
The question is the size of that last down move. For now, it's kind of not that big, right? But like you can see 3, down, up, down, up, down. We're still inside the down, by the way.
Yeah, there hasn't been any recovery yet. It's showing at least on the daily signs of life where it should have, where you would expect on that SR flip, but
it's a good area to attempt.
That's what I was saying, yeah. If you're if your plan is to swing at this, at least you know where your stop loss needs to go underneath that wick. That whole narrative,
same structure. You can take AI 17Z, it's the same chart.
It's one of the, well, yeah, but the problem is the narrative, right? So Myro is, you remember the developer pet narrative, right? So Myro is the co-founder of Solana's dog or something like that. Remember, we had Vitalik's cat and all of that. Like, that was a hot narrative at a time. The problem is that that narrative isn't holding a lot of mindshare now. And while some of the AI agents might look similar to this, the difference is they're still on people's tongues. You know what I mean?
Well, we can see it in price too because they recovered better than Myro. Like,
yeah, no, some of these
back above the,
yeah, my best.
I couldn't catch it too, but
my best buy for my best DCA was for Vader. This thing had a pretty good recovery.
It's too late.
And it caught where we were talking about that SR flip, wicked under, bodied over. And now it's off again. For now. I'm still waiting for a higher low, and then I'll drop the rest of my profits in.
That was a single downtrend though on that time frame. Like,
yeah.
It was just one down move. There was no ups and downs inside it.
No, it was a good sell-off. Just everybody that had made money from, down here. The 26th is when we got in, the day after Christmas. So we were in this bull flag. So we caught it from like 22, 23 million up to like 160, was it? 140? I wasn't necessarily early in Vader, not as early as we were in something like virtuals. We got into virtuals early. Yeah, that's already underneath entry. I've started to dabble into virtuals already. And what was the other one? Yeah, we're still waiting for your higher market cap memes to catch a bid.
Memes are doing good, right? Like overall,
They're doing
Doge up,
they're doing all right, but it hasn't spread all the way across narrative yet. Like all the way
Doge was
across
up
all the
10%
memes.
most lately. 6% currently.
All right, let's see if we can get the measured move from the symmetrical to start with. And then we'll take a look at that measured move from the bull flag. Take this one step at a time here.
Doge broke out at 97k. On its way to 99.5. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm holding some cookie Dow. Lotto. We got quite the little AI agent ETF running. Like a little index. Tomorrow we get CPI numbers. If we're going to get a midweek reversal, it's usually on data days. Thursday's midweek reversal day, but whenever we have CPI on Wednesdays, we have the risk of having that pivot on Wednesday. If there is a pivot, right? The numbers come out negative.
That the reversal is upward on the stock market with those numbers. Like the stock market is still going down here. So I'm not sure if would you ignore that fact or?
I mean, I'd focus on crypto first. There has been times where midweek reversal has reversed Bitcoin down and reversed the stock market up before. It's not, I wouldn't say it's common, but it's not necessarily like, you know, rare.
Of course, and it kind of makes a bit of sense actually that it does play. I mean, we've been stronger than the stock market lately, so eventually you might see that happen too.
We're having such a hard time absorbing this supply.
But like you know, S&P, Nasdaq, midweek reversal for them, I think it's more upward than downward because they've been they're down there. They're not really up.
It's really what we're talking about is exhaustion at a certain
and
point.
Dixie though could reverse up. Dixie went down, since Monday. So wait, that would mean Dixie upward, Bitcoin downward, stock market upward? Oh, it's confusing. Screw it. Too complex.
It's gonna be one of those weeks, and then at the end of it, just to put a cherry on top, we get Trump being inaugurated at the end of the week.
It's gonna be a confusing.
It's gonna be a cool weekend. We're gonna be in the week. I mean, if we even trap, there's a good chance we don't trap this weekend. I'm gonna tell y'all because of sort of the speculation.
Because of event.
Yeah, but if we do, waiting for that Monday false move right as Trump gets elected, that's gonna be high level trading right there, bro. I don't know what to expect.
There's a gap on Dixie chart right now. Oh, but Dixie needs to come back down, fill that gap.
There you go. That's what I like to hear.
Yeah, well, I'm on the 1 minute though, but yeah, it needs to come back down, not go up. Well. So what? $3,000 gap on Monday. But why though? Because he'll only be elected on Monday. I mean, he'll be at office on Monday, right?
Yeah.
So there's not going to be any news on during the weekend.
Nah, it's just going to be playing into that. People are going to try to position. And then the amount of things that he's got lined up to sign on his first day. He signed like 4 executive orders on his first day during the last presidency, if I'm recalling exactly. I know it was multiple on the very first day. And his team's already said more than once on different platforms that there's going to be a crypto bill or a crypto executive order pushed through. I imagine that has to be the SBR, right? What else would it be? He doesn't really have, he can't make any tax changes by executive order. So I think the easy one would just be a SBR executive order that moves all the Bitcoin from the wallets that we're watching on Arkham into an SBR wallet. That'll be step 1. Then we need to see the inflows to that wallet. Nah, they're gonna move them into a wallet. They already they laid out how they're gonna implement the plan, and from what they're saying is they're making an announcement to all departments. Any Bitcoin that they have seized is to be moved into the federal SBR wallet. They're then gonna have 50 sub wallets for the states, and the states can move whatever Bitcoin they need into those wallets. The states want to have their own SBR. They don't want it to be federal. That's why you've seen that they've made that move before the federal government did. The federal government obviously wants everything to be with them. So that opens up a pretty interesting scenario of a bidding war between the states and the federal government. Of the states rushing to fill their SBRs before the federal government gets approval for theirs.
Or they'll just seize Bitcoin at the all-time high to fill the bags.
No, there's not going to be no seizing going on. It's a different world now.
You think?
Can you imagine if tomorrow morning you woke up and they made the announcement that all your gold had to be like how it happened back in the day, that you had to turn all your gold in? We're in different times.
They did it at, we know they did it at 69, right? So I mean, there's gonna be some.
Hey, can you elaborate on that, man? I have a hard time believing that.
Well, just go back.
It's true.
Yeah, bro, it's crazy. When they took us off the gold standard, they made it illegal to hold over a certain amount of gold, and you had to turn your gold in, and you received the money for it.
That's what I was gonna ask, but the way people spin it like the government stole your gold.
No, it's an automatic sell.
They gave you market value.
Yeah, they gave you market value for it. Yeah.
Okay, that's a big difference between what other people say when they say they confiscated all the gold.
No. They didn't come knock down the door and steal people's gold, but most people did refuse to turn it in and bury their gold, and you get the story of those guys that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That were like, screw you, you're not getting my gold.
It's like the public domain or an intimate domain. They're like, the government took his property. And it's like, they didn't take his property. They forced him to sell, which I still think is messed up. But
it doesn't make it better. But
yeah.
At least it's not like, draconian where the government's just coming and taking your shit.
But typically that happens at low market valuations, no? Well, in any case, last time on the 10th of November, when Bitcoin topped, the government seized Bitcoin from illegal activities, and that Bitcoin is now in what's going to become a strategic reserve.
Yeah, but that's just like anything else. That's like if they found a bank robber and they, they had the money.
Yeah, the coincidence of the date of that court.
The difference is, you know what the difference with the bank robbery is, right? When the police finds the money goes back to the bank. Nobody wants to talk about how this Bitcoin just, like, why do we get to keep this? Okay, it was seized from somebody that stole it from somebody else.
So it's supposed to go back to the original.
So how do you get to keep it exactly?
The activity is illegal because the whole activity was illegal. So they just keep it.
Yeah. We're just gonna hold on to this. We're just gonna hold on to this, guys.
Yeah, like the moral thing to have done would be to burn the key.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean they do have rules where they can't profit, meaning they need to sell at whatever the price is. They can't hold for a certain. It's not supposed to be meant for profit, right? You can't see something, hold it, wait for the valuation to go up, and then because that opens the door to different things. But they've treated Bitcoin very differently than they would say some gold that they found from a big seizure.
You know what? Can you explain
Have
that
they
to me?
though?
Like when all the selling was going on from the confiscated Bitcoin back in the 60,000s, like how did they not know Bitcoin wasn't gonna go to 100,000? That's almost 40%. They would have profited.
Stupidity,
bro.
It's stupidity. It literally went up to
any advisors telling them
$2.1 billion the German government would have made if they sold that 108.
No, but it doesn't work like that. No, it doesn't work like that because if they hadn't sold, we wouldn't have pumped. So
that too. There's that too. And like I said, there are provisions for most states when they have seized funds that there aren't. Then it's not to make profit. If you're gonna seize it and you're gonna take it anyways, then it's kind of unethical to play the appreciation game with it.
I'm not going to do the Joe thing and Brown knows you, but all they had to do was watch your channel and they would have known when to sell.
Yeah. It's not hard. It's just like Michael Saylor, though. We say the same thing. Why would you buy here, bro? Like, Jesus, because the most simple TA tells you just wait 24 hours and you would have. But people that. It's us trying to understand how the inner workings of someone who's dealing with a lot more money and have a lot longer time horizon than we do. And it just doesn't make sense to us, right?
I mean, they could have made enough money to do their next installment to Ukraine, you know?
What it tells me is that the German government
probably
needed,
because they were under the stress.
The German government needed that money at that time. Exactly. What would cause you to do that, right? Let's say you had 50 Bitcoin, or let's say you had 5 Bitcoin, and you sold it at 60 instead of waiting for 180 or 150. One would have to naturally assume that you needed that money for something that couldn't wait. Either that or you're dumb, right?
What's the number one rule that you tell people? Do not be playing in crypto with money that you can't afford to lose. So like, why would you lose? It was money that was given to them by confiscation, right?
It was seized. It was seized money, so it didn't cost them anything at all. That's another thing to take into consideration.
They didn't seize it. I mean, but they don't have the mental capacity to do that. Government always has to spend money.
It's free money, bro. It's money that costs them nothing. And like I said, if something came up that they happen to need it for, then somebody got a promotion for coming up with the idea to use the Bitcoin to do it. And then somebody got fired later, I'm sure.
Yeah, maybe in this environment where interest rates are higher, it costs more to borrow money. I can see that. But if there was cheap money, like back in the early, 5-7 years ago, it would have made more sense to borrow money than to get rid of your Bitcoin.
Their minister of finance was standing in the middle of the street, waving his arms, screaming, "Stop, stop, stop, what are you doing?" So there were voices in the government that were like, this is not a good idea. They just didn't listen to him. And it's the minister of finance. You figure that he might have had Some say so, but apparently not.
But they provided an opportunity for that Bitcoin to move from weak hands to strong hands. Like,
Yo.
it's fine.
And they gave me my dip buy at 49. So thank you very much, German government. I
Yeah,
appreciate you.
Yeah.
Worry for German government, they'll seize more Bitcoin higher.
That's what they're thinking now. They're like, damn, we screwed up. We need to seize some more Bitcoin.
They got all their agents out there, the
Yeah.
Gestapo or whatever they use, looking for.
But if you see a court order saying Germany seized, be careful. The market top might be in, because that's kind of what happened last time.
We're starting to
Because
break that up.
PG found papers like after the fact, of course. Like I think we were already at the fair market bottom. Even I don't remember the timing exactly, but there were court orders to seize big amounts of Bitcoin at 69K. And the timing of it was when we were at 69, and pretty precisely. Like
I mean that doesn't help unless you sell it as you seize it. If you're seizing at the top and you're holding it till the bottom, you might as well have just waited to seize it at the bottom.
Maybe it was leverage. Maybe it was leverage to the upside, and closing that, made a collapse in the market.
It's also taken away. It's also taken away a big payday from somebody, right? If you seize it at the top, then it stops them from selling and disappearing.
It probably has stopped a big industry of drugs that was bringing value to the market. Huh?
Oh my God! Why has it got to be drugs, bro? Because Bitcoin?
Well, it got seized, so it's probably
it's because of hacks. Right? It's because if it was seized, it's because the person acquired it through illegal means.
Oh, so he already stole it from somebody else?
Yeah, which is why I'm saying, why do they get to keep it? Okay, good job. Congratulations, U.S. government. You solved the case. Now, what happens to stolen property, right? That usually goes back to
that went on auction during the bear market. I remember there was some auctions.
Yeah.
It's just a part of it that's now probably in that HBAR, but another part got sold.
That's okay though.
Elon dipped it to 25K. I wonder why SpaceX needed that money. But yeah, the Elon vector.
Well, I mean, look at what's happened since then.
Yeah, it's a bit sad for him. Huh?
For all we know, that paid for the robots. That paid for robots and Cybertrucks. Everything that he's done with Tesla since the Bitcoin top. Yeah, SpaceX too. I'll be right back.
That was August 2023. We had news articles about SpaceX selling their Bitcoin. I don't know if they really sold or not. Let's see, but the news. So that's the Elon vector. We recovered it pretty quickly, though.
Did they sell the entire position, or was it partial?
Me and news, I don't know. All I know is people. We woke up, Bitcoin had gone down to support, pretty major dip. 30, was it 20? Actually, 15% down in one day. It's a daily candle, 15% down. A bit like 5th of November.
75% of their holdings they sold.
So they still have some. Oh. Well, looking at the chart, they've been buying. They've been buying back what they sold. They're like, oh, damn, we couldn't break support. No, they got screwed. That's when they got screwed by Wall Street. Yeah. BlackRock is trying to screw Elon. We'll see who wins the battle. Because it should have dumped. Even when you compare this bull run to the previous ones, it wasn't just straight up the previous bull runs. You had some downtrends during the up move, and here, like what happened at 25K, well, it's a bit like what's happening now. we're not really breaking below 90K. You know, we're having trouble even creating a downtrend. I mean, we did create a downtrend, but it's, you know, it's compared to the up move, it's nothing. Whereas if you look at the previous bull runs, well, okay, maybe COVID dip was an anomaly, but even before COVID dip happened, you had a pretty clear downtrend there that lasted, like it wasn't 6 months sideways, it was 6 months downward. I guess we had that at between 75 and 48K, like that's the biggest down move. So that's why it's really important to stay above 74. Because last time, people were happy to sell 74. Now people want to buy it. But if they fail to buy it, the same people that were happy to sell 74 are probably going to be happy to sell 74 again.
Yeah, I mean, I like here for a rejection because we have CPI tomorrow,
It's going to be
and you know, why not just keep things sideways, build up the tension, get some confirmation tomorrow?
No, I looked at the numbers and they don't seem hard to meet. Energy prices have gone a bit up, so maybe, no, so they.
Yeah, I don't care about the outcome. I just care about that there's going to be some volatility. I hope. But yeah, just going back to Tesla's remaining holdings. So at 102K, it's sitting on 1 bill. That's not bad. That would definitely pay for a few rockets.
You know, tomorrow's numbers, they're like, that's I think that the reason why I say I think they're going to be bullish is because they're not hard to they're expecting worse numbers. You know, they're expecting an increase in inflation, so it wouldn't be that surprising. You know, if just we get.
Yeah, I think the general sentiment is like there'll be fine numbers. Like there'll be.
Well,
like the PPI was already way better.
They're expecting like one tick higher. Actually, it's just the yearly might be the one that's interesting because they're expecting 2 ticks higher. So that one could come up green pretty easily. These numbers are wrong though. Because if I look at the Fed gives 4.7%, something like that, and they're also telling me that inflation is 3, so I'm supposed to be making 1% per year, just keeping my money in the bank. But when you go to a store, that doesn't seem to be right.
It was like 0, like around just after COVID, wasn't it? During COVID, 0.5% interest rate, wasn't it? In some accounts, like 0.25.
Yeah, so government bonds were really useless. You had to take risk and buy Bitcoin. Well, now it's like, is there really need for risk? But with the drops expected in interest rates, people are front running the necessity to take more risk because it's not a choice. Like we don't have any choice. We have to risk to not lose because doing nothing is a losing trade. I really liked what Dbloc said the other day, where he said, I remember someone shouting to me, "Stables are a trade. Stables are a trade." I mean, yeah, when you're scalping, swinging, leverage, that's obviously true. But on the long 10-year run, stables are not a trade. It's a good memo, though. I try to remember it when I'm running out of patience. You know, just being in a stable coin is a trade. Patience.
Yeah, sometimes the
It's a good
best trade is no trade.
Imagine someone shouting at you, tables are a trade. You don't need to. You don't need to do anything. But on the long run, you kind of have to, because if you look 10 years in the future, yeah, if you do nothing, it'll be a losing trade.
Yeah, I mean, I think the question will be, do we have a decent contender for a stablecoin that isn't, I mean, obviously we can speak about the failures in that space already, but a truly decentralized algorithmic stable that's pegged to the dollar with no central authority involved. We still haven't fully nailed that yet.
So, have you heard about Etana? The free airdrop. I mean, they're literally dropping money to people for doing a few clicks here and there. It's crazy, and crazy APY, crazy amounts, crazy.
That's what sketches me out about it.
Oh yeah. I mean, we need reasons to have a bear market. That thing will probably fail. But the project is actually succeeding. Like it survived its first, volatile moves. It's not a stable coin that's like supposed to be 1-to-1 exactly perfectly all the time. They give it a plus minus 5%. But it's been doing better than plus or minus 5%. I mean, but what you say exists. It's called ENA, and the way they do it is with leverage positions on crypto and other assets.
Yeah, I understand that, but so those mechanisms are all well and good until they're not, because there's a tipping point with them. But of course, if you have liquidity and a sufficient burning system or counteracting system. So you're saying in this case, what it's like a leveraged hedge position that's keeping the price stable. I don't know. I need to look into the project. All I'm saying is, like, if you want to go completely algorithmic on a stable coin, that has a bunch of problems that are going to come with it.
Well,
you get a
so the
Do-Kwon
experiment
situation.
is being done by this. Well, it's by Bit. The Chinese are doing this. I don't know if it's the Chinese actually.
What's the ticker?
ETH. ENA. ENA.
Okay.
That's the governance token. It's not the stablecoin. The stablecoin is USDE. But honestly,
Oh, wait, Athena.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I've heard of Athena. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I got mixed up there.
They're like I don't know where the money is coming from doing this, but it's a bit FU to the dollar. Some sort of FU to the dollar. And they're holding.
Yeah, no, you're right. This is like the top contender for.
Yeah.
this
If
kind of
one
coin
manages,
at
it's
the
this
minute.
one. If one manages, it's gonna be this one. It's got launched on. I did a launch pool where all you had to do is stake, and they dropped you money. And so they hold a lot of open interest. Like, I'm not sure if this. I think 30%. Like at one point, depends on when, right? But I think at one point during the Bitcoin's dump to 49, 30% of the open interest across all exchanges was this project, because it's how they back the stablecoin. So when people take profit into the stablecoin, it means they need to open trades. so yeah. Well, it's pretty transparent. Like you can see the trades and all. You can see everything. Got all the stats, the backing ratio.
Oh, for sure. It looks very.
Which one is
promising.
going to fail? That's one of them is going to fail. That's for sure. But which one? USDC, USDT, or USDE? Well, the less proven one is USDE, but I don't know why I want to say USDC.
Yeah, USDC are trying to come through in a big way, and they're trying to do so by getting into the mix with regulation and etc.
But the problem with USDC is we know what happens when a bank goes bankrupt, then USDC depegs. With Ethana,
Yeah.
normally if a bank goes bankrupt, it's gonna bring, I think Ethana trying to stabilize its currency might bring Bitcoin down a bit, but I'm not sure right now. If they go bankrupt and everything is at zero, problem solved, it'll create a big week down on Bitcoin because all of the open interest exiting.
Like, do I don't believe Tether have ever provided a proof of reserves, which is like quite interesting.
But you can there's a Tether wallet on the top 100 Bitcoin. That's the funny part. 10% of Tether we take profit in USDT, right? Tether actually has 10% in Bitcoin.
Yeah, that's fine, but I don't know if they've like verified like I don't know like all of the wallets or whatever.
Yeah, but think about it. You take profit on Bitcoin, and they're actually buying Bitcoins.
Yeah.
This world is crazy. Like Tether itself doesn't trust the dollar, so they back a part of it with Bitcoin. It's a small
Fair
part.
enough.
So I think that gives a floor to where Tether could go, because they own Bitcoin. So at one point, it doesn't make sense. It goes lower than the value of that Bitcoin. And if a stablecoin depegs, it means prices of Bitcoin in that stablecoin are surging up. So we might see like what happened last time. We might see last time we saw. I mean, Bitcoin had already reached 40K on USDC when we were down at 20K. Like we already had wicks to 36, 38K. It kind of gave a bit an idea of where to go next. During the USDC depegging, if you were holding long USDC backed, you did. I mean, at least you did fine. Well, you didn't do fine, but you were fine. Well, it compensated.
It's funny looking at like USD USDT pair, and just like seeing these like wicks that are just getting snapped up by probably algorithmic trading just to keep everything balanced.
Well, we lost the whole point of stable coins that we used to have, where it was the mint burn mechanism, right? As you bought one tether, one was minted. As you sold one tether for Bitcoin,
One for one.
or for fiat, that tether was burned, or that stable coin was burned. Then they started trying to get creative.
Yeah, so now a part of it is in government bonds, a part of it is in
Yeah.
Bitcoin.
So,
and a
but
part
that's
of
how
is
it should work. That's a true stable, genuine stable should work like that.
We need the Fed to back USDC, no? Then maybe we can trust it.
Well, they basically are backing it.
That's why they paid whatever was necessary to stop the banking crisis.
That's also why they got off of their backs as soon as they loaded up on U.S. debt. All of a sudden, oh, we have no problem with the stable. As long as you guys don't provide that crazy yield you were doing before, that's still a no-no. But you keep buying our debt, and you guys can go ahead and keep existing. We're all right with it. You're no threat to the dollar. You're actually sustaining the dollar at this point.
Still goes on. Depends on the exchange. Coinbase stopped USDC yield for European users. I wonder what kind of
Yeah, but
activities
you won't find
guys
more than 4% anywhere.
Well, 18% up to like $1 billion.
From who?
Our Bybit?
Oh, well, yeah, Bybit. I mean, American companies.
Yeah, but if you go outside America, you still have a crazy APY on USDC, USDT, you know. It depends on when, though. Like, that's not stable. It depends on when. It's even like 30% below $1,000. And then, yeah. Depends on funding rates. They need money. Sometimes they need money to lend. It's the same on Binance, though. They say, I just checked, up to 24%. They have, you know, USDT investment products offering up to 24%. And 13%, I guess, is quite easy to find.
Yeah, you need like an Oculus. All right, we're going after this vector recovery in a daily open retest here. We broke that 50.
The stablecoin that's to depeg next bear market isn't even out yet. No? Like, where's the Terra Luna stablecoin?
You don't really see people putting a lot of faith in anything but the big dogs right now. I mean, Tron, but that's just small for us, right? TRX is just small for us. Asia, it's big. DAI, US doesn't use it much, but it's used pretty much everywhere else. BUSD, we can't use it because what we really have is USDT and USDC. Nothing else has sort of gained like US consumer trust yet, in my opinion. So if there's no trust and there's no way to violate that trust, and there's really no risk of depegging unless it's one of the big guys. And at that point, we're all screwed, right? That happens.
Well, they'll just print, no?
Yeah, and Ripple got their stable now too.
Maybe that's gonna be the one. Ah, wait. XRP is the third market cap now, so it's stablecoin. It's a bit like Luna last cycle, no? For now, it's stablecoin isn't used much and all, but maybe in 6 months, in a year, it'll be a thing. And
Well, XRP people better hope that it's not used much, because from what I understand, that stablecoin is meant to do exactly what we've been promised XRP was going to do for the last 5 years. If you have something that can do it in stable form, why use it on something volatile? Seems like a
well, it's
stable
a bit
seems like a stable coin would be the better vehicle for
but XRP is just gonna
remittances
be the.
and bank to bank.
Isn't it just the governance token XRP then in that system?
That's why I don't understand where this supposed price appreciation comes from.
Well, it might be used for gas fees on the stablecoin and provide you voting power, something like that.
Well, they've already said that they're gonna give preference to XRP. Like if it can transact on both, XRP will be given preference. But see how that works.
But at first, it needs to pump, you know. It needs to really inflate, you know.
I ate way too much pizza. The plan was eat pizza, go to the gym, and pay for it. But I think I ate so much pizza that it's more like eat pizza, call it a cheat day, don't go to the gym, and pay for it tomorrow.
Etana is very small still. It's like 5 billion. You know, the stablecoin is 5 billion. So even if that went to zero, it wouldn't affect Bitcoin much. Yeah, they have to grow still. And USDT, we know it survives bear markets.
It survived all the FUD that's been thrown at it. Its biggest, I think, honestly, its biggest threat was when it was tied up with Evergrande, when it had all that Chinese. That's probably the biggest risk that people have been in on USDT. Yeah, the closest that we came to shit getting kind of out of control. Yeah, you're right, Am. You're right.
But
I need to stop being lazy.
That housing, you know, you said the 19-year housing cycle, Bitcoin never survived it. Maybe that could affect USDT, you know, if they hold a lot of housing.
It depends, man. What I'm hoping is that at the end of this cycle, remember how we looked at all the world's money and we were looking at all of those boxes and saying, just 1 to 5% comes out of equities, 1 to 5% comes out of real estate, 1 to 5% comes out of money markets or whatever. We could see a scenario like that where we do get to the bottom, and when it comes time to pour back in, people make different decisions with that money this time around. And at least a percentage of it comes into crypto that would normally be in real estate. And there's so much money in real estate, bro. Like just 2%, 1 to 2% would be huge.
It's inflated too.
Mm-hmm.
They print, we put it in houses. If Bitcoin takes over, that's done. That's over.
I'm a little worried that people during this cycle are going to think that they're going to get the same appreciation that you did in the last 18-year cycle. I mean, the last 8-year cycle, or the last, excuse me, or the last 18-year cycle before that. Like, everybody has that idea of their grandparents buying that house for $20,000 that they sold for, you know, $400K, $500K. I don't know if we have a run like that again.
If you're thinking gold, has housing really gone up? If you think in Bitcoin, obviously housing has gone down. If you think in dollars, yeah, housing is going up.
You think in
But it's
Bitcoin,
supposed to be the stable thing.
housing is damn near gotten free if you think of it in Bitcoin terms.
Yeah, because housing is supposed to be stable. Yeah, it's like the population is roughly stable, so the number of people that need a house is roughly the same, and like when you think,
Well, and it should be a stable. It should be a percentage of your income across the board, right? It should never get to the point where 60% of your income is your housing cost.
yeah, so that shows how high the bubble is
Yeah,
inflated.
exactly.
But
People are struggling out here right now, bro. Like once you pay
well,
for
they're not buying
housing, then
anymore.
you got to decide between food and medicine, basically. One month we get food, the next month grandma gets meds. Sad, bro.
But yeah,
Nah.
housing is not stable, but it's supposed to be when you think about it. Like, it's probably one of the stable assets out there. Because nothing is stable.
I just don't know if tying up a large amount of your nest egg in a home in the next 3 years or 4 years, unless you have a family, you're buying your first home. This is your forever home. Talking investment more than anything. Just don't know if that's the best investment vehicle going forward. I know people that love real estate will scream at me and say I'm wrong, but I'm also putting into consideration the amount of effort that it takes to manage real estate portfolios versus just being in crypto, you know.
Well, you have a real estate stocks where it takes your effort to manage. Now,
Yeah, you can
I
get
guess
in
it's
certain
much less good
REITs
than
or yeah.
it's less good than doing it yourself, probably. But
I mean, I'm all for everybody
maybe
owning a
it's
piece of
close
the
to
earth,
housing.
though. Don't get me wrong. If you don't own a piece of the earth, it's not a bad idea. Even if it's not going to be where you live, even if it is only an investment property. But what I'm talking about is somebody that's maybe in their 20s, early 30s, not married. You know, you haven't really set down roots anywhere yet. A house can tie you down. You know, like that saying, like, be careful you don't build a golden prison.
For me, if it has a good internet, good Wi-Fi internet connection, I'm okay. I
You know,
can
buy
build
a
a
lot with a laundromat on it. Buy a lot with a 24-hour laundromat on it. Run that laundromat until the wheels fall off, and then sell the land, you know, for appreciation later. There's easy ways to run. My homeboy builds. My homeboy does the parking lot thing. You know, buy a lot in the middle of the city, run it as a parking lot for as long as you possibly can. Get the money in the rental from the parking lot company that you lease it to, and then sell it off to a skyscraper in the future.
With all anti-immigration stuff going on, there might be less need to build new houses, no? That skyscraper in the future, we might not need it. There's already plenty skyscrapers.
Someone's always going to buy that. Someone's always going to want that piece of land in the city.
No, but
You
with
see these
decreasing
parking lots
population,
in New York. It's crazy. You'll see these lots in between buildings, right? Not big enough for a building, too small to be an alley. And they develop those. Have you ever seen those parking lot risers where you park your car on top of somebody else's car, like lifts it up on this lift thing? And
yeah,
they're just making tons of money off of parking until somebody needs to extend the building or somebody needs that land for something. There's this one guy down here in Wynwood in Miami, old neighborhood. You was a really cool artsy like hipster type neighborhood. Now all the skyscrapers are moving in, and there's one last holdout, single family home, 1 story, surrounded by skyscrapers, bro. He's just, you see him on his porch chilling. You go talk to him every once in a while, like, what's going on, OG? When you plan on selling? So there's not enough money in the world. My man said he's gonna die in that house.
That's impressive.
Eat well, yeah. Some people just not. It's not even about money. You get to the end of your life, you just want to die in your home. You know what I mean? I don't do nothing new now. Meet new neighbors, move. You know. Let's say you don't have any family. Cool. What am I gonna do with a couple $1 million at this point? Like, yeah, same. You know, I take care of my grandmother in what was her home before, right? Like I had to buy the house from the bank. They were about to lose it to the bank. But my plan was to move out, you know, get her own place, go, you know, get somewhere nice, somewhere smaller. But her doctor, you know, with the dementia and all that, he was like, look, the more you can keep the environment the same, house the same, furniture the same, her room the same, everything the same, the more you can keep things the same, the smoother that sort of transition is, you know? So sometimes for them, it really is better to stay in one place. That type of stuff can trigger or make dementia worse. Brand new environments, new people, new sounds. Yeah. I prefer commercial. You just avoid a lot of the pitfalls. Personally, I prefer commercial and then just have somebody manage the property. I mean, you could do the same thing for residential, have somebody manage the property and deal with it, but the way these squatters laws are nowadays, bro, it's a headache. Yeah, Scoob, luckily I was able to buy the house. There wouldn't have been an option if I wasn't able to buy the house, but to be able to buy her old house and then have her come back into somewhere that's familiar was worth every dollar. Yeah, we have squatters too, Messi. Squatters are out of control.
So yeah, talking about APY, just that synthetic dollar is giving 11%.
11% on a synthetic dollar. What can go wrong?
Yeah, that's how is it not gonna go wrong? But oh no, we'll see.
Listen, you know what they say: when you don't know where the APY is coming from, you are the APY.
No, we know. It's fees and premiums from leverage positions. Like, from what I understand, the market maker. This is our market maker, the guy we're playing with. It's a small one, but it's there now.
Listen, I promise you one thing: if I have a residential property and there's some squatters there, they won't be there long.
Fidelity. Yeah, but it's them. That's the problem. Fidelity. I remember that company, Fidelity.
Fidelity, yeah.
Is it good? Bad?
Yeah, Fidelity's still good. You play in those waters.
What
Yeah,
was the name of the one that
2026
went
is the end of the
bankrupt?
retail cycle. So going 2026 into 2027 with money in our pocket from the top of the bull market is probably the best chance to get some cheap earth. And you know what they say about the earth? They're not making any more earth, right? So you like the scarcity of Bitcoin. Get yourself a little piece of the planet.
Oh, yeah, but then you have to protect it. You need an army. Like Elon says, you're only rich when you
Get
have
a
land and you
fence.
have an army to protect it.
Get a fence and a dog. You know?
Well, history, it would be lost in like 3 generations if you did that.
Depends. You never know what the damn grandkids are gonna do with your shit, anyways. You know, at the end of the day, we make all of these plans and we have no idea what our kids are gonna do with any of this shit. So,
But like if 100 years ago somebody bought land in France, that family probably doesn't have it still. Not because the kids bought or sold.
well, Europe has more history of old. I mean, in the United States, it's hard to find somebody who's been on the same property for 200 years, obviously. But in Europe, I would imagine it's more common, right? You've got land that's been passed down from family. I mean, from generation to
Especially
generation.
in England, England never had too much issues.
Yeah, I wonder why. Yeah, more than enough
Well, it's
land,
an
right?
island. Oh, it's an island also, so nobody invaded it. But it's the whole idea of war is to take the land. Yeah? So people, the same way we get rug pulled in crypto. Well, when you invest in land, it just gets taken over.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome,
So
Amy.
they kill you and they take the land, basically.
The vector candles are increased tick volume, right? So is an increase of tick volume from between that candle and the last 10 candles. My bad. I was just answering a question on YouTube.
Oh, sure. I'm just saying bullshit. But yeah, Ukraine. Russia is trying to steal land from Ukrainians. So if you bought land in Ukraine, well, you're probably a bit worried right now.
Well, if you let
Then you
Russia
got
tell it, they're trying to.
Israel.
If you let Russia tell it, they're trying to get back stolen land.
Yeah, I guess you could also say that. You could also argue that, especially the east part where some people are more Russian than Ukrainian. Yeah. And then you got Israel, stealing land from Palestinians. Well, they've been doing that for 60 years anyway. Then you got plenty of land stuff in Africa, South America. Actually, Asia is one of the continents that's the most at peace right now, when you think about it. Yeah, that's odd.
Yeah, it gets a little touchy. The amount of people sitting on land that they can't prove is theirs is ridiculous too. Which is another use case for crypto. Probably the only decent use case for NFTs.
Well, it's what happens at the end of a war. Whoever survives says it was his. So there's plenty of families especially in Paris, where they just, took over the apartments from the previous owners that got deported and killed.
Yeah.
By Germans.
Or even on a basic level, like I've got family that's lived up in the countryside in Puerto Rico for forever. Small farms here and there. My uncle's got a little farm by the river. Pretty sure he doesn't have a deed. You know what I mean? Like, chances are,
Well,
anybody comes and contests that, it's your word against theirs.
so it's a bit because of all that stuff during Second World War. That there's a saying in France. They say like behind every rich family, there's a crime.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the way of the world. Get rich on something illegal. Get power from the money you get from that illegal thing. Use the power to make that thing you use to get rich illegal. You know,
So others don't do. Yeah.
it's how it's done. Like you find the exploit, you exploit it, you get the power, then you make that exploit illegal and make sure that nobody can make as much money as you did. All right, let me start getting ready to go to the gym. I'll be right back before I take off. I'm just gonna get my gym stuff ready.
Really, RP, you wanna give a? Oh, Plenty of shorts up here. No, funding rates came back down. 0.004. Gonna guess there's plenty of shorts going on. Well, maybe they'll win a bit. Solana is even negative.
All right, I'm back. Did it break? No. I just left it on for a second to see if we actually got above that supply. Measured moves just above $3.
I mean, it's so close at this point. No, but yeah, sometimes it doesn't give the higher high.
Nah, I could just need to come down and build some sell side liquidity. There's no liquidations left. Right, so even if you break above resistance, there's really nothing to
all the people that have been building shorts on XRP, they're still there. Don't worry about liquidations.
It's not substantial enough to be on the chart.
Yeah, because
not
it's
even
not
on
new.
the 5 minute.
It's not new. It's been a month.
Yeah, so come down, build some sell side liquidity, and then try to make that target. All right, let me see how much time this gives me on the chart before it pushes off the screen. All right, that's good enough. That works.
Oh, thank you. I really thought you would leave us with XRP charts.
No, I'm not gonna do.
I was like, damn, we're in 2025 watching XRP.
No. So far, Dom looks good too. Need to stay beneath that white line and we're good money. Just have that M pattern play out, retest that next uptrend.
Well, yeah, it's XRP. Just pumped 10%. It's the biggest cap. ETH didn't do much here, so it's really XRP that brought dominance down.
Yeah,
mostly.
XLM helped a little
Solana
bit.
didn't do anything.
ADA pumped a little bit too.
Yeah, but mainly XRP.
All right, I'll be back, guys.
So like
maybe XRP is going to give Ethereum a run for its money this year. Yay.